So since we are done with revising the chapter input tax credit, the next chapter which I will take up for revision is payment of taxes. So we will try to revise quickly the chapter payment of taxes. See, the payment of taxes is also a very bigger chapter, but not very bigger, a reasonable size of the chapter. But not all the content from the chapter payment of taxes will be important from the examination perspective. So I am going to focus on a few aspects or key concepts of payment of taxes I'm going to explain. Okay, so listen carefully. So we'll try to close the revision in no time. So just I will spend half an hour on this chapter, payment of taxes, not more than that. So let me try to explain let me try to revise important content from payment of taxes. See, first of all, assume that till now, whatever we have revised, if you are a registered person, you are making any taxable supply, either of goods, services, or others. And at that point of time, whenever you are making a supply, you should give tax invoice. In that, you will collect GST. So you will collect the amount of GST from the recipient. And whatever amount of GST that you have collected from the recipient, can the registered person keep it with him? No. Whatever amount of GST that has been collected from the customer, that should be deposited. That should be paid to the government. So how the GST will be paid to the government? What is the manner of payment of taxes? That will be the major discussion in this chapter, payment of taxes. Now, in this chapter, first we need to remember that once you get the registration with the GST department, in your name, 3 ledgers will be opened. 3 ledgers will be opened. So you can call it as electronic liability register. 3 ledger accounts will be opened. So number 1, electronic liability register. Then we have electronic credit ledger. Then one more ledger will be opened in the name of the registered person, which is going to be electronic cash ledger. Electronic cash ledger. So like this, 3 ledgers will be maintained in the name of a registered person. Once you obtain the registration with the GST department, in the name of the registered person, they will maintain 3 ledgers. What are they? Electronic liability register, electronic credit ledger, electronic cash ledger. See, electronic liability ledger will be debited with the amounts which are required to be paid by the registered person. For example, assume you have made a supply. 1 lakh rupees is the value of supply. 18,000 rupees is your GST amount. Now you have an output tax liability of 18,000 rupees. You have a liability to pay the amount of 18,000 rupees to the government. So all the amount of taxes which are required to be paid by the registered person, all that will be debited to the electronic liability ledger. Whatever liabilities of the taxable person are there, either that could be because of making supplies or because of some demand order, because of some order of the GST department, whatever it is, whatever liabilities which you have to make payment to the government, all that will be debited to your electronic liability ledger. Then, sir, if I am a registered person, as we have seen in the previous chapter, input tax credit on whatever goods I have purchased, whatever services I have purchased, whatever capital goods I have purchased, on that I can avail input tax credit? No. I can avail input tax credit, right? So for example, if you bought the goods for the purpose of business, if you bought the services for the purpose of business, if you bought any capital goods for the purpose of business, on all that you can avail ITC or not? Yes, obviously. Sir, where that ITC will be there? So input tax credit, whatever ITC which you avail through your GSTR 3B, you will file the return GSTR 3B. Whatever in that GSTR 3B, you can say, sir, I am eligible for this much amount of input tax credit. So whatever amount of ITC which you are availing through your GSTR 3B, that ITC amount will be credited to the electronic credit ledger. Whatever input tax credit that you are claiming, that you are availing, that input tax credit will be credited to the electronic credit ledger. Then if you have to make any payment of cash, see, initially what will happen is, assume that I will tell you one simple example. 18,000 rupees is my liability. So first my liability will be debited to electronic liability ledger. Now will I pay this entire amount in my cash? No, you need not discharge all your liability by making payment of cash. First, what we will do, if we have any input tax credit, that we will utilize. Assume that I have an input tax credit of 12,000 rupees. Now what will happen is, whatever my output tax liability will be there, so whatever electronic credit ledger balance I am having, that I will use it first. Now what I will do is, I will debit the electronic credit ledger and I will credit the electronic liability ledger with this 12,000. So I don't have any more ITC. So first, my liability is there, debited to electronic credit ledger. I have an input tax credit which is credited to my electronic credit ledger. if I have to make any payment of taxes, first, as a prudent person, I will always make use of my ITC. Whatever ITC that I have, I will use. So first, I will transfer this my input tax credit in the electronic credit ledger by debiting the electronic credit ledger and credit in the electronic liability ledger. So balance, even after adjusting my input tax credit, still I am required to pay 6,000 rupees. In my example, I have to pay 6,000 rupees. How I will discharge this payment? What I will do is, I will deposit my cash from my bank account. I will deposit the cash in the electronic cash ledger. So whatever cash I am depositing, for example, I am depositing 6,000 rupees of cash in my electronic cash ledger. So the moment whatever cash I have deposited, that will go and sit in my electronic cash ledger. That will be created with the electronic cash ledger will be created with whatever amount that you are depositing. Now what I will do is, from this, I will transfer this 6,000 rupees once again to my electronic liability ledger. So I will credit this electronic liability ledger once again. So by this, I have discharged my entire liability of 18,000 rupees. Able to understand, everybody? So 3 ledgers will be maintained. Electronic liability ledger, in which all the liabilities which a registered person has to make a payment, that will be debited. Whatever ITC which you are availing or claiming, that will be credited to your electronic credit ledger. Whatever cash that you are depositing, that will be generally credited to your electronic cash ledger, and you will settle your liabilities in the electronic liability register by using the ITC which is there in the electronic credit ledger. If at all, after that also, if you are still required to make some payment, that much amount of money you will deposit in your electronic cash ledger and use the same for making payment of taxes to the government. Able to understand, everybody? So this is what regarding 3 ledgers which will be maintained in the name of registered person. See, if you are a registered person, you are required to pay various kinds of amounts. So you might be required to pay tax. When I say tax, CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST. So these are the taxes which you are required to pay. Or you might be required to pay interest. Sometimes when you make delayed payment, you are even required to pay the tax along with interest. For late filing of return, you are required to pay even late fees also. Sometimes you do some violations, you might be required to pay penalties also, or there could be any other amount. When I say you are required to pay some amount, the amount which you are required to pay to the government, that could be in the form of tax, that could be in the form of interest, that could be late fee, that could be penalty, that could be other amount. Now, the thing which we have to remember here is, see, all this amount, whatever tax you are required to pay, whatever interest you are required to pay, whatever penalty you are required to pay, whatever late fee you are required to pay, whatever other amounts you are required to pay, everything will be debited to my electronic liability ledger. But one thing you have to always remember, I can use input tax credit, I can use the balance in my electronic credit ledger only for making payment of taxes. Only for making payment of tax amount only, I can use my input tax credit which is credited in my electronic credit ledger. Whatever interest, late fee, penalty or other amounts which you are required to pay, that you have to always pay it using your cash only. For example, assume that you have a tax liability to pay 12,000. You have interest to pay. So total tax liability you have 12,000 rupees. There is some interest amount. You are required to pay 1,000 rupees of interest. In your electronic credit ledger, assume you have 13,000 rupees of ITC in your electronic credit ledger. Now what you can do is, against this 12,000 rupees of tax liability, you can use ITC which is there in your electronic credit ledger. 12,000 you can use. Okay, from my ITC 12,000 I have used. I still have 1,000 rupees of my input tax credit in my electronic credit ledger. Sir, can I use that ITC for making payment of interest? No, you can't use it. You have to always make the payment of interest, late fee, penalty or other amounts by using cash only, by debiting the cash ledger only, not by debiting electronic credit ledger. Able to understand whatever I am trying to explain here? Guys, able to follow? Okay, right. So now coming to the next most important part in the payment of taxes, manner of utilization of credit. Listen carefully. Manner of utilization of credit. This is very, very important. Compulsorily there will be a question from this manner of utilization of credit in this chapter. So for example, you are required to pay output tax liability. See, your output tax liability could be in the form of IGST. You might be required to pay some IGST. You might have output tax liability to pay CGST. You might have output tax liability to pay SGST. And you will have ITC. Even ITC also, you can have ITC of IGST amount. You can have ITC of CGST amount. You can have ITC of SGST amount also. Now, what is the manner of utilization? Sir, I have to pay this liabilities. I have some liability to pay under IGST head. I'm required to pay some CGST. I'm required to pay SGST, my output tax liability. I have credit. IGST credit also I have, CGST credit also I have, SGST credit also I have. How to utilize that credit? There is an order of utilization. You can't utilize the ITC in whatever manner you want. There is always one order of utilization. So what is the order of utilization? Listen carefully. If you have, first you have to start with utilizing IGST component. Whatever ITC of IGST you are having, first use it for IGST. First use it for adjusting IGST. If after adjusting for, I will do illustration, don't worry, I will tell you illustration. Definitely this is very important from the examination perspective. Definitely I will solve 2-3 illustrations to make you comfortable. From this question will definitely come. So whatever IGST credit you are having, first you have to use it for making payment of IGST. After that, still you are left with balance of IGST. You can use it for CGST or SGST in whatever manner you want. There is no specific order. But first, IGST balance, you have to use it only for discharging IGST first priority. After that, if still any excess amount is left out, that you have to use it for making payment of either CGST or SGST in any manner you want. Either you can say first I will use it for CGST, then SGST, or I will use first for SGST, then UGST. I will use 50-50, 60-40, your choice. But first you have to discharge, first you have to use ITC of IGST for making payment of IGST. After that, still if anything excess is left out, that you can use it for making payment of CGST or SGST in whatever manner you want. So whatever it is, first completely exhaust the IGST balance. First try to utilize complete IGST balance. Then come to CGST. Then come to CGST component. CGST, first you use it for making payment of CGST. CGST should be first utilized for making payment of CGST. After that also, if any balance is left out, then you can use it for making payment of IGST. Okay, CGST balance also I have used. Then come to SGST. SGST, first use it for making payment of SGST. After that, if any excess amount is left out, then you can use it for making payment of IGST. But one thing you have to always remember, you can't use the credit of CGST for making payment of SGST. You can't use the credit of SGST for making payment of CGST. So this is what the order of utilization of credit. Guys, able to follow? Very, very important point I have told here. Once again, I will repeat. Don't worry. I will do illustrations to make you understand. But you have to mug up order of utilization of credit. This information should be printed in your brain. So what is the manner of utilization of credit? Tell me. IGST. First start with IGST. First use it for IGST. Then whatever balance is left out, that you can use it for CGST or SGST in whatever manner you want. Then come to CGST. CGST balance should first be utilized for CGST. Balance if there is any, I can use it for IGST. Then you come to SGST. First SGST balance should be used for making payment of SGST. Balance if any left, use it for IGST. CGST can't be used for SGST. SGST credit can't be used for making payment of CGST. Understood? So we'll try to do one solve one question that will help you understand. So let me add some illustration here. Okay. So I have one simple thing to solve here. So assume that I have a illustration. Even follow the format, whatever I am telling you. So we have output tax liability. We have some IGST liability. We have some CGST liability to pay. We have some SGST liability to pay. Similarly, we are also having ITC of IGST. We are also having ITC of CGST. We are also having ITC of SGST or UTGST. Follow the format. Whatever format I am going to say, follow the same format in the examination. First, you have to write output tax liability. And first, always write the column IGST, CGST, then SGST. Okay. Now, write output tax liability. What is output tax liability? 1000 rupees is IGST amount, 300 rupees is CGST amount, another 300 rupees is SG amount. Now I have to start utilizing the credit. First, what I should start with? I have to start with IGST. I have to start with IGST credit. What is the total balance? 1300. IGST should be first utilized for making payment of IGST only. Okay, I have used it. After that, am I left out with any other balance? Yes, still I am having 300 rupees of IGST. Now this I can use it for CGST or I can use it for SGST. In any manner I want, I can use it. Assume that we will do different combinations, but I will tell you the logic finally, but I want you to understand the concept very clearly. So I will use, or let me tell you one thing here. Okay. So this example we'll try to solve. So 300 rupees of IGST balance I am left with. So first what I am doing is, since I can use this 300 for anything, I can use it for CGST also, I can use it for SGST also, or in any manner I want, I will use it. So assume that I have used entire 300 rupees of IGST credit for CGST payment. So 300 also I have used. Is there anything left out? No. Okay. After adjusting this, what is the amount I am required to pay? Am I required to pay anything under IGST? No. Am I required to pay any CGST? No. Am I required to pay SGST? Yes. 300 rupees still I have to pay. Okay. So now, next, what I have to take? CGST. How much amount of CGST credit I have? I have 200 rupees of credit. So now I have 200 rupees of credit. Now, do I have any CGST liability to pay? No. Do I have any IGST liability to pay? No. Can I use this credit for SGST? No, that you can't do it. So what happening is, SGST balance, I can't use it. So I have my 200 rupees with the government. Whatever CGST I have paid, that I can't use it. That amount is still there lying with the government. Okay. After this, still how much amount I am required to pay? IGST 0, SGST, CGST 0, SGST 300. Now how much of SGST credit I have? SGST also 200 rupees of credit I have. Can I use this 200 rupees for making payment of SGST? Yes, 200 rupees I will pay. Is there anything left out under SGST? No, no credit is left out under SGST. After that, I am required to pay 100 rupees. This 100 rupees I have to pay it in cash. This 100 rupees I have to pay it in cash. But if you observe carefully here, see, as a businessman, you always want to make least possible amount in cash. Every businessman will have the same objective. So every businessman will always try to pay the least possible amount in cash. But here if you pay attention, I am having my CGST credit of 200 rupees already with the government. But still, if I follow this adjustment, whatever I have told you, I am required to pay still 100 rupees in cash. Can we adjust the input tax credit in some different way so that we can reduce our output tax liability in payment of cash? Let us see what we can do. See, this is correct only. I am not telling this is wrong. Whatever utilization we have done, this is correct. But by using this utilization, it is involving some outflow of cash. Can I do some changes to my utilization in order to reduce my output tax liability payment in cash? Let us see, can we do anything? So let us once again try to solve it. So IGST, then we have CGST, then we have SGST. What is the output tax liability? 1000 rupees I have for IGST, 300 rupees I have for CGST, 300 rupees I have for SGST. Total ITC of IGST, how much I have? 1300 rupees. First, what I should do? I will use it for IGST. Okay, I have used 1000 rupees. Still, I have 300 rupees left. Previously, what we have done is, we have used this 300 completely for SGST. Now, let me do one thing. What I will do is, since I can use this IGST for CGST and SGST in whatever manner I want, I am doing one thing here. I will use 150 rupees here, 150 rupees here. I will use 150 under CGST, I will use 150 under SGST. So that means I have completely exhausted my IGST balance. After this, how much amount I am required to pay? IGST 0, CGST 150, SGST 150. Then you have to take CGST credit. How much CGST credit you are having? 200 rupees. Can I use this CGST for making payment of SGST? Yes. How much SGST amount I am required to how much CGST I am required to pay? 150. How much CGST credit I am having? 200 rupees. So can I use this? Yes, 150 rupees I will use. See, I have still 50 left. Can I use this for the payment of SGST? No, that you can't do it. Okay, after this adjustment, still I am having 50 rupees with the government under CGST. My IGST liability will be 0. CGST liability also will be 0. SGST will be 150. Now let us come to SGST credit. How much credit I am having? 200 rupees. How much I have to pay under SGST? 150 rupees. Can I use it? Yes, use it. 150 rupees I have used here. 150 rupees I will knock it off here. After that, am I required to pay anything in cash? No. Registered person will be happy. Why? Because as a businessman, you always want to reduce your output tax liability payment in cash. To the extent possible, you want to use your input tax credit. I am not telling previous adjustment is wrong. Previous adjustment is also correct only. But that is leading to payment in cash. But if you adjust in this manner, that is leading to lesser payment in cash. Able to understand everybody? So tell me guys, what is the manner of utilization? Guys, this is the only most important thing from this payment of taxes chapter. Listen carefully. So what is the manner of utilization of credit? IGST, use it for IGST. Whatever balance is there, you can use it for either CGST or SGST in whatever ratio you want. Then come to CGST, use it for making payment of CGST. Balance if any, use it for making payment of IGST. Then come to SGST. First use it for SGST, balance if any left, use it for IGST. And CGST can't be used for SGST, SGST can't be used for CGST. Now we will try to solve an illustration. See, why I am explaining this in a very much detailed manner is, from this question will definitely be there. Without this testing the manner of utilization of credit, the question paper itself will not be there. So that's why I'm very specific about this concept. So that's why, even though it is a marathon lecture, I want to solve this for you. I want to solve this. So let me solve this for you. So we'll do an illustration. Simple one only we will do. So in order to make you familiar how to use the credit available, where is it? Come on. Okay, here we have. Yes. So this question we will solve. For the sake of our grip on the concept, we'll try to solve this question. XT Private Limited, a supplier of goods, pays GST under regular scheme. It has made the following outward supplies. They are giving the details of outward supplies. Intrastate supply 8 lakh rupees, interstate supply 3 lakh rupees. It has also furnished the information in respect of purchases. See, on your outward supplies, there will be output tax liability. They are even giving you details of purchases. On your purchases, there will be input tax credit. So the entity has made intrastate purchases of 2 lakh rupees and interstate purchases of 50,000. And one more thing here, when they are making intrastate outward supplies, they have to pay CGST, they have to pay SGST. When they are making interstate supply of goods, they have to pay IGST. Yes or no? Then on the purchases, if it is intrastate purchase, they will get credit of CGST, they will get credit of SGST. If they are making interstate purchases, they will get the credit of IGST. Along with that, there is also some opening balance of ITCs are also there. So opening balance of CGST ITC, opening balance of SGST credit, opening balance of IGST credit also they have given. Then they are telling rates of tax also. CGST, SGST are 9%, 9%. If it is IGST, 18%. Both inward and outward supplies are exclusive of taxes. That means whatever figures they have given above, it is exclusive of taxes. All conditions necessary for availing ITC have been fulfilled. Compute the minimum GST payable in cash. Compute the minimum GST payable in cash. See, first what we should do here is, we should calculate our output tax liability. Let us try to calculate the output tax liability. Shall we do it, everybody? Come on, let us do it. So always, as I have told, always follow the format. Input tax, first column, you keep it IGST, how much amount of IGST you are required to pay, how much amount of CGST you are required to pay, how much amount of SGST, what is your output tax liability, that we will calculate. So first they are telling, if you read the material, first they are telling intrastate sales, intrastate supply. So intrastate, that means within the state, intrastate supplies are there. For how much value? Value of intrastate supply is 8 lakh rupees. See, if it is 8 lakh rupees, on intrastate supply, what will be there? CGST will be there, SGST will be there. So on 8 lakh rupees, 9% CGST, SGST both will be there, no? So 8 lakh rupees of intrastate sales they have made, and on that 9% CGST output tax liability, 9% SGST output tax liability. So here, if I write it here, 8 lakh rupees into 9%, 8 lakh rupees into 9%. How much it will be? So 72,000 rupees of output tax liability of CGST, 72,000 rupees of output tax liabilities of SGST. Everybody able to follow this step? Now let us have a look at the next one. Now they are telling there are interstate supply. How much interstate supply is there? So interstate supply. On interstate supply, they have made 3 lakh rupees of sale. If it is an interstate sale, there will be IGST. So 3 lakh rupees into 18%. So how much it will be? 3 lakh rupees into 18%. Just hold on for a second. Okay. So how much it will be? 3 lakh into 18%. It will be 54,000 rupees. So this is your output tax liability. So your output tax liability is IGST of 54,000, CGST of 72,000 and SGST of 72,000. This is your output tax liability. Similarly, we have to calculate what is the ITC balance. What total amount of input tax credit we have, that also we need to calculate. For that also same format, IGST, CGST, SGST. First they are telling there is opening balance. How much amount of opening balance we have? So if you see here, opening balance of IGST 70,000 rupees of opening balance is there. Okay, 70,000 IGST opening balance. Then next one. Then we have CGST 57,000 rupees of credit is there. CGST 57,000 and SGST 0. Nothing they have. Opening balance is nothing. During the year, they made during the tax period, they made purchases. No, intra-state purchases they have made. What they have made? Intra-state purchases. Intra-state purchases if they have made, what credit they will get? CGST, SGST. So CGST credit of 2 lakh into 9%, 2 lakh into 9%. This credit will be accumulated. How much it will be? 18,000 rupees. 18,000 rupees. Similarly, they have also made interstate purchases. How much? 50,000. Interstate purchases 50,000. On this, they will get a credit of 18%. On this, they will get a credit of how much? 18%. So 9,000 rupees of credit they are going to get here. So total, what is the ITC available? 79,000 rupees. 57 plus 18. How much it will be? Sorry. Sometimes 75,000 rupees of CGST ITC they have. 18,000 rupees of SGST ITC we have. So now let us start utilizing the credit. So output tax liability. Once again, the same format you have to follow. What is our IGST, SGST, sorry, not SGST, CGST and SGST. So what is our output tax liability, guys? First we have to write the output tax liability. How much it is? 54,000 rupees, 72,000 rupees, 72,000 rupees. First, what we have to use? ITC of IGST we have to use. How much amount we have? 79,000. First I will use it for IGST. So 54,000 rupees are, I will use it here. Okay, 54,000 you have used. How much is left out? Still you are left with 25,000 rupees of credit. Now you tell me this 25,000, you can use it for CGST also, you can use it for SGST also in whatever manner we want. But as I have told, you should always try to use the credit in such a manner, your output cash payment is very much minimum. See here, how I will take the decision is, for CGST, you already have enough of credit. For CGST, see your CGST output tax liability is 72,000, but you already have a credit of 75,000 of CGST. So if I utilize this IGST credit for CGST, credit will go waste. But if you see SGST, I have lesser amount of SGST credit. So what I will do here is, I will not use this 25,000 for CGST payment, but instead I will use this entire 25,000 rupees for SGST payment. For CGST I will not use, total 25,000 rupees I will use it for which payment? SGST payment I will use. IGST completely exhausted. Guys, why I have taken the decision to use it completely for SGST? Why? Because for CGST I have enough of CGST credit. Enough of CGST credit is there. If I use this here, no, then I have to make a payment of SGST in cash excess amount. So that's why I will use this 25,000 for SGST payment. After these adjustments, how much amount I am required to pay? IGST 0. CGST 72,000 I am required to pay. SGST how much amount I am required to pay? 72 minus 25. So still I am required to pay 47,000 rupees of SGST. Now let us come to CGST credit. How much CGST credit I am having? 75,000 rupees of credit I am having. First I have to use it for making payment of CGST only. So I will use here 72,000. After that I am left with 3,000 rupees. Can I use it for SGST? No, you can't use it. So after this adjustment, how much I am required to pay? IGST 0, CGST 0, SGST I am required to pay 47,000. Now come to SGST credit. How much SGST credit I am having? 18,000 rupees. 18,000 rupees. This I will fully use it for making payment of this amount of 18,000 here. So after that, am I left out with any more SGST? No, that is completely exhausted. Balance if you calculate, so 47 minus 18, this 29,000 rupees you have to make the payment in cash. Finally, you have to make how much payment in cash? 29,000. See, you try any other permutation and combination. This 25,000, instead of using it for SGST, if you have used it for instead of using it for SGST, if you used it for CGST, no, you would have to pay more amount of cash. So this is the best possible utilization where our cash payment is going to be minimum. Clear everybody? Able to understand? So this is how you have to make the utilization of taxes, utilization of input tax credit. The manner of utilization is very, very important. Compulsorily there will be a question from this chapter. Understood everybody? So what I have taught you till now in this chapter, what I have revised in this chapter till now, first we have seen what is electronic liability register, what is electronic credit ledger, what is electronic cash ledger. Then I have told if you have input tax credit, what is the manner of utilization of input tax credit, in what order you have to utilize the input tax credit, that we have seen. Everybody comfortable till here? So a few more important concepts from this chapter, payment of taxes, which are important from the examination perspective. Few more points also I will revise. So mainly I will try to explain regarding how to deposit the cash in the electronic cash ledger. As I have told, if you want to make the payment of taxes in the form of cash, first you need to deposit the cash in your electronic cash ledger, and whatever amount that you have deposited in the electronic cash ledger, that you can use it for making payment of taxes, interest, late fee, penalty, etc. So how to deposit that amount, how to deposit the cash into the electronic cash ledger? See, for that let me show you one simple things. There are few important things which I need to explain here. See this. So when you have to make the payment of taxes, so you have to go to your login page, you have to register there, and you have to go to the challan. You have to create the challan. So when you are making the payment of taxes, when you want to deposit the cash in your electronic cash ledger, there will be major heads, there will be minor heads. These are major heads, these are minor heads. See, major heads means nothing but CGST, whether you are paying CGST, whether you are paying SGST, or you are paying UTGST, or you are paying IGST, or you are paying cess. So that categorization we call it as major category. That is a what? Major head. Now in each of these taxes also, you might be depositing the amount for tax, or you might be depositing the amount for making payment of interest, or you might be making the deposit for payment of penalty, late fee, or other. So this we call them as minor heads. These are major heads. See, one important thing which you have to always remember, whenever you are required to make the payment of taxes in cash, you have to deposit the amount in appropriate column here. For example, if I have CGST payment to make for 18,000 rupees, this payment I have to make in cash. So when you generate the challan, you have to come to CGST major head. In that tax column, there only you have to write 18,000. There only you have to enter 18,000 rupees. For example, under SGST, I have to make a late fee of some 500 rupees of late fee I have to pay in cash. So now you have to enter this in the appropriate column. Like this is the SGST column. In the SGST major head, you have to come to fee. This is the SGST head. You have to come to the fee. Here you have to enter the amount 500. Here you have to enter the amount 500. Why you have to be very careful here is, why? Because assume that you have deposited 18,000 rupees in the CGST tax column. Later, if you want to use it for making payment of SGST, that can't happen. That can't happen. So if you want to make CGST tax payment, you have to deposit that amount in the respective column and respective row. Able to understand? Assume that I have to pay SGST 500. Take for example, let me elaborate this example only. Assume that I have a obligation. 1 second. Okay, let me explain it. Come on. Okay. So assume that I have to pay CGST interest. I have to pay CGST interest of 1000 rupees I have to pay. Now I have to pay this in cash. While I am generating the challan, what I have done is this 1000 rupees, instead of writing it in the, what is the appropriate place to write here? CGST interest. So CGST interest, here I have to write how much? 1000 rupees. But at the time of generating challan, what I have done is by mistake, I have recorded it here. But I have recorded it here. Now, sir, can I use whatever amount of cash I have deposited for interest IGST? Can I use it for making payment of CGST interest? No, you can't do it. But this is bringing so many difficulties. So that's why what the act has told is, okay, if you have deposited by mistake here, what you can do is you can submit one more form, GST PMT 09, you can submit and you can transfer the amount from here to here. Then you can use it for making payment. So this facility has been provided. Number one, first thing, whenever you are generating the challan, you have to be very careful for which amount you are depositing. If at all by mistake, if you have entered if you have entered at the wrong place, for example, you are required to make CGST tax payment. You are required to make CGST tax payment of 5,000 rupees. Here you have to enter CGST 5,000, but by mistake you have entered 5,000 here and generated the challan. You can't directly use it for making payment of CGST. But what you can do is you can submit one form GST PMT09 and transfer this amount from here to here, and then you can use it for making payment of the CGST. Able to understand everybody? So these are few specific things which you have to keep in mind. So these are major heads, these are minor heads. In the case of electronic cash ledger, by mistake if you have deposited in any wrong column, you can submit one form and you can transfer it to respective place wherever you want. For example, I have to deposit here, by mistake I have deposited here, no issue, submit one form and transfer it here, then use it for making payment. And what are the various modes of payment? How I can make the payments, or what different modes of payment are accepted? This also they can ask you a question, guys. So let me explain you what are the various modes of payment also. This they might ask you as a theory question. Yeah. Sir, how I can deposit the cash into my electronic cash ledger? Either by using internet banking facility, or by using your UPI facility, or by using IMPS service from the bank, credit card, debit card through the authorized bank, NEFT, NEFT or RTGS, that also you can deposit. Over the counter payment. Over the counter means you have to go to the bank and deposit. You will generate the challan, but cash you will go and deposit it at the bank. Over the counter payment also you can do, but the amount is restricted only up to 10,000 rupees. You can make the payment over the counter by way of over the counter also, but you can maximum pay only 10,000 rupees over the counter. But in some cases, in certain cases, even you can deposit over the counter more than 10,000 rupees. In certain special cases, this you can go through, not that important from the examination perspective. But these various modes of payment are very, very important. What are the various modes by which you can deposit the cash in your electronic cash ledger? By using internet banking facility, by using UPI, by using IMPS, debit card, credit card, NEFT, RTGS, or the counter payment up to a value of 10,000 rupees. Understood? So these are the various modes by which you can make the payment, and also this transferring of money from one head to another head, that is also one more important thing from the examination perspective. Guys, understood everybody? So that's all. This is what regarding payment of taxes. I don't want to go deeper into the payment of taxes because I'm planning to cover one more chapter. I will cover one more chapter. Exemptions I will cover. I will cover what? Exemptions also. See, when it comes to returns, returns chapter is very simple chapter only. Why? Because the returns chapter is all about dates and all. So for returns chapter, like the way I have prepared summary notes, for returns chapter also I have a notes ready that I will share it with you. Returns I will not be revising. Why? Because returns chapter is all about due dates, who has to file, within what time limit he has to file. So all that due dates only will be there in the returns chapter. For that returns chapter, I have summary notes like this. Let me show if I find it. I have summary notes that I will share it with you for sure, so that you can use it for your preparation. Yeah. So like this, I have the summary for the entire returns chapter. What is the time limit? Who has to file? So like this, I have a summary notes. This will be shared with you. You can use it happily for your revision. If you read this charts, that itself is a revision. So that's why returns chapter, I will not be revising. Okay. Then I thought of ignoring exemptions chapter also. Why? Because exemptions chapter is a very bigger chapter, but I have changed my mind. I thought if not all the exemptions, at least let me try to cover the most important exemptions which are very frequently tested in the examination. So next I will be directly proceeding with explaining the exemptions. Once I complete revising the exemptions chapter, with that marathon session will be over. And by that only we would have spent close to some 12 hours or 12 and a half hours for 40 marks of syllabus. We have done almost 12 and a half to 13 hours of revision it will be. So that is more, that is actually much of a time. So don't expect me to cover even that returns also, and even I have ignored one more chapter, time of supply also I have ignored. Why? Because these two chapters, there is nothing concept there to revise. If you read this fast track notes, whatever I will share it with you, that itself will act as a revision. So we have one more last chapter which is required to be covered for our revision, which is going to be exemptions. Shall we start, everybody? So let us try to revise the chapter exemptions. So now let us try to revise exemptions. See, once again I am telling you guys, I am not going to revise all the exemptions. Why? Because we can't afford that much amount of time to discuss entire exemptions, but I am going to focus all my attention on a few important exemptions which are very frequently tested in the examination. So let me try to start with charitable and religious activities. So the first category of services which are exempted, which we are going to talk about, is charitable and religious activities. Not all charitable and religious activities. There are certain entries which are given in the notification. which those kind of charitable activities conducted by specific kind of entities, those only will be exempted. So let us try to understand which kind of charitable activities, which kind of religious activities are getting exempted. So first, services by an entity registered under section 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act by way of charitable activities. First exemption, see, who has to provide charitable activities? An entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. So there is an entity which is not registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act, but still they are providing charitable activities. Will that be exempted? No. So in order to avail exemption, two conditions. Number one, whoever is doing that charitable activities, they should have registered themselves under either section 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. And they should be doing charitable activities. Sir, what do you mean by charitable activities? What do you mean by charitable activities? See, the act did not give the scope to you to decide what is charitable, what is not charitable. Sometimes you might find some activity as charitable, but not whatever you feel it as charitable activity. You should not treat it in that way. The act has clearly defined which activities fall under charitable activities. So let us try to understand which activities falls under charitable activities. So first of all, meaning of charitable activities we'll try to understand. When I say charitable activities, number one activity which will be covered is public health by way of taking care or counseling of terminally ill persons or persons with severe physical or mental disability, persons who are afflicted with HIV or AIDS, person addicted to dependence forming substance like narcotics, drug addicts, or promoting public awareness for preventive health, family planning or prevention of HIV infection. So when it comes to public health, these if an entity is providing public health in related to these illness, then that activities will fall under charitable activities. Similarly, if an entity is engaged in advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga, then also those activities fall under charitable activities. And if an entity is engaged in providing educational programs or skill development programs relating to abandoned, orphaned or homeless children, physically or mentally abused and traumatized persons, prisoners, persons over the age of 65 years residing in rural area. Very important, guys. On this point, they will test you a question. Most of the times they have done it. So what they will ask you a question is, there is an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. This entity is providing educational programs for the persons over the age of 65 years who are residing in a urban area, not a charitable activity. In order to fall under charitable activity, you should have provided education or skill development for a person over the age of 65 years, that too residing in a rural area. Sometimes they will say an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act, they are providing education for the people of the age of 60 years residing in rural areas. Does not fall under charitable activity. So only when education has been provided or skill development has been provided to abandoned, orphaned or homeless children, physically or mentally abused and traumatized persons, prisoners and persons over the age of 65 years, that too residing in rural areas. When educational activities are provided to these people, then only it will fall under charitable activity. And also, if an entity is engaged in preservation of environment, including watershed, forest, life. So forest and wildlife, only these four activities will fall under charitable activities. Only these four activities will fall under charitable activities. What are they? Public health, taking care of public health in relation to specific illness, advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga, preservation of environment, or if it is working in providing education to only these kind of people, only those activities fall under charitable activities. So there is an entity which is registered under 12AA or 12AB and they are doing the specified charitable activities, then only those are exempted. Now sometimes they will ask you a question, they will say there is a charitable entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. They are providing services by they are providing the services of advertisement. Exempted, taxable. Why? Because the activities which are charitable, only those activities are exempted. If an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB doing some activity which does not fall under this charitable activities definition, then those services will not be exempted. Those services will be taxable. Like if I have to give here in some important points I have told you here, like if you see here, grant of advertising rights to a person on the premises of a charitable or religious trust or on publications of the trust or on granting admission to events, functions, celebrations, shows, on by against admission tickets or fees, all these services will attract GST. Why? Because none of this activity fall under charitable activities, whatever I have discussed. So an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB, if they perform only specified charitable activities, then only exemption. Whatever activities that I have given here, they never fall under, like advertisement in the religious place or advertisement on the publications of the trust, conducting events, functions, celebrations and selling the tickets for that. These all will not form part of charitable activities. These services will be taxable. Similarly, sometimes there will be a charitable institution registered or a religious institute registered under 12AA or 12AB. What they will do is they will conduct some yoga residential program, or they will conduct some religious residential program, where they will take you to some place for 10 days, 15 days. They provide you accommodation, they provide you food, and they will give you yoga training, they will give you spirituality training. Sir, will those services be exempted, sir? If a religious institute is conducting yoga and medication camp, where they will take you to some location, they will promote yoga spirituality, but also they provide other services like food and accommodation. For entire amount, for entire package of services, they will collect some amount from you. Will that be exempted or taxable? They will also be exempted, provided the predominant activity, the main activity why that camp is getting conducted is advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga. However, some religious entities, some institutes, what they will do is, some entities registered under 12AA or 12AB, what they do is, they plan a camp, but a very little amount of focus they will put it on advancement of religion and spirituality. If anybody does it, for example, there is some entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. They conducted a 10 days camp. They are giving the name yoga camp. But in that camp, yoga is having little importance. It is just like a vacation for these people. Now you tell me, will that be taxable? Yes. So yoga and medication camp by charitable trust, it will be exempted only when the primary and the predominant activity, the main activity of that camp should be advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga, then only exemption. Then only exemption. Clear, everybody? So this is what one kind of service which is exempted under section which is one kind of service exempted under the category of charitable activities. Next one, conduct of religious ceremony. If someone is conducting any religious ceremony, for example, a person is undergoing a marriage, he called a priest and he performed that puja and conducted the marriage. He collected 20,000 rupees of consideration. Will there be any GST on it? No. So if anyone is conducting religious ceremony, see, religious ceremony need not be conducted only by entity registered under 12A or 12AB. Anybody, if anyone is doing religious ceremony, like for example, naming ceremonies will be there, marriage, birth ceremonies, or at the time of death, then at that point of time also ceremonies will be there. So if someone is conducting any religious ceremony, for that if they are charging any consideration, the government told we don't want any tax on it. Tax is exempted. Next one, renting of precincts of religious place meant for general public. So there will be religious institutes, they will rent out the premises of that religious premises. For example, temple will be there. In the temple, for example, if you take TTD is having very big premises, very big precincts are there. Now, some areas they will rent it out also. Similarly, if you take any church, if you take any mosque, they will have some premises. In the entire premises of that religious place, they will do some renting activities. Even those renting of religious precincts is also exempted. Renting of religious precincts by a religious institute is also exempted, provided here also some conditions are there. To avail exemption, the entity whoever is renting out that premises, that should be registered either under 12AA, 12AB, 1023 clause 5 or 1023 BBA of the sections of the Income Tax Act. See, for charitable activities, only two registrations. Either you are to register under 12AA or 12AB. However, for renting of religious places, the entity whoever is providing that services, that could be registered under any of these four sections of the Income Tax Act. Either under 12AA, 12AB, 1023 5 or 1023 BBA. So, if an entity is registered under any of the sections of the Income Tax Act and if they are providing the services by way of renting of religious premises, then it will be exempted. However, in some cases, exemption does not become applicable. In some cases, exemption does not become applicable. When so? If inside the religious precincts, there are rooms and that entity is renting the rooms. And if the consideration charged is 1,000 rupees or more per day, then exemption will not apply. Entire value will be subjected to GST. So for example, if a religious place is there, run by an entity registered under any of this section, inside that rooms are there, if they are renting out the rooms, and if they are charging 900 rupees of rent per day, not taxable. If they are charging 1000 rupees or more, then exemption does not become applicable, then they have to pay the taxes on it. Similarly, if any premises like community hall, kalyana mandapam or open area, if these kind of premises are getting rented out and if the consideration charged is 10,000 rupees or more, then also no exemption. So inside the temples there will be kalyan mandaps. So they also rent out that also. If the consideration is less than 10,000 rupees, no GST. But if the consideration for renting out the kalyana mandap or this community hall is 10,000 rupees or more per day, then also there is no exemption, GST will be attracted. Next one, renting of shops or other spaces for business or commerce where charges are 10,000 rupees or more per month. Similarly, if you observe around the temple, church or mosque premises, there will be even shops also. They will rent out the shops also. If any shops are getting rented out for a monthly rent of less than 10,000, then exempted. If the monthly rent for renting out the shops for business or commerce, if monthly rent is 10,000 rupees or more, then it will be exempted. Then it will be taxable. No exemption will be there. Understood? So when it comes to renting of rooms, guys, charges should be 1,000 rupees or more per day. When it comes to community halls, kalyana mandap, consideration is 10,000 rupees or more per day. When it comes to shops, etc., the consideration should be 10,000 rupees or more per month. So if these amounts are exceeded for these activities, then there is no exemption on that GST has to be paid. Exemption will not become applicable in those cases. Next one. Sir, religious yatra or pilgrimage. Some institutes will conduct religious yatras. Not all religious pilgrimages are exempted. Only exemption has been awarded to 2 religious pilgrimages. What are they? So, Kailas Manasarovar Yatra conducted by KMVN, Kumon Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited, and Hajj Yatra committed by Hajj Committee of India. So, these are 2 entities, whatever religious pilgrimages they are offering, only those 2 religious pilgrimages are exempted. Assume if I am a private tour agency, if I am conducting some yatra, if I am conducting some pilgrimage. So I told, for example, I am a private entity. I don't belong to KMVN. So what I have done is I am a private traveling agency or tour agency. I told the people I will take you to Kailas Manasarovar Yatra. Will it be exempted or taxable? It will be taxable. Exemption will be there only for 2 entities, for KMVN and or Hajj Committee. When these 2 entities are providing religious pilgrimages, then only exempted. If anybody else is providing the services of religious pilgrimage, then no exemption. GST will be levied on it. Similarly, training or coaching in recreational activities. If an individual is providing training or coaching in recreational activities like arts or culture, exempted. Individual. When it comes to recreational activities, the services should have been, the coaching or training should have been provided by an individual person, then it will be exempted. If coaching or if training or coaching is provided in the area of sports, if provided by charitable entities registered under 12AA or 12AB, then they are exempted. Assume that, let me put a question like this. There is an individual. He is providing training or coaching of sports. This person is not registered under 12AA or 12AB. Will that service be exempted? No, not exempted. Those services will be taxable. So we have to be very careful here. If an individual is providing training or coaching in recreational activities of arts or culture, then exempted. When it comes to training or coaching in sports, if the training is provided by an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB, then only exempted. If somebody else is providing training or coaching in recreational activities of sports, not exempted, the services will be taxable. GST has to be levied and collected on it. Understood? So these are the few examples of charitable and religious activities which are exempted. Everybody able to understand? So this is what the summary of charitable and religious activities related exemption. Shall we proceed further with the next category of exemptions? Let us have a look at the next category of exemptions. So next thing which we are going to discuss, agricultural related services which are exempted, we are going to see. See, as we all know, agriculture is backbone of our country, mainly even today also our economy. So many people are making their livelihood out of agriculture. So one thing, assume that if I am an agriculturist, see, if I do the cultivation and if I sell my agricultural produce, my outward services are anyhow exempted. Why? Because if you remember the registration chapter, I have told if you are an agriculturist, to the extent you make supply of agricultural produce, you are not required to take registration only. So if I am an agriculturist, if I am a person doing an agriculture, and whatever agricultural produce I have, if I go and sell it, I don't need to pay any GST. So now what the government thought is, not just outward supplies of agriculturist, even inward supplies which are provided to the agriculturist should also be exempted. Not just outward supplies. See, if the agriculturist is if the outward supplies of agriculturist are exempted, he will not have any output tax liability. Now, if you make input services provided to agriculturist taxable, then what will happen is he will pay GST, but he will not be able to take the input tax credit of it. So what the government has told is, okay, we'll do one thing. Outward supplies of agriculturist also we will exempt. Even inward services provided to agriculturist are also exempted. So let us see which kind of services relating to agriculture are exempted. So first I will talk about this entry number 54. Services relating to cultivation of plants, rearing of all life forms of animals except the rearing of horses for food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other similar products or agricultural produce by way of. So if someone is providing services to an agriculturist by way of cultivation of plants or rearing of all forms of animals except horses. So if someone is providing services for the purpose of rearing of horses, that is not exempted. Any other animal, like for example, someone is raising cattle for the purpose of food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other kind of similar products. Some people will raise hens for the purpose of food, fiber, fuel, whatever it is. So services relating to cultivation of plants and rearing of all life forms of animal except horses. If you are providing services relating to rearing of horses, that is not exempted. Those services will be taxable. Why? Because horses will be grown for commercial purposes, for horse raising and all, for that purposes they will grow. So that's why if you provided services relating to rearing of horses, then exemption will not be there. Other than horses, if you are growing any other animal for the purpose of food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other similar products, then the exemption has been given. Let us see what kind of services relating to agriculture are exempted. Agricultural operations directly relating to production of any agricultural produce like cultivation, harvesting, threshing, plant protection, testing. So if any of these services are getting provided with regard to agriculture, like someone is providing the services of cultivation, someone is doing the services of harvesting, someone is doing the services of threshing, someone is doing the threshing means that after the crop, especially in the case of paddy and all, they will beat the produce like this, no, to take out the grains. I don't know what exactly to say. So that activity we call it as threshing. Or plant protection or testing. So if someone is providing the services relating to cultivation of land, harvesting of the agricultural produce, threshing of the agricultural produce, plant protection or testing of the agricultural produce, all those services are exempted. On that, government told we don't want any GST. Similarly, supply of farm labor. See, if I am a person, if I am providing labor, farm labor, I am providing to a person, whoever is doing the agriculture, I am supplying labor to an agriculturist. Even that services are also exempted. Supply of farm labor is also exempted. Processes carried out at an agricultural farm, including tending, pruning, cutting, harvesting, drying, cleaning, trimming, sun drying, fumigating, curing, sorting, grading, blah blah blah, all this which do not alter the essential characteristics. Most important point here, whatever activity you are doing, that should not alter the essential characteristics of agricultural produce, and it should make it marketable only for primary market. Which means, take for example, I am taking tomatoes. Tomatoes is an agricultural produce. On the tomato, some activity is done. By that, it was converted to ketchup. It was converted to ketchup. Tell me the activity of converting the tomatoes to ketchup. Will it be taxable? Yes. Why? Because essential characteristic of the product has been changed. Tea leaves are there. Tea leaves will be there. That is an agricultural produce. That tree leaves is getting processed and getting converted into this retail tea. Whatever we get it in the form of powder or some kind of thing, no? But initially, agricultural produce is tea leaves. But the tea powder which we have that is not an agricultural produce. If you are doing some activity by which tea leaves are getting converted to tea powder, is that activity exempted? No. Why? Because it is changing the essential characteristic of the product. Coffee beans will be there. Coffee beans is an agricultural produce. If you are doing some activity for converting the coffee beans into coffee powder, taxable. Why? Because it is changing essential characteristic of the product. Sugarcane is there. You are doing some activity on the sugarcane and converting it into jaggery. Will that activity be taxable? Yes. Why? Because essential characteristic is getting changed. Paddy is there. That paddy you are doing the milling and converting it into rice. Will it be taxable? Yes, it will not be exempted. Why? Because essential characteristic of the product has changed. So any activity which you are doing, like tending, pruning, cutting, harvesting, drying, cleaning, blah blah blah, whatever you call it, which do not alter the essential characteristics of agricultural produce, those activities are exempted. However, if you are doing some activity because of which essential characteristics are getting altered, like tomatoes are getting converted into ketchup, tree leaves are getting converted into tea powder, coffee beans are getting converted into coffee powder, sugar cane is getting converted into jaggery, paddy is getting converted into rice, it is changing essential characteristic, these activities will be taxable. Able to understand? Next, renting or leasing of agro machinery or vacant land with or without a structure incidental to its use. For example, I have some plant and machinery for agricultural produce. I am renting out the plant and machinery to a farmer. I am renting out agricultural machinery which he can use it for the purpose of his agriculture. Exempted, no GST on that. Or loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of agricultural produce. Once again guys, loading, unloading, packing, storage of agricultural produce only. For example, loading of jaggery is happening. Exempted or not? Not exempted. Jaggery is not an agricultural produce. Loading of ketchup, not an agricultural produce. Loading of coffee powder, not an agricultural produce. Loading of coffee powder, tea powder, not an agricultural produce. Why? Because tea leaves are agricultural produce, tomatoes are agricultural produce, coffee beans are agricultural produce, sugar cane is an agricultural produce, paddy is an agricultural produce. But these outcome which essential characteristics has changed, that is not an agricultural produce. Able to understand everybody? So that's why loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of only agricultural produce is exempted. Agricultural extension services. Sir, what is agricultural extension services? When I say agricultural extension services, which means these are providing training to the farmers, how they can make use of the new technology, how they can protect their crop from calamities. So some training will be provided to the farmers. So if someone is providing the services of providing training to the farmers to use the new technologies, new irrigational facilities, that we call it as agricultural extension services. Even those services are also exempted. And even services provided by Agricultural Produce Market Committee, APMC, Agricultural Produce Market Committees will be there to regulate the prices of the agricultural produce. Services provided by way of agricultural this APMC or services provided by commission agent for sale or purchase of agricultural produce, even those services are also exempted. So 2 points I have embedded here. Number 1, services provided by APMC. Similarly, services provided by commission agent for sale or purchase of agricultural produce, even those activities are also exempted. So all these activities relating to agriculture are exempted. Few more exemptions are also there. Services by way of loading, unloading, packing, storaging or warehousing of rice. I told rice is not an agricultural produce, but still rice is one of the essential product. Even though not an agricultural produce, it is an essential product now. So that's why what the government has told is when it comes to rice, if someone is providing the services of loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of the rice, government told we don't want GST on it, we will exempt it. Similarly, services by way of warehousing of minor agricultural produce. When I say minor forest produce, sorry. So minor forest produce means a tamarind. So these kind of things will come under tendu leaves. So these will come under minor forest produce. Warehousing of minor forest produce is also exempted. If I am doing warehousing of sandalwood, not exempted. Sandalwood is not a minor forest produce. So warehousing of only minor forest produce is also exempted. Services by way of storage or warehousing of cereals, pulses, fruits and vegetables, that is also exempted. And also services relating to this we have already covered. Entry number 54 I have already covered. So these are the various agricultural activities. Few more things are also there. Carrying out an intermediate production process as a job work in relation to cultivation of plants, rearing of all life forms of animals except the rearing of horses for food, fiber, fuel. Nothing but when it comes to this agricultural plants or rearing of all form of animals except horses, if someone is providing job work services, on the agricultural produce or in relation to rearing of animals and all, even that job work services relating to that agricultural produce or rearing of animals other than horses is also exempted. Next one, services by way of preconditioning, pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packaging, labeling of the fruits. On apples you will be able to find the labels, no? And vegetables which do not change or alter the essential characteristics is also exempted. See, nothing but these are the activities specifically we do it for fruits and vegetables. Even those activities are also exempted. And also services by way of artificial insemination of livestock other than horses. If someone is doing the services of artificial insemination of horses, taxable. Other than horses, for any other animal, if any artificial insemination is happening, then it will be exempted. Understood, everybody? And one point, this is very important, custom milling of paddy into rice. This activity is not exempted. Why? Because when you are converting, when you are doing some milling of paddy and from that rice is getting generated, it is changing the essential characteristic of the product. So that is not an agricultural activity. That activity will not be exempted. Those activities will be taxable. Understood? This is one important specific point. Why? Because repeatedly they tested in the examination. That's why I have mentioned it specifically. Understood, everybody? Guys, I know I'm a bit fast while I'm explaining this, because each category of service we can, if I have to explain in a detailed manner, each category of service will take an hour. If you remember in our regular classes, when I have taught you the regular classes, if you have remembered charitable and religious activities, I have taught you close to 2 hours. Agricultural services, I have taught this particular category of services close to 1.5 hours. That too when I explain it with a limited number of examples. So the scope of exemptions is very huge. Don't expect me to go into detail and cover each and every point, meaning of what is this artificial insemination, what do you mean by ripening, what do you mean by pruning, cutting, all this I can't go and explain. Just I can tell you the terms, these activities are exempted. Understood? So these are the exemptions relating to agricultural activities, agricultural related services. These are actually exempted. Understood? So two categories of exemptions we are done: charitable and religious activities and agricultural related services. Let us now go ahead and try to understand some other categories of exemptions. So coming to the next category of services, educational services. See, I will explain the gist of educational services. First thing, they say the services provided by educational institutions are exempted. Some services provided to educational institutions are also exempted. Sir, which outward supplies of educational institutions are exempted? Which inward supplies to educational institutions are exempted? I will try to explain it. Don't worry, I will talk about it. But first we should know which entities actually fall under educational institutions definition. Which activity falls under educational institutions, which entity falls under educational institution, that we have to understand. For example, I am providing CA inter coaching classes. I am providing coaching? No. I am also educating the students. Will I come under educational institution? The answer is no. So first we have to understand what actually falls under the definition of educational institution. We need to understand that first. So first we will try to understand which institutes fall under educational institutions. Educational institution means an institution providing services by way of preschool education and education up to higher secondary school are equivalent. Nothing but there is a school which is providing the education from preschool, from nursery till class 12. That institutes will fall under educational institutions. Basically, schools and colleges will come here. Similarly, if an institution providing services by way of education as a part of curriculum for obtaining a qualification recognized by any law for the time being in force. For example, there is a degree college which is providing the qualification of BCom. Students who read in that college, after their qualification, they get a BCom certificate recognized by law. There is an engineering college which is providing BTech services. There is a college which is providing MBA degree. These are all the qualifications recognized by law. If an institute is providing education in relation to a qualification which is recognized by any law for the time being in force, like BCom, BTech, MBA, those colleges also will be exempted. Degree colleges, BTech colleges, etc. Sorry, those institutes also will fall under educational institutions. Education as a part of approved vocational education course. Sir, what is this approved vocational education course? There will be ITIs, modular skill develop, modular employable program. Like specifically, if I have to show you, if you go to exemptions chapter on. Yeah, here we'll be able to find it. Sir, what will fall under approved vocational education courses? A course run by ITI, Industrial Training Institute, or ITC, Industrial Training Centers. Those will actually form part of vocational education courses. Similarly, a modular employable skill program. So often you hear it, ITI, ITC, modular employable skill program. That means they offer the skills in order to create livelihood for the people. Like they provide the services relating to, they provide education relating to small professions like electrician, plumbing. So these kind of services they will provide. This kind of education they provide. Those institutes we call, those kind of trainings we call them as approved vocational education courses. Only those educational institutes which are offering education in these areas, they will only be recognized as educational institutions. Now let us come to CA coaching institutes. Assume there is a CA coaching institute. So take ourselves only. We are providing classes for CA inter. If you learn from our institute, do we give any certificate to you? Will we give CA certificate? No, right? It is just a what? Coaching institute. It is not an education. It's not an education institution. Similarly, training, NEET coaching institutes, MSET coaching institutes, IIT JEE coaching institutes, will they fall under educational institutions category? No. Why? Because if you read there, you will not get any degree. That institute will not give you any degree. Hey, if you take the classes from us, will we give the CA certificate to you? No, right? So like CA coaching centers, or you take this IIT, JEE, NEET training institutes, these are not educational institutes. These are not educational institutes. These are actually coaching centers. Their services will not be exempted. So when I say educational institute, only three kinds of institutes will fall here. Those institutes which provide education from preschool education up to class 12. Or those institutes which provide education relating to qualification recognized by law, like BCom, BTech, MBA, etc. And education which is approved vocational education course, like private, like ITIs, ITCs, and also modular skill generation program. So these kind of educational services, if any entity is providing, those only will fall under educational institutions, and exempted will be there only for those educational institutions. For CA coaching center, for NEET training center, IIT JEE coaching center, for them exemptions will not be there. Now let us try to understand which services are exempted. See, when it comes to outward supplies of the educational institutions, whatever services which are provided by educational institutions to its student, faculty, staff, every service provided by educational institution to its students, to its faculty, to its staff, everything is exempted. Everything is exempted. Sir, educational institution is providing education, and for that they are charging fees, sir, tuition fees, exempted. Sir, they are providing transportation to the students, faculty and staff, bus fees they are collecting, exempted. They are providing food to the students, faculty and staff, and they are collecting mess fees, exempted. They are providing hostel facilities to the students, faculty and staff, collecting the hostel fees, exempted. So any service provided by educational institution to its students, faculty and staff, any service, any outward service provided by educational institution to its students, faculty and staff are always exempted. Similarly, services provided by way of conduct of entrance examination against consideration in the form of entrance fees. See, if any educational institution is conducting an entrance examination, see for example, take for example Loyola Public School. See, in Loyola Public School, if you want to get an admission, students have to write an exam. If the student has to write an exam, for that examination fees, assume they will collect some 2,000 rupees. Every year, assume some 1,000 students are writing the examination. 1,000 students into 2,000 rupees of entrance fees, which will be totally 20 lakh rupees. Totally how much? 20 lakh rupees of entrance fees they will collect for conducting entrance examination. That is also exempted. That is also exempted. So outward services supplied by or provided by educational institution to its students, faculty, staff, exempted. And similarly, services provided by educational institution by way of conduct of entrance examination against consideration in the form of entrance fees, that is also exempted. That is also exempted. Now few more things I want to talk about it here. See, if you pay attention, there will be BTech colleges. BTech college, engineering colleges will be there. See, engineering colleges will conduct this campus placement. Campus placement. For example, TCS company want to participate in the campus placement. In order to allow the company to participate in the campus placement, they are providing the services to the TCS company, and TCS company will pay some consideration. For example, some engineering colleges they are conducting campus placement. If any company wants to participate in that campus placement, they have to pay some fees to the college. Here, engineering college is providing services to that prospective employer. They are coming to recruit the people. So assume that in order to participate in that campus placement, TCS company paid 1 lakh rupees fees to that engineering college. Exempted or taxable? Taxable. Taxable. Why? Because this is not a service provided to its students. This is not a service provided to the faculty. This is not a service provided to the staff. So they are providing services to the companies so that they allow the companies to come to their premises and recruit the people. So services not provided to the faculty, students and staff to an outsider, those services will not be exempted, those services will be taxable. Able to understand? So when it comes to educational institutions, services provided only to students, faculty and staff are exempted, and conducting of entrance examination in return for consideration in the form of entrance fees, that is also exempted. Okay, so this is what outward supplies, exemption relating to outward supplies. Now let us talk about exemptions given to inward supplies. See, there are 5 kinds of inward services which are specified. There are 5 kinds of inward services of educational institution. What are they? Transportation. Someone is providing the services to the educational institution for transportation of students, faculty, staff. So assume I have a bus. I agreed with the educational institution, sir, I will provide transportation of your students. So I am providing services to the educational institution. That is an inward service. Similarly, one more activity, catering services. Educational institution is receiving catering services. Or they might receive security, cleaning or housekeeping services, inward services. Services relating to admission or conduct of examination. For example, an education institution wants to conduct an exam. They have asked one person to set the question paper. For example, some institute is conducting, for example, some BCom college is conducting examination. They approached me and asked me to prepare the question paper for them. So I am providing the services to an educational institution in relation to conducting of an examination. And one more service is supply of online educational journals or periodicals. So when it comes to inward services to the educational institutions, they talk about 5 services. What 5 inward services they will talk about? Number 1, transportation. Number 2, catering. Number 3, security. Then we have conduct of examination, services relating to conduct of examination, and online journals and publications. So these are the 5 services which we are going to talk about. See, when it comes to educational institution which is providing education from preschool up to class 12 schools. So from nursery till class 12, if an educational institution is providing the education, nothing but the first category of educational institution. So when it comes to this kind of educational institution, 4 inward services are exempted. Which 4 inward services are exempted? If someone is providing transportation services to an educational institution which is providing education up to class 12, exempted, no need to pay the tax. If an educational institution which is providing education up to class 12, if it is receiving catering services, that is also exempted. On that also no GST. If a school is receiving security or housekeeping or cleaning services, exempted. Similarly, if a school is receiving the services relating to conduct of examination, that is also exempted. However, supply of online educational journals and periodicals, these are not exempted. These inward supplies provided to the schools or colleges providing education up to class 12, these activities will be taxable. These inward services will be taxable. So I will call it as category 1 education institution, category 2 education institution, category 3. So when it comes to category 1 education institution, out of 5 input services, 4 input services are exempted. What are they? Transportation, catering, security, cleaning, housekeeping, and services relating to conduct of an examination. If someone has provided services of online education journals or periodicals to category 1 kind of education institutions, that inward services are not exempted. On that GST has to be collected. On that GST will be collected by the supplier. This is what when it comes to category 1 educational institution. When it comes to category 2, sir, what is category 2? BCom colleges, BTech colleges, MBA colleges. When it comes to these category 2 educational institutions, only 2 input services are exempted. What are they? Services relating to conduct of an examination, supply of online education journals or periodicals. Only these 2 services or these 2 inward supplies to category 2 educational institutions are exempted. The balance 3 inward supplies will be taxable. Now, when it comes to category 3 educational institution, what is category 3 educational institution? Services, educational services relating to approved occasional education course like ITI, ITC, etc. When it comes to these educational institutions, only 1 inward service is exempted. If someone is providing the services relating to conduct of examination, only that inward supply is exempted. Balance all 4 inward services will be taxable. Understood? So which inward supplies provided to educational institutions will be exempted, which will be taxable? That depends on what is the category of the educational institution. So I have summarized it here. You can use this chart. These charts will be shared with you. Don't worry. So please use this chart to understand which kind of inward services are exempted for which kind of education institution. Once again, I am repeating. When it comes to category 1 education institution, what is category 1 educational institution? Which is providing education from preschool up to class 12. 4 input services are exempted. transportation, catering, security, admission or conduct of an examination. When it comes to category 2 education institution, what is category 2 education institution? Which is providing a education relating to qualification required by law. Two inward services will be exempted. What are they? Services relating to conduct of an examination, supply of online education journals or periodicals. When it comes to category 3 educational institution, which is providing education relating to approved occasional education course, only one input service is exempted, services relating to conduct of an examination. Understood? So use this chart in order to have a quick revision. Clear everybody? So this is what summary of exemptions relating to educational activities. Now let us talk about healthcare services. See, healthcare is also important. No, healthcare is very important for the person's survival. So if the government start collecting GST on healthcare services also, then also it will become, medical facilities will become costly. A common man will face burden. So that's why what the government told is certain kind of healthcare services also we will exempt. Let us see what kind of healthcare services are exempted. So healthcare services by a clinical establishment. Sir, what is clinical establishment? Hospitals generally. Even pathological labs also will fall under clinical establishments only. Labs will be there, no, diagnostic center labs will be there. Those entities also will fall under clinical establishments. So services provided by a clinical establishment or an authorized medical practitioner, nothing but doctors, or paramedics. Paramedics means there's a nurse, physiotherapist, they will fall under paramedics. The services provided by these people. Healthcare services provided by clinical establishment, which includes even diagnostic center and pathological labs. Services provided by an authorized medical practitioner or services provided by paramedics. Healthcare services, those will be exempted. See, first we need to understand, sir, which activity will fall under healthcare services. Which activity will fall under healthcare services? Which activity we can call it as healthcare services? Let us see. So what will fall under healthcare services? Healthcare services means any service by way of diagnosis. Diagnosis means what? Finding the problem. And treatment. You are either finding the disease or you are treating the disease. Or you are caring for illness, injury, deformity, abnormality, pregnancy in any recognized system of medicine in India. So healthcare services means the services by way of identifying a disease, treating a disease, or taking care of illness relating to any injury, deformity, abnormality, pregnancy in any recognized system of medicine. Sir, what is recognized? Which systems of medicine are recognized in India? See, these are only recognized systems of medicines in India. What are they? Allopathy, nothing but English medicine, whatever we use. Yoga is also a recognized system of medicine. Naturopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani, or any other system of medicine that may be recognized by central government. Okay. See, when someone has provided services relating to these medical systems, then only exemption. So now, for example, if someone is treating a disease by doing some puja or by doing some black magic, is that a recognized system of medicine in India? No, those services will not be exempted. Only these are the recognized systems of medicine in India. So if someone is treating some illness, injury, abnormality, pregnancy using these systems, using these medical systems like allopathy, yoga, naturopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani, or any other system of medicine which is recognized by central government. Only in this recognized system of medicine, if healthcare services are provided, those only will be exempted. So activity will fall under healthcare services is this. Next, including services by way of transportation of the patient to and from a clinical establishment. For example, an hospital is providing the services to bring the patient from their homes and also for dropping the patients at their home. So transportation of the patient, these activities also will fall under healthcare services. However, healthcare services does not include hair transplant surgery, cosmetic or plastic surgery. These activities will not fall under healthcare services. These are beauty treatments, no. So this will not fall under healthcare services unless except were undertaken to restore or to reconstruct anatomy or functions of body affected due to congenital defects, development abnormalities, injury or trauma. For example, some people's a person as a part of accident, his nose was broken. His nose was somewhat damaged. Now doctors performed plastic surgery to fix that nose which was damaged by way of accident. Then it will form part of healthcare services. Or assume that some actor is there, she want to look more beautiful, that's why she undergone plastic surgery. That is not healthcare service. So plastic surgery, cosmetic surgery, if it is done to restore some abnormality as a part of injury, trauma, or develop, or by birth some people will have some abnormalities. To fix it, if plastic surgery is getting performed, then it is healthcare service. But for beauty purposes, if that activities are happening, hair transplant, cosmetic, plastic surgery, these activities will not be healthcare services. That means if an hospital, if a clinic is doing hair transplantation, taxable? Yes. If a clinic is doing cosmetic surgery or plastic surgery to make you look more beautiful, taxable. GST will be there. Understood? So these activities will fall under healthcare services, and these healthcare services, if provided by a clinical establishment like hospitals, labs, or by an authorized medical practitioner or by paramedics, then those services will be exempted. Understood, everybody? And however, see, one more thing also they have told here: services provided by clinical establishment by way of providing rooms where the room charges are more than 5,000 rupees per day to a person receiving healthcare services, then that services will be taxed. For example, a hospital will also give you room for the patient. If they are charging less than 5,000 rupees, less than or equal to 5,000 rupees, if the rent of the room in a hospital is less than or equal to 5,000 rupees per day, then it is exempted. Now, sometimes what will happen is today hospitals have become very advanced. They are providing luxurious rooms. It will look like a 5-star room. It will look like a 5-star room. So some big hospitals, they provide say 5-star facilities to the patients where they will charge per day 10,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees of rent. Then the government is telling that means you are enjoying luxury. You are not taking health care there. If you are enjoying 5-star amenities, then you can pay GST also, pay the GST. So if the services are provided by a clinical establishment by way of providing rooms where room charges are exceeding rupees 5,000 per day, then the healthcare services will not be exempted, then the GST will come. However, if the room is a ICU or critical care unit or intensive cardiac care unit or neonatal intensive care unit, if you are taking these kind of rooms, which rooms? ICU or critical care unit like CCU, ICCU or NICU, neonatal intensive care unit. See, if you are availing these rooms, obviously for this charges will be more than 5,000 rupees only. So if you are if a hospital is providing services of renting of these kind of rooms, ICU, CCU, ICCU, NICU, for these rooms, even if the consideration charged is more than 5,000 rupees, still GST will not be attracted, GST will be exempted. So apart from this ICU, CCU, ICCU and NICU, if for any other normal rooms will be there. Now after you are taken out from ICU, you will be kept in a normal rooms. For that room, if the rent charged is more than 5,000, then they will be taxable. However, if ICU, CCU, ICCU, NICU, these kind of rooms are given on rent, for that, even if the consideration is more than 5,000 rupees per day, that will be exempted from GST. On that, GST will not come. Understood? Next one. One more activity which is exempted: services provided by way of transportation of patient. Sir, this you have already told, no? You will say, sir, this is already healthcare service, no? But in first point I told healthcare services provided by clinical establishment. See, in the first activity, ambulance services provided by hospital will be exempted. Now, what some people will do is, some people will provide on their own, even though they don't have hospital. For example, they will have some cab or something. They have reserved that cab. They agreed. They are not hospital. There is an individual person. He is providing transportation of patients to and from the hospital. He is not a clinical establishment. Even if someone is not a clinical establishment, but still if they are providing the services of transportation of patient in an ambulance, those services are also exempted. So services provided by way of transportation of patient in an ambulance. Guys, when I say transportation of patient, that could happen not just by road, that could be by rail also, that could be by airways also, in whatever way. If the patient is getting transported, then that services will be exempted. Understood? Either by clinical establishment or other than clinical establishment, services relating to transportation of patients in an ambulance will be exempted. Understood, everybody? So this is what regarding healthcare services. Now I have explained that same thing in very detailed manner. This you can refer it on your own. This you please go through it once. So anyhow, okay, let me go through that only. Rent of rooms provided to inpatients exempted, but in one case it will be taxable. When the room rent is exceeding 5,000 rupees for other than CCU, ICU, etc., then it will be taxable. If the room rent is less than 5,000 rupees, then only exempted. Sir, services provided by senior doctors, consultants, technicians, everything is exempted. Amount charged by hospitals from the patients, exempted. Whatever amount the hospital is charging from the patients, exempted. Sir, food supplied to the patients, one simple thing you have to remember: if food is supplied to inpatients, exempted. If for example, if a patient gets admitted, he needs to follow some diet. So that's why what hospitals will do is they will provide food to the inpatients also, exempted. But if the hospital is running a canteen in which they offer food for attendants of the patients also, with patients attendants also will be there, for them they are providing the food in some canteen, those services will be taxable. Only food provided to inpatients is exempted. Food provided to the attendants etc who are not admitted into the hospital, for them if the food is getting provided, those activities will be taxable. Services other than healthcare services, those are taxable. Like for example, supply of services other than healthcare services, such as renting of shops. In the if you take some big hospitals, if you take multi-specialty hospitals, they will rent out to some shops like some pharmacy shops etc. That is not healthcare service, that is taxable. Similarly, they rent out auditoriums in the hospital, that is also taxable. So apart from healthcare services, if any other services are provided by a clinical establishment, those services will be subject to GST. Understood? So 4 categories of exemptions I have explained. What are they? Charitable activities, agricultural related activities, healthcare related activities, and education services. 4 categories of exemptions I have covered. I will cover one more category. 2 more categories I will cover. Transportation of passenger services, transportation of goods. This also I will cover. Quickly I will try to cover, guys. So when it comes to transportation of passengers, if the transportation of passengers is happening by rail, then if it is by way of metro, monorail, tramway, like in Mumbai there will be metro, if you go to Kolkata there will be tramway. So services provided to transportation of passengers in metro, monorail, and tramway, that is exempted. Sir, what about other than metro, monorail and tramway? Normal railways. What about those services? So if transportation of passengers is happening by way of railways in first class or AC, then it will be taxable. Other than first class and AC, if the transportation of passengers is happening by railways, then it will be exempted. So very simple logic, guys. If railways is providing transportation of passengers, the transportation of passengers provided through metro, monorail, tramway, always exempted. When it comes to other categories, other kind of railways, if it is first class or air conditioner, then it is taxable. If it is other than first class and air conditioner, then it will be exempted. Now, let us come to air. So when it comes to air traveling, if you are embarking or terminating, that means either you are boarding on the flight or you are getting down from the flight in any of these states, in any of these airports, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Sikkim, Tripura, Nagaland and Bagdodra in West Bengal. So either you are boarding from this place, from this airport, or you are departing at this airport. And if you are traveling by way of economy class, not business class, if you are traveling by way of economy class in a airways, either you are boarding your flight or you are landing from the flight in any of these places, then those services will be exempted. Similarly, services provided by way of air, by way of transportation of passengers to the central government, where embarking or terminating is taking place from RCS. So this is actually what is this? If I have to explain, it will take more time. So okay, let me take the freedom and explain it here. This one point I will explain, RCS related point. So passenger transportation services, quickly I will try to cover, guys, will not take much of a time. Yeah, see here, RCS. So services which are provided to the central government, that means some airline company is providing services to the central government by way of transportation of passengers with or without accompanied belongings, either from embarking or terminating at a RCS, regional connectivity scheme airport, against consideration in the form of viability gap funding. See, what actually they try to say here is, see, there are some remote airports in our country where the people's traveling passengers from that airports will be very low. For example, let me give you one simple example. Take for example Assam. Just I am giving you an example. Assam is anyhow covered in the special category state. No, let me take some other example. So what I was trying to say here is, see here anyhow Assam is covered. Let me take some another state. Which state we will take? Okay. Okay, guys, for example sake, anything we can use. For example, assume that there is one airport in Bihar. In the Bihar also some place not so well known. So in that place, assume that there is an airport. There is a airport. Here passenger flow is very low. So that's why what some airline companies started doing is they stopped operating flights through these locations. They stopped operating the flights to these locations. They have not they are not providing they are not running their flights through these airports. So that's why these airports are not running only. Why? Because like if you take Indigo Airlines is not showing any interest to run the flights from this location. So similarly, Air India is also not showing any interest in running the flights from this location. So that's why even though the government has built the airport here, but the airline service providers are not showing any interest. So that's why what the government has told is, dear airline companies, you do one thing. You provide, if someone is embarking or terminating at this airport, you provide, you offer the tickets at a very less price. You offer the tickets at very less price. For example, normally it will charge for a flight, for a flight ticket, they will charge 4,000 rupees. But what the government told is, dear Indigo Airlines, please run a flight from this remote location. You charge only 2,500. Why? Because if you charge less money, more people will show interest. Now the airline company will say, sir, you are telling, provide the transportation of passengers at a price of 2,500 rupees only, but our cost itself is very much higher, sir. Government told, don't worry. I am telling you, you run the flight from this location. What I will do is, whatever loss you are making, that we will compensate. Whatever loss you are making, that we will compensate. Normally, you will collect 4,000, no? You provide that passenger transportation at 2,500 rupees only. Balance 1,500 rupees we will give you as a consideration. So this is what we generally call it as RCS airports, which are very remote areas, which people will not show any interest. Float will be very less. So that's why airline companies are not showing any interest to run the flights from this location. So that's why what the government told is, you do one thing, you run the flights from this location at a very low price, but don't worry about the losses, we will compensate for you. So here an airline company is providing services to the central government by way of transportation of passengers who are either embarking or terminating at RCS facility. Even those services are also exempted. Government told, okay, we will give you exemption. Government is giving 1,500 per ticket as a consideration to that airline company, no? So government told, okay, on this also will not collect any GST. You please start providing services to this RCS also. That's it. So that's what I am telling you here. Services provided by way of transportation of passengers, which is provided to central government who are embarking or terminating at an RCS. However, this exemption will be available only for 3 years from the date of commencement of operation at RCS airport. From the date of commencement of that RCS airport, up to 3 years only this exemption will be provided. After 3 years, even those services also will be taxed. Next one. So this is regarding airways. Now let us come to water. Transportation of passengers by way of water. See, if transportation of passengers is happening by way of inland waterways, exempted. If the transportation of passengers is happening by way of inland waterways, always exempted. However, if the transportation of passenger is happening by way of vessel between places in India, guys, what is inland waterways? Assume this is a India coastal border. Now inside India also we have some rivers. Yes or no? This we call it as inland waterways. Transportation of passengers happening by way of inland waterways, always exempted. However, if the transportation of passengers is happening in a vessel, assume that here there is Chennai. So here there is some other location. Assume there is a Vizag location. From here to here in the ocean, there is a ship going. Now this ship is providing transportation of passengers. When it comes to transportation of passengers in a vessel between the places in India, they are not talking about inland waterways. Inland waterways always exempted. Now what about this ship, sir? This ship is providing transportation of passengers. If it is for public transport, exempted. If it is for public transport, then it is exempted. If it is for tourism purposes, cruise ship is there. It is going from Chennai to Vizag with cruise facilities. Tourism, then it will be taxable. Very simple, guys. Transportation of passengers by way of water, when it is provided through inland waterways, always exempted. When it comes to transportation of passengers by a vessel between the places in India, if it is for public transport, then it is exempted. If it is for tourism purposes, then it will be taxable. Able to understand, everybody? So this is what relating to transportation of passengers by way of water. Then let us come to road. Transportation of passengers by way of road. If the transportation of passengers is happening by way of contract carriage, and if the contract carriage is AC contract carriage, then it will be taxable. Sir, if it is non-AC contract carriage, sir, but however, even though it is non-AC contract carriage, you are using it for tourism purposes, you are using it for conductor tour, or you are using it for charter or hire, these services will be taxable. However, if the contract carriage is a non-AC contract carriage, and you are not using it for tourism purposes, you are not using it for conducted tour, you are not even using it on charter or hire, in that cases it will be exempted. In that cases it will be exempted. So this is what regarding contract carriage. Now what about stage carrier, sir? Stage carrier means generally buses and all will come here. So when it comes to stage carrier, if the transportation of passengers is happening by way of stage carrier, and if the stage carrier is air conditioned, then it will be taxable. If it is non-air conditioned, it will be exempt. If it is non-air conditioned, it will be exempt. So radio taxi, the transportation of passengers happening by way of radio taxi, always taxable. Air conditioned, not air conditioned, doesn't matter, always taxable. When it comes to services provided by way of transportation of passengers by way of metered cabs or auto rickshaws, including e-rickshaws, that is also exempted. So very simple guys here. If the transportation of passengers is happening by way of contract carriage, if it is air conditioned, taxable. If it is non-air conditioned, but still if it is getting used for tourism, conducted tour, charter or hire, then taxable. If it is getting used for other purposes, exempted. When it comes to stage carrier, if it is air conditioned, taxable. If it is non-air conditioned, it will be exempted. If it is a radio taxi, always taxable. Metered cabs or auto rickshaws, it is exempted. But if you pay carefully attention here, there is one star mark. See, what is the star mark is? See, generally I told these services are exempted. But however, if these services are getting provided through an e-commerce operator, then that services will be taxable. Like I told, metered cabs or auto rickshaw. See, if an auto rickshaw is providing transportation of passengers, generally exempted. But if you book that auto rickshaw by using Ola, that means the transportation of passengers by way of auto rickshaw is provided through e-commerce operator, then those services will be taxable. So whatever star mark I have given, generally those are exempted. See, star mark is there only where it is exempted. But if any of this activity is getting provided through a e-commerce operator, then they will be taxable. Understood everybody? So this is what regarding transportation of passengers. So if you want to know more about what is contract carriage, if you have listened to the classes, you already will get the clarity. What is stage carrier, what is contract carriage, these differences you all want to know, read the chapter once. But however, don't worry, they will say clearly in the question whether it is a contract carriage, whether it is a stage carrier, they will tell you clearly in the question. You need not do much more level of interpretations. So this is what exemptions relating to transportation of passengers. Now let us talk about transportation of goods. Even when it comes to transportation of goods also, there are some exemptions. See, if the transportation of goods is happening by way of air, taxable. If you are receiving services relating to transportation of goods by way of air, then it is always taxable. When it comes to rail, so generally rails, if you are making a transportation of goods by way of rail, that is taxable. But however, through railways, if you are moving these items, if the transportation is happening for these products through rail, then it will be exempted. If any other goods are getting transported through the rail, then it will be taxed. Only if these items are getting moved by way of rail, then it will be exempted. What are they? Relief materials, agricultural produce, newspapers, magazines, recognized defense or military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt and food grain. If you arrange it in one order, you can remember it by way of a mnemonic, which is random. So if the goods which are getting transported by rail includes any of these activities, fall under any of this category, then exempted. If any other goods are getting transported through rail, they will be taxable. Understood? Now, when it comes to transportation of goods by way of water, if the transportation of goods is happening by way of inland waterways, exempted. When it comes to vessels between the places in India of following items, like these 6 items, these random items, if in a vessel, see if you are transporting the goods by inland waterways, always exempted. When it comes to transportation of goods in a vessel, like ocean line, for example, from Chennai to, I have used this example here, no? So from Chennai to Vizag, you are moving the goods in a vessel through ocean. So now when it comes to that case, if the items which are getting transported falls under these items, then it is exempted. If it is any other item, then it will be taxable. Able to understand everybody? Inland waterways, all transportation of goods is exempted. But when it comes to vessel between places in India, when the products fall under any of the 6 categories, random here, these 6 categories, then it is exempted. If it falls under any other category, then it will be taxable. Now let us talk about transportation of goods by way of road. So when it comes to transportation of goods by way of road, transportation of goods by way of courier agency, like we have Blue Dart, and also we have DTDC courier. Transportation of goods by way of courier is always taxable. It is always taxable. No exemption is there here. Now let us talk about few more things. When it comes to individual trucks, if you are transporting the goods by way of individual truck or tempo, it is not a transport agency. For example, there is a truck, there is some tempo which is going on the road. So you stopped that tempo, you hired him, you told him, boss, please move the goods from my location to another location. So if the transportation of goods is happening by way of individual truck or tempo, not a good transport agency, individual truck or tempo, if you are receiving the services of transportation of goods, no GST on that. So transportation of goods by way of individual trucks or tempo exempted. And even transportation of goods in relation to transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, that is also exempted. Transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan is also exempted. Sir, what is transit cargo? See, we have India here. See, Nepal and Bhutan are there. For Nepal and Bhutan, they don't have any coastal line. They don't have any coastal line. See, if they have to import any goods by waterways, what has to happen is, first they have to come to India. Now from India, by road, they have to go to Nepal or Bhutan. So this we call it as transit cargo. So transit cargo to Nepal or Bhutan. So if the transportation of goods by road is happening in relation to transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, that is also exempted. Now we are left with one more category, transportation of goods done by a GTA, Goods Transport Agency. So when the transportation of goods is initiated or transportation of goods services is getting provided by a goods transport agency, then what about exemptions? Let us see. See, transportation of goods is happening by way of road and goods transport agency is doing it, but the goods which are getting transported falls under random category. What is random category? These 6 items. If these goods are getting transported through a goods transport agency, exempted, no GST. Sir, goods are getting transported, but the service recipient, whoever is receiving that transportation of goods services, is a department or entity, department or establishment of central government, state government, union territory, local authority or government authority, which has been established exclusively, which has taken registration to deduct tax. If the recipient falls under this category, services provider is GTA, but the recipient is department or establishment of central government, state government, union territory, local authority or government authority who have taken registration to deduct TDS under section number 51. Then also those services exempted. If the recipient falls under any of this category, exempted. Next, sir, GTA is providing services. Service recipient is a registered person, sir, including a CTP. Those services are taxable, and in this case, RCM will become applicable. This I have already covered in the charge of GST chapter. So GTA is providing services to already registered person, including a casual taxable person. Those services are taxable. RCM will become applicable. Similarly, GTA is providing services to unregistered person, but unregistered person falls under a factory registered under Factories Act, a society registered under Societies Registration Act, a cooperative society, body corporate, partnership firm, association of persons, or including LLP also. See, if the recipient of GTA falls under these category, even though they are unregistered, I have told here RCM will become applicable. These people have to take the registration now and pay the GST. Yes or no? If you are already registered, you will pay tax under reverse charge mechanism. If you are receiving GTA services, you fall under any of this category. Currently, you are not registered. But now what you should do, since you become liable to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism, these people will take the registration now and pay the GST under reverse charge mechanism. Understood, everybody? Sir, GTA service provider is providing services to other than registered person, to other than any of these people. So services provided to others other than 1 and 2. When I say other than 1 and 2, the recipient is neither a registered person. The recipient also does not fall under any of this category. Then those services are exempted. So this is what the status of exemption related to transportation of goods by a goods transport agency. Understood, everybody? So I know I have taken the things in a very quicker way, but this is what only I can do. I can't explain the exemptions chapter in a very detailed manner, but simply if you refer to this chart also, that will act as a good revision for this. Now we will be taking up the next chapter for revision, and the chapter which we are going to revise now is the place of supply. So this is one of the most important chapter from the examination perspective, very conceptual, very interesting chapter also. And I want to give you a caution here. This chapter, place of supply, is not actually there under old scheme. This is the chapter which has been newly added under the new scheme syllabus. So the chances are high you are going to get a significant amount of questions from this particular chapter, since it is very conceptual, since it is also newly added under new scheme. And one more thing, I would like to give you one more information before I proceed any further. See, the concept of place of supply is actually very vast. There are so many interrelated provisions. There is so many sections of the IGST Act are there which are actually dealing about the place of supply. So place of supply is in itself a very bigger concept. But at the CA inter level, we don't have complete place of supply as a part of our syllabus. At the CA inter GST paper, you will not be tested at a very advanced level. At the CA inter level, when it comes to the place of supply chapter, we are actually learning very basic things we are going to learn. So all the advanced content relating to place of supply will be forming part of CA final. There we will learn. At the CA final, we will come to know about, I will teach you in a detailed manner what exactly is this place of supply in a detailed way. But at the CA inter level, we actually have only 2 sections which are talking about the place of supply. If we learn that 2 sections, if we understand the concept of the 2 sections, that itself will be enough for our CA inter examination. So place of supply, yes, it is a complicated, but all the complexity is not there at the CA inter level. All that complexity will be there at the CA final level. At the CA inter level, discussion is going to be relatively easier. So having said this, now I will start revising the content from this chapter. First of all, what is the scope of this chapter? What exactly we are going to learn? See, till now, in all other various chapters, whatever we have discussed, we have actually read a few sections of the CGST Act. Like you take supply chapter, you take registration chapter, you take composition levy, you take charge of GST, you take registration. So in all the chapters, whatever sections we have learned, those are actually the sections of the CGST Act. But in this particular chapter, in the chapter place of supply, we are not actually learning the sections of the CGST Act. We are actually learning a few sections of the IGST Act. And what are those sections of the IGST Act which are actually dealing about the place of supply? So in the IGST Act, from section 10 till section number 14, these are the sections which are talking about the place of supply, how to determine the place of supply. So those discussion has been given under IGST Act, and from section number 10 till section number 14, these are the sections of the IGST Act which are dealing about the place of supply. But are we learning all the sections at the CA inter level? No, we are not going to learn all the sections at the CA inter level. We are only going to learn section number 10 and section number 12. At the CA inter level, our discussion is only restricted to 2 sections. Section 10 of the IGST Act, which is talking about how to determine the place of supply in case of supply of goods, and that too other than imports and exports. So section 10 talks about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of goods, and that also it is not talking about how to determine place of supply in case of imports and exports. In case of imports and exports of goods, place of supply will be decided as per section 11. That is not there as a part of our CA inter level. That is something which we will discuss at the CA final level. Similarly, section 12 is there. Section 12 is also going to talk about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of services, here also other than imports and exports. So section 12 is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of services, and this particular section number 12 is also not going to talk about imports and exports. Sir, how to determine place of supply in case of export or import of services, that is covered under section 13, once again which will be discussed at the CA final level. Then we have section 14, which is talking about online information data access and retrieval services, OIDAR services and place of supply related matters. That is also something which we'll discuss at the CA final level. So at the CA inter level, we are only going to talk about 2 things, section 10 and section 12 of IGST Act. Section 10 talks about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of goods other than imports and exports. Section number 12 is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of services other than imports and exports. First of all, we have to understand why this place of supply is very important. Why this place of supply is very important. Guys, if you remember from the beginning, whatever discussion we had till now, if we bring that into the chain of the GST, like first of all, in order to charge GST, there should be supply. There should be supply. Supply of what should be there? Supply of goods or services should happen. Supply of goods and services should happen. That is the taxable event actually. So whenever supply of goods or services is happening, and if it is falling under section 7 of the CGST Act, yes, then it will be treated as supply. Then GST will be levied. But it will be collected only when the goods are supplied by registered person. So supplier should be registered person, and he should be making supply of goods or services. Then only he will collect the GST. Then only it will be imposed. Levy will come when supply of goods or services is happening, but the GST will be collected only when the supply is made by registered person. And however, this registered person, if the supply of goods or services, if the goods or services are falling under exemption category, if the goods are falling under exemption category, then the registered person will not collect GST. In this case, no GST will be there. So supply of goods should happen or supply of services should happen. Those goods and services should not have been fallen under exemption. Then the registered person will collect GST. So take for example, there is a supplier. he is making supply of goods or services. These goods and services are not falling under exemption. These goods and services are not falling under exemption. There is no exemption here. So that means GST will be levied here. And this person is a registered person. The supplier is a registered person. So he's making the supply of goods or services which are not falling under exemption category. And the supplier is a registered person. So whatever supply he is making, on that GST he has to collect. On that GST he has to collect. But sir, but which GST will be collected? Will CGST as GST will be collected or IGST will be collected? This is a bigger question. Okay, sir, registered person is there. He is making supply of goods or services and he's a registered person. Those goods and services are not falling under exemption category. So on this supply, the registered person is required to collect the GST from the recipient, pay it to the government. Okay, agreed. But which GST he has to collect? Will he collect a CGST as GST or will he collect IGST? So as we all know, will he collect a CGST as GST or will he collect IGST? That depends on whether the supply is a intra-state supply or whether the supply is a interstate supply. So if the supply is a intra-state supply, then CGST as GST will be collected. If the supply is a interstate supply, then IGST will be collected. Any doubt till here? This is not something which I am teaching you now. This is something which you already know in the basics. So if the supply is a intrastate supply, then CGST as GST will be collected. In case if the supply is a interstate supply, then IGST will be collected. Sir, how to determine whether the supply is a intrastate supply or whether the supply is a interstate supply? How to determine it? So the conditions given under GST Act are, we call a supply as intrastate supply if the location of the supplier and place of supply are within same state or union territory, then we call it as an intrastate supply. However, if the location of the supplier and the place of supply are in two different states or two different union territories or in one state and one union territory, then we call it as interstate supply. So in order to determine whether CGST has to be collected, SGST has to be collected or IGST has to be collected, we have to determine what kind of supply it is. And one of the most important factor in determining whether the supply is an interstate supply, whether the supply is an intrastate supply, in determining that, one of the crucial factor is place of supply. One of the crucial factor is what? Place of supply. So unless and until we don't know how to determine place of supply, unless and until we know how to determine place of supply, we will not be in a position to determine whether the supply is interstate and intrastate. If you are unable to determine that, you will not be able to decide which GST has to be collected. Then it is going to make you land you in the. So that's why place of supply is very, very important, damn important. It is one of the fundamental concept. If you don't know how to determine, if you don't know what is the place of supply, you will altogether get confused which GST has to be collected. So that's why from the fundamental perspective, it is going to be damn important. Able to understand? So that's what even I have written here. That's what even the chart which has been given here. So why place of supply is important? This also they might ask you a question. Why place of supply is important? So you have to write this, whatever explanation I have summarized in the form of a chat, that you have to elaborate it. Clear everybody? So that's why we are learning place of supply. So one thing got clear. So why place of supply is important? That question has been answered. So now what we should do? First what we will do is we will discuss how to determine place of supply in case of goods, that too other than imports and exports. First we'll be discussing how to determine place of supply in case of goods, that too other than imports and exports, and that is actually discussed by section 10. So section 10 talks about how to determine place of supply in case of goods other than imports and exports. So in that also we have 10 subsection 1. In the 10 subsection 1, various clauses are there. Each clause is talking about different kinds of supply of goods and how to determine place of supply in different circumstances. So we'll take up each clause at a time and we'll try to understand it. Okay, so let us begin our discussion with 10 subsection 1 clause A. So 10 subsection 1 clause A talks about how to determine place of supply when supply involves movement of the goods. When supply involves movement of the goods, when goods are required to be moved from one place to another place, either that movement can be caused by the supplier or that movement can be caused by the recipient. For example, I am selling machinery or I am selling mobile phones. So a customer has, a person has came to me. I'm a wholesaler of mobile phones. One day a retailer has came to me. He ordered for 1,000 mobile phones. Now these 1,000 mobile phones are required to be moved from my premises to the recipient's premises. Either that movement can be caused by me as a supplier, I am making that movement, or receiver himself is causing the movement, or he is only coming purchasing and he is only making the movement of the goods. Whatever it is, supply of goods is happening which involves movement of the goods. So in case if the supply of goods is happening which involves the movement of the goods, in that case what is the place of supply? 10 subsection 1 clause A says that in those cases the place of supply will be the location at the time at which the movement of the goods terminates. Very, very important. The location at which the movement of the goods terminates for delivery to the recipient. That means the place at which the movement is coming to an end, the place at which the movement is getting terminated, the place at which the movement is getting stopped, that nothing but ending point of the movement of the goods, that will be determined as place of supply. That will be determined as place of supply. So let me give you an example to make you understand. Take for example, I am a supplier. I am located in Karnataka. One day a recipient came to me. This recipient is actually located at Hyderabad location. So he came to me, he bought the goods. Okay, this goods involves movement of the goods. Now I have loaded all the goods on the truck. So this truck has started movement. So now the goods are in movement. Sir, where the movement of the good is coming to end? The movement of the good is coming to an end. That means where the movement of the goods will stop? The movement of the goods will stop at Hyderabad location at the recipient's place of business. At the recipient's place of business, the truck will stop. There the movement will end. So the location at which the movement is getting terminated, it is at Hyderabad location. So now the place of supply in this case will be Hyderabad location. Nothing but Telangana. Telangana will be the place of supply. So location of supplier is Karnataka, place of supply is Telangana. So both are falling in two different states and union territory. Both are falling in two different states. This will be an interstate supply, and what will be levied? IGST will be levied. Able to understand, everybody? So that is what 10 subsection 1 clause A is saying, how to determine place of supply in case if the supply involves movement of goods. Everybody able to understand? Let us now try to understand the next clause of 10 subsection 1. So 10 subsection 1 clause B, which is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in case of bill to ship to transaction. So like we have seen, 10 subsection 1 clause 8 is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of goods which involves movement of the goods. Similarly, 10 subsection 1 clause B is talking about a special case which is telling us how to determine place of supply in case of bill to ship to transaction. See, for this, first we need to understand what is bill to ship to transaction. So here I have given the example here. Take for example, Mr. A, he is a supplier. He is making supply of some goods. So Mr. B is a recipient. So he places an order from Mr. A. He is placing an order. He places an order. But what Mr. B recipient is telling is, so for example, this person has placed order. For example, he placed an order for 1 lakh quantity of the goods. But what this person Mr. B is telling is, okay, I placed the order, but you please deliver the goods to Mr. C. But you please deliver the goods to Mr. C. Maybe first Mr. B placed an order from Mr. A. In the meantime, Mr. C is the customer of Mr. B. He placed an order with Mr. B. So now what Mr. B told is, you do one thing, I am placing the order with you. You don't deliver the goods to me. You directly deliver the goods to Mr. C. So in this case, A will give invoice to Mr. B. That means billing is happening to Mr. B, whereas shipping is happening to Mr. C. So this kind of transaction, we call it as bill to ship to transaction. And if you pay close attention here, there are two transactions involved. One transaction is taking place between Mr. A to Mr. B. And another transaction is taking place between Mr. B to Mr. C. So in case of A and B, Mr. A is a supplier, Mr. B is a recipient. And Mr. B is a supplier, Mr. C is a recipient. Two transactions are there here. So now if you see here, it is a case of supply of goods which is involving movement. So if we go by 10 subsection 1 clause A, in case of supply of goods, in case of which involves movement, the place of supply will be the place at which the movement of goods terminates. But that rule doesn't apply here. Why? Because 10 subsection 1 clause B is a special scenario which is talking only about bill to ship to transaction. This is a specific clause. So what 10 subsection 1 clause B is telling is, even though this is a supply of goods which is involving movement, please don't go by 10 subsection 1 clause A. In this special kind of transaction, I will tell you how to determine place of supply. And what 10 subsection 1 clause B says is, in case of bill to ship to transaction, in this case, it will be deemed that Mr. B has received the goods. In case of transaction taking place between Mr. A and Mr. B, it will be deemed, even though Mr. B did not receive the delivery, even though the goods are delivered to Mr. C, it will be deemed as if Mr. B has received the goods. So for transaction between Mr. A and Mr. B, Mr. B is deemed to have received the goods and place of supply will be the location of this recipient. So location of Mr. B is AP. Take for example, supplier is also from Andhra Pradesh, recipient is also Mr. B is from Andhra Pradesh, whereas the person Mr. C who is ultimately receiving the goods belongs to Karnataka. Actually the goods are received by Mr. C, but it is a special case. 10 subsection 1 clause B says this is a bill to ship to transaction. In this case, it will be deemed that Mr. B has only received the goods and his location will be treated as place of supply. So for a transaction taking place between Mr. A and Mr. B, the place of supply will be Andhra Pradesh only. So it will be a intra-state supply. CGST, IGST will be levied. Sir, here one more transaction is taking place between Mr. B and Mr. C. No. So now that will be governed by 10 subsection 1 clause A. That is, this is a supply of goods involving movement. So for transaction between Mr. B and Mr. C, the place of supply will be the place where the delivery comes to an end. So movement is coming to an end at Karnataka. So in case of transaction between Mr. B and Mr. C, it will be governed by 10 subsection 1 clause A, and as per that rule the place of supply will be Karnataka. So whatever invoice Mr. B will give to Mr. C, in that he will charge IGST. Able to understand? Hope you guys are able to understand. So 10 subsection 1 clause A is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of movement of the goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B is a specific clause which is specifically giving us guidance how to determine place of supply in case of bill to ship to transaction. Now, then we have 10 subsection 1 clause C, which is specifically talking about how to determine place of supply in those cases which does not involve any movement of the goods. How to determine place of supply in those kind of transactions which does not involve any movement of the goods. See, for this I have an example. So let me show you that example for you. That will give you better clarity. Sir, how the transactions will happen without any movement? See here. Okay, see here. Newton Private Limited has leased its machine costing 8 lakh rupees to Gravity Private Limited, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, for production of goods on a monthly rent of 35,000. So there is a person, Newton Private Limited. This company has given one machine on rent to another entity, Gravity Private Limited. Initially, they have given that machinery on rent. After 12 months, Gravity Limited requested Newton Private Limited to sell the machine for 5 lakh rupees. After renting it out for 12 months, this company has asked, sir, we no longer want to use this machinery on rent. You please sell us. We will give you 5 lakh rupees. You sell this machinery. In this case, if you pay close attention, the machinery is already there with this Gravity Private Limited. The recipient is already having this machinery. So here supply is taking place, supply of the goods is happening, but it is no movement. In this case, no movement is involved. Able to understand what I am trying to say? So initially they gave that machinery on rent. That means the machinery is already here. But after using it for certain period of time, now this entity is asking, sir, you please sell it. So this person has agreed. Okay, he sold that machinery. But is the movement is happening there? Is the machinery is going from? Is the movement of the machinery happening here? No, movement of the machinery is not happening. Supply of goods is there, but there is no movement involved regarding the supply. Sir, then in this case, how to determine place of supply? Why? Because 10 subsection 1 clause A is only talking about how to determine place of supply in case if there is a movement of the goods. Sir, but what about this? Here there is no movement. How to determine place of supply? So here 10 subsection 1 clause C has came to our rescue. It says in case if the supply is not involving any movement, in those circumstances, the location of the goods at the time of delivery to the recipient, at the time of delivery, at the time when this transfer is happening, wherever the assets are located, wherever the goods are located, that will be the place of supply. So if we complete that question, see this question, these kind of questions are having high chances of getting tested in the examination. So if you see here, if we elaborate this example, so Noida Private Limited, supplier is actually located at New Delhi. Recipient is actually located at Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Now 10 subsection 1 clause C is telling in case if the supply of goods does not involve any movement, location at the time of delivery, at the time of transfer of ownership, wherever the goods are located, that will be the place of supply. So you tell me at the time when the ownership is getting transferred, where the machinery is actually located, the machinery is already there at the recipient's premises, at the Gravity Private Limited premises only the machinery is there. What is that? Noida, Uttar Pradesh. So the place of supply will be Uttar Pradesh, whereas the location of the supplier will be New Delhi. It will be treated as interstate supply, and on that IGST will be levied. On this 5 lakh rupees IGST will be levied. Able to understand? So we have covered three cases: 10 subsection 1 clause A, movement; 10 subsection 1 clause B, where it does not involve in case of bill to ship to transaction; 10 subsection 1 clause C, in how to determine place of supply in case of supply of the goods which does not involve any movement. Now let us talk about 10 subsection 1 clause A. This was a newly added provision. This was a newly added provision, and this is specifically applicable whenever the supply of goods is happening to an unregistered person. So this is a special clause in case if the recipient is an unregistered person, then you should not follow 10 subsection 1 clause A or clause C. You have to directly apply this rule. So first, why this has actually come into existence is, why this amendment has been made is, this thing I have clearly explained in my amendments video, but anyhow I will give you a brief here. Why this particular provision has been introduced, I will give you a brief here. See, why this has been introduced is, take for example, there will be tourist, right? For example, a person from Karnataka, he has went for tourism purposes. He went to, take for example, for Assam, and he went as a tourist there. He bought the goods. Here there is one supplier, they are selling certain goods, and this person went there and bought the goods as a tourist. He went to the Assam, he bought the goods, and later he brought the goods back to his place, and this person is an unregistered person. So in these cases, how to determine place of supply? In these cases, how to determine place of supply? If an unregistered person is going to some other place, buying the goods in that respective state, and he's bringing that back. Sir, in these cases, how to determine place of supply? So here there were so many uncertainties earlier, but now an amendment has been introduced. They have added one more clause, 10 subsection 1 clause CA has been added, which says that if you are a supply, if you are making supply of goods to a recipient who is an unregistered person, then how to determine place of supply? They have given one rule. Let us see what is that amended rule. So it says that in these circumstances, generally the place of supply will be location of the recipient as recorded in the invoice. So now at the time of making the sale, this person in Assam, whoever is selling the goods, whoever supplier is there, he will give the invoice. No, if in that invoice whatever address of the recipient has been recorded, that will be treated as place of supply. When I say recording the address in the invoice, no need to record all the door number, street number, everything is not required. Just if the state itself is mentioned, that will be enough. So now this person, the person whoever is supplying the goods in Assam, at the time of selling of these goods, if he has given the invoice, and if in that invoice he has written Karnataka, the address of the recipient is Karnataka, then the place of supply will be treated as Karnataka. Location of the supplier is Assam. It will be an interstate supply. IGST will be levied. But you might get a doubt, sir, might be this person, whoever is giving this invoice, the supplier, whoever is there in Assam, whatever invoice he has given, in that invoice there is no address of the recipient getting recorded. In the invoice, recipient's address is not there. Then what needs to be done? For that also they have told, in case if the recipient's address is not recorded in the invoice, then location of the supplier will be the place of supply. Location of the supplier will be the place of supply. So if we go by that example, here the supplier has given the invoice, and in this invoice, if the address is not recorded, in this case the place of supply will be location of the supplier. Location of the supplier is Assam. The place of supply, location of the supplier and place of supply both are same. In this case, CGST and SGST will be levied. Able to understand? So this is what 10 subsection 1 clause A, which is a special clause, which is telling in case if the recipient is unregistered person, then how to determine place of supply. If the recipient is unregistered person, the place of supply will be location of the supplier as recorded in the address, as recorded in the invoice. In case if in the invoice address is not there, then the location of the supplier only will be treated as place of supply. Understood? So this is a newly amended clause, very, very important. So I have told you 4 cases: 10 subsection 1 clause A, how to determine place of supply, which involves movement of the goods. And because of introduction of 10 subsection 1 clause CA, now what will happen is this will become applicable only when the recipient is a registered person. And 10 subsection 1 clause B is a special case which is talking about only bill to ship to transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause C is telling supply, how to determine place of supply in case if it does not involve movement. This also will become applicable when the recipient is a registered person. However, if the recipient is an unregistered person, then specifically 10 subsection 1 clause A will become applicable. Now let us come to the next clause, 10 subsection 1 clause D, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of goods which require installation or assembly. Take for example, I went to an electronics store, I purchased an air conditioner, and that air conditioner is required to be installed at my office. Sir, what will be the place of supply? Wherever that goods are getting installed, the place at which such installation or assembly takes place, that will be determined as place of supply. See, this point is particularly important in case of plant and machinery. Sometimes what will happen is, for example, a person from one state goes to another state, buys the plant and machinery, but that plant and machinery is required to be installed at some other location. Take for example, if I give you one scenario, see whatever examples I am giving, those are having a high chances of getting tested in the examination. So there is a company X Limited. So assume that their head office is located in New Delhi. So they went to one supplier. They went to some supplier. They purchased a plant and machinery from him. He's a supplier. They purchased a plant and machinery. Now the supplier is located in Lucknow. So they purchased this plant and machinery, but this plant and machinery is required to be installed in their plant which is located in Tamil Nadu. So this is a transactions which involves supply of goods which require installation or assembly. In this case, what will be the place of supply? Location of the supplier is Lucknow, location of the recipient is New Delhi, but the place of supply will be Tamil Nadu. Why? Because in case of supply of goods which involves installation or assembly, the place of supply will be the location at which such goods are assembled or installed. So in this case, place of supply will be Tamil Nadu, location of the supplier is Lucknow, that is UP. So both are falling in two different states. So it is an interstate supply and IGST will be imposed. Clear? So this is what regarding 10 subsection 1 clause D. Now we have one more last clause, 10 subsection clause E, which is talking about goods supplied on board day conveyance. Goods which are supplied on board day conveyance. Sir, what is this? Take for example, there is a train. Okay, the train is going from, let me put it this way. The train is going from Chennai and it will go up to Bangalore. The train is starting at Chennai. The train will end at Bangalore. So here the train has started. Now after the train has started, somewhere here at Madurai. Okay. So here at Madurai. So don't tell me in the maps once again, sir, why train will go from Chennai to Madurai then to the Bangalore. You are telling the wrong route. I'm just giving you for example's sake. So when the train has reached this Madurai location, the person who will sell some mobile accessories. Take for example, a person who sells the mobile accessories. He boarded this train. And during this journey, he sold, somewhere around, take for example, at Mysore location, one customer bought some earphones. So this transaction, we call it as goods supplied on board day conveyance. So this person is a supplier. He boarded the train at the Madurai location. He has boarded the train along with all his goods. And at Mysore location, at certain point of time during the journey, he sold that goods to one of the customer at the Mysore location. And finally, the train has reached the Bangalore. Sir, in this case, what will be the place of supply? This particular transaction, we call it as supply on board day conveyance. So in this case, what will be the place of supply? So this is given under 10 subsection 1 clause E, which says, in case of goods supplied on board a conveyance, the place of supply will be location where such goods have been taken on board. The location at which those goods are taken on board. So where this person has boarded the train with the goods, the supplier, where he has brought the goods into the train, he has bought the goods into the train in Madurai location, which is actually part of Tamil Nadu. So here the place of supply will be Tamil Nadu. It doesn't matter at which location he is selling. Maybe he is selling in Mysore. When the train has reached the Mysore, then he sold. Doesn't matter. So in case of goods supplied on board a conveyance, the place of supply is going to be the location at which the goods were boarded on the conveyance, the location at which the goods were loaded into the conveyance. So that location will be the place of supply. So here this person is boarding the conveyance with the goods at the Madurai location. The place of supply is going to be Madurai, which is Tamil Nadu location. So this is what 10 subsection 1 clause E is about. So we have discussed 6 cases of supply of goods and how to determine the place of supply in each and every case. Now you might say, sir, I am doing certain supply of goods which is not getting covered under any of this. I am making some special supply which is not getting covered under any of these clauses. It is not getting covered under clause A, clause B, clause C, clause CA, clause D, clause E. It is not getting covered anywhere, sir. Then how to determine place of supply? So they have told it under 10 subsection 2. They told in case if the place of supply can't be determined as above, then it shall be determined as per the prescribed rules. There are certain rules given. As per that rules, you have to determine place of supply in case if you are not able to decide place of supply under any of these clauses. Sir, what are that rules? That is not a part of our CA inter syllabus. That is not a part of our CA inter syllabus. That we will learn it as a part of our CA final syllabus. Everybody able to understand? So with this, we are done with section 10, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of goods. Hope you guys are able to understand till here. Now, so since we are done with section number 10, now we have one more section for discussion, which is section number 12. So as I have told, section number 10 is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in case of goods. Similarly, not just a supplier will supply goods, there are certain suppliers who will even supply the services as well. So how to determine place of supply in case of supply of services, that is addressed under section number 12. So like the way we have seen different clauses which is talking about determining place of supply of goods in different circumstances, we also have different subsections under section number 12. Each one is talking about specific kind of service and how to determine place of supply. See, but before we go into that section number 12, let us try to understand the structure of section number 12. Let us try to understand the structure of the section number 12. It's very, very important for us. So let me try to explain how the structure of section number 12 is associated. So in the section number 12, we have various subsections. Like if you could see here, 12 subsection 1, 12 subsection 2. So like this, we have till 12 subsection 14. We have till 12 subsection 14. So many subsections we have. See here, 12 subsection 14 till 12 subsection 14 we have. So now, why I am telling you this? What is the structure is? So if you take this 12 subsection 1, see 12 subsection 1 is a very simple subsection. What it exactly says is the provisions of this section shall apply to determine the place of supply of services where the location of the supplier and location of the recipient of the services both are in India. As I have told, section number 12 only talks about supply of goods, determining place of supply in case of supply of services other than imports and exports. So that's what even they say here, 12 subsection 1, that means determining place of supply as contained in section number 12. This particular section will become applicable only when the location of the supplier and also location of recipient, when both are in India, then only section number 12 will become applicable. That is what the meaning of this section. So if you read it, the provisions of this section, that means they are talking about the provisions of section number 12. Whatever provisions we are about to discuss, that provisions will become applicable. That is, they are talking about entire section number 12. Section number 12 will apply for determining place of supply of services only when location of the supplier and location of the recipient both are in India. Which means either the location of the supplier is outside India, or location of the recipient is outside India, or location of the supplier and location of the recipient both are outside India, then the section number 12 will not become applicable. Section number 13 will become applicable, which we will discuss at the CA final once again. So section number 12, determining place of supply in case of supply of services, section number 12 will become applicable only when location of the supplier and the location of the recipient, when both are in India, then only section number 12 will become applicable. If either location of the supplier or location of the recipient, or location of the supplier and location of the recipient both, if they are outside India, then section 12 will not become applicable. In those cases, section 13 will become applicable, which will be discussed at the CA final level. That is what 12 subsection 1 says. And one more thing I would like to bring it to your attention here. One more thing I want to talk about it here. So 12 subsection 1 we have understood. Now going forward, we will have various subsections. 12 subsection 2, 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14. See, from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, each subsection will be talking about specific kind of services. Like 12 subsection 3 will be talking about how to determine place of supply in case of services related to immobile property. 12 subsection 4 will be talking about how to determine place of supply in case of restaurant and catering services. 12 subsection 5 will be talking about how to determine place of supply for training and performance appraisal services. So like that, from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, each subsection will be talking about specific kind of services and how to determine the place of supply. If at all any service doesn't fall under 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14, so till 12, from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, each subsection will be addressing a specific kind of service. If you are providing certain kind of service which does not fall under any of the specific services mentioned from 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14, then how to determine place of supply, that will be addressed under 12 subsection 2. So I will say 12 subsection 2 is a general clause, or if I put it in other way around, 12 subsection 2 is a residuary clause for determining place of supply, which means 12 subsection 2, whatever told in 12 subsection 2, the rule, whatever we are going to learn, how to determine place of supply in case of supply of services, they will try to say certain things here. So that will become applicable only when a service which you are providing, which doesn't fall under any of the categories given from 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14. For example, if you are providing advertisement services to the government, if you are providing advertisement services to the government to government for discussing this, for determining place of supply in case of advertisement services provided to government, there is a already specific clause. 12 subsection 14 is exclusively talking about it. We will follow 12 subsection 14. Take for example IT filing services. For example, I am a chartered accountant. I am filing a IT return to one of my client. I am also providing service, but providing IT filing services is not getting covered in any category from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14. Since it is not getting covered anywhere, now in this case, how to determine place of supply, I will follow whatever has been mentioned under 12 subsection 2. So that's why I'm telling 12 subsection 2 is a residuary clause. If the service which is getting provided, if it does not fall under any of the categories given from 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14, then you have to apply the rules given under 12 subsection 2. If you are providing a service which is getting covered in any of this 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14, you have to follow whatever has been given under that respective subsection for determining the place of supply. Guys, able to understand whatever I have told you? So having said that, now what we will do is we will start with 12 subsection 3. So we'll try to understand each of the special category of service and how to determine place of supply. Then we will talk about, at the end we will discuss this residuary clause. First we will discuss about each and every special service and how to determine the place of supply in respect of that. So first I will be starting with 12 subsection 3. So what is 12 subsection 3 dealing about? How to determine place of supply in case of services which are related to immovable property or lodging and accommodation services. For example, I am an architect. I provided my architect services for giving a plan for one building. So I am providing a service in relation to an immovable property. Or I am an interior designer. I provided some services for doing interior design for one building. So I am providing service in relation to immovable property. I am a surveyor. I did a survey for one of the property. So I am providing service to one of the I am providing services in relation to immovable property. Or I am running a hotel. I am providing services of lodging or accommodation in my hotel. Sir, how to determine place of supply in these cases? So whatever services which are related to immovable property or services in relation to lodging, accommodation, or giving out the places for renting out for conducting marriages or ceremonies. So these are all services in relation to immovable property, and in these cases how to determine place of supply, that is covered under 12 subsection 3. Let us see what 12 subsection 3 is telling. So 12 subsection 3 is actually covering 4 categories of services: clause A, clause B, clause C, clause D. What are they? Under clause A, services which are related to immovable properties like architect services, interior decorators, surveyors, engineers, other related experts or real estate agents, any services provided by way of grant of rights to use immovable property. Nothing but I am giving my immovable property on rent. Renting of immovable property is also service in relation to immovable property only. Or carrying out or coordination of construction work. I am giving my, I am providing construction services to one land. I am constructing a building on a land. That is also what? Service in relation to immovable property. So under clause A, 12 subsection 3 clause A, it is talking about services which are directly related to immovable property like architects, interior decorators, surveyors, engineers, real estate agents, or right of use of immovable property or carrying out of the construction work. Clause B talks about if you are providing lodging or accommodation. That could be in a hotel, that could be in an inn, that could be guest house, homestay, club or campsite, by whatever name you want to call it, including a houseboat or any other vessel. If you are providing lodging or accommodation services in any of these premises, or by way of accommodation in any immovable property for organizing any marriage or reception or matters related thereto, that could be official, social, cultural, religious, or business function. For example, I am having one big ground, some 3-4 acres of land I am having. That land I am giving it for to someone for conducting the marriage or ceremony. Or I'm giving it for religious activities. I'm giving that immovable property on rent for conducting some religious ceremony there. So like that, if I am providing any services by way of accommodation in any immovable property for organizing any marriage, reception, or matters related thereto, that could be official, social, cultural, religious, or any business function. And last one, any services ancillary to it, any services which are supporting these services given under ABC, any supporting services relating to the services given in A, B, and C. For all these services, the place of supply shall be the location at which the immovable property, boat, or vessel is located or intended to be located. Nothing but if I am providing any of these services, the place of supply will be the location at which such immovable property, hotel, guest house, boat, it is located. For example, I am an interior designer. I am providing services for giving interior designing to one of the property which is located in Bombay. Now what will be the place of supply? The place at which the immovable property is located or intended to be located. In this case, it is located in Mumbai. The place of supply will be Mumbai. So I am a construction contractor. I want to construct a building for a land which is located at Pune. So I am providing services in relation to immovable property which is supposed to be located at Pune. The place of supply will be Pune. So for all these services, the place of supply shall be the location at which that immovable property or boat or vessel is located or intended to be located. But there is one case here. However, in case if the location of the immovable property or boat or vessel is located or intended to be located outside India, it is located or intended to be located outside India, then the place of supply shall be the location of the recipient. See, let me give you a few examples to make you understand this. Very, very important. I will take a short time for giving a few examples. Take for example, supplier. Supplier is an architect. Okay. Recipient is there. Recipient is located in Mumbai. Okay. So this supplier is providing architect services. Architect services is providing for a property of a person which is intended to be constructed at Pune. So in the Pune, the recipient is having a property. Now this person is providing architect services for the property located in Pune. So now what will be the place of supply? Place of supply will be the place at which this immovable property is located, which is Pune. The place of supply will be Pune, which is nothing but from Maharashtra state. The place of supply will be Maharashtra. Able to understand? Now let me give you one more example. Sometimes what will happen is supplier will be located in India. Take for example, supplier is located in Bangalore. Okay. He is providing interior design services. He is providing interior design services to the recipient. Sir, where recipient is located? Recipient is located in Chennai. So recipient is also in India. But this recipient is having a property in US. In Florida, he is having a house. Now, this supplier is providing interior designing services to this recipient who is in Chennai for the property. He is doing interior design for the property which is there in US. Able to understand? So here, location of the supplier is in India. Location of the recipient is also in India. But the property is located outside India. So now what they have specifically told in this case is, as we are seeing here, if the location of the immovable property or boat or vessel is located or intended to be located outside India, in these circumstances, the place of supply shall be location of recipient. In this case, you will not follow the general rule of the location of the immovable property, since immovable property is outside India. In this particular case, the place of supply will be location of the recipient. Recipient is Chennai, so the place of supply is going to be Chennai. Able to understand, everybody? Clear and comfortable? So this is what 12 subsection 3 says, how to determine place of supply in case of immovable property. The discussion is not yet over. There is still some more points which we are supposed to discuss. Till here, everybody able to understand? So they have covered 4 categories of services under 12 subsection 3. In all those services, the place of supply will be location at which that immovable property, hotel, boat, vessel, whatever is located or intended to be located. One exception, in case if the immovable property is located or intended to be located outside India, then we will not follow that rule. In those cases, the place of supply shall be location of the recipient. But sometimes what will happen is, there will be a service related to immovable property, but that service might be related to more than one state. Let me give you a few examples. Take for example, one hotel chain is there. They collected 50,000 for providing accommodation to one customer. They took 50,000 for providing accommodation to customer. Now for this 50,000, they will give the accommodation in Jaipur for some days. And they will also give accommodation in Ahmedabad for certain days. So they have collected 50,000 for providing accommodation in a hotel or guest house. But here the thing is, this immovable property, this hotel, this accommodation services are going to be provided in more than one state. In more than one state, they are going to provide this accommodation services. Sir, in this case, how to determine place of supply? Why? Because Jaipur is there in Rajasthan, Ahmedabad is there in Gujarat. Sir, how to determine place of supply? They have collected 50,000, but for this 50,000, they are providing certain accommodation in Jaipur also. They are providing accommodation services in Ahmedabad also. Sir, how to determine place of supply? What they have told is, in these cases, in these cases, you have to divide the entire value on the basis of number of nights of stay. For example, for this 50,000, 3 nights of stay will be provided in Jaipur and 2 nights of stay will be provided in Gujarat. So this 50,000 we will divide in the ratio of number of nights provided. So 50,000, if we divide in the ratio of 3:2, 30,000. For this 30,000 rupees of value, the place of supply is going to be Rajasthan. For this 20,000 rupees of value, the place of supply is going to be Gujarat. Able to understand? So that's what they say here. So services provided by way of lodging, accommodation by hotel, inn, guest house, etc., etc., where such property is a single property located in 2 or more continuous states. In those cases, the place of supply will be determined on the basis of number of nights stayed in such property. Now, sometimes in some cases, what will happen is services provided by way of boarding, accommodation by a houseboat or vessel and its ancillary services. See, some cases, in some cases, what will happen is, take for example, you have took the accommodation services in a hotel, in a boat house. Okay, so boat house in Kerala, it will be very famous, right? So you have taken a accommodation in a boat house, but this boat house will not remain constant. So it will start in Kerala. Okay, so now from Kerala it will go to Karnataka. So inland waterways are there, no? For example, it is going to Karnataka. It will spend some time in the Karnataka. Then once again it will come back to Kerala. So like this, you are availing the services of lodging or accommodation in a boat house, but this boat house will not just go around in one state. It is covering different states. For example, for some time it is going in Kerala waterways, then it has come to Karnataka waterways, there it has traveled for certain time, and finally it has reached Kerala. For this entire accommodation, in the boat house, they have collected some 50,000 rupees. So now how to determine place of supply? So here the accommodation is getting availed in more than one state. In these cases, how to determine place of supply? For this also they have given rule. They told that in these cases, the value of supply should be divided on the ratio of time spent by the boat or vessel in each state or union territory, to be determined on the basis of declaration made by the service provider. So in these cases, how to divide the value of supply is, whoever this boat house operator is there, he has to give declaration what is the time spent during this entire journey in each state. For example, if this boat house operator is telling, we have spent 18 hours in Kerala and we have spent 6 hours in Karnataka. So we have to divide this entire 50,000 in the ratio of 18:6 or 3:1. 18:6 is nothing but 3:1. So in this ratio, you have to divide the value, and accordingly, for example, if you divide it, how much will be the value? 50,000 divided by, so let me put it this way, it is getting difficult. So 18:12 we will keep for ease in calculation. For example, this boat operator is telling, we have spent 18 hours in Kerala, we have spent 12 hours in Karnataka. So it will be 3:2 ratio. For 30,000, the value, the place of supply will be Kerala. For 20,000, the place of supply is going to be Karnataka. Able to understand? So this is how, in case if the boat house is traveling in more than one state. Now, sometimes what will happen is, take for example, I'm having a land, I'm having a big piece of land. I'm having some 10 acres of land. But out of this 10 acres of land, certain part, take for example, this part is there in Tamil Nadu, 8 acres is there in Tamil Nadu. The balance 2 acres is there in Karnataka. At the border, I am having this land. This land is spread across 2 states. Now, this land, I am renting it out for conducting one marriage reception. So one popular celebrity wants to conduct his marriage reception. He needs some bigger land. So I have given this land on rent. For 2 days, I have given it for reception. So total 10 acres of land, I have collected total some 10 lakh rupees for this. But if you see here, this immovable property is spread across 2 states. So then how to determine place of supply? In these cases, you have to divide this value on the basis of the area of the land, in the ratio of area of the land. So here the area is in the ratio of 8:2. So this you have to divide, this 10 lakh rupees you have to divide in this ratio, nothing but for 8 lakh rupees, the place of supply is going to be Tamil Nadu. For 2 lakh rupees, the place of supply is going to be Karnataka. And accordingly, you have to determine taxation. Clear everybody? So that is what they say here. In case if the property is spread in more than one state, then you have to divide the value on the basis of area of the immobile property lying in each state or union territory. So this is how you need to determine place of supply in case of services which are in relation to immobile property or lodging or accommodation related services. Clear everybody? So this is what regarding 12 subsection 3. Now let us talk about 12 subsection 4. 12 subsection 4 is going to exclusively talk about restaurant and catering services or personal grooming, fitness, beauty and healthcare services. So if any of these services are getting provided, which kind of services guys? Supply of restaurant and catering services, personal grooming services, fitness, beauty treatment, health services including cosmetic and plastic surgery. In these cases, what is the location of the supplier, what is the location of the recipient becomes irrelevant. The place of supply is always going to be wherever such services are actually performed. Wherever such services are actually performed. For example, a beautician is going to travel from somewhere in Mumbai. So there is one popular celebrity located in Delhi. A beautician traveling from Mumbai going to Delhi, doing some beauty treatment there. What will be the place of supply? Where the treatment is getting provided? That treatment is getting provided at New Delhi. The place of supply will be New Delhi. So in case of these services, restaurant, catering, personal grooming, fitness, beauty and health services, for all this, the place of supply is going to be wherever such services are actually performed. That will be the place of supply. So very simple one. This is 12 subsection 4. Now let us talk about 12 subsection 5, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of training and performance appraisal services. For example, I'm a motivational speaker. So some company has invited me for conducting some 2 days of session, 2 days of training I have to give them for their employees. How to determine place of supply for this training and performance appraisal services? Number one, in this case, we need to check for this specific category of services. We need to check what is the status of the recipient. If the recipient is a registered person, for example, one company has approached me. That company is already registered under GST. I'm a motivational speaker. I am also a registered person. So I have to provide this training to their employees. So company is a registered person. Recipient is registered. In case if the recipient is registered person, then the place of supply will be location of the recipient. Place of supply will be location of the recipient. Sir, if I am providing training and performance appraisal services to some unregistered person, then what will be the place of supply? Location where the services are actually performed. Let me give you one example to make you understand. So as I was telling, there was a company X Limited. This company is a registered person. Location of this company is in Mumbai. Location of this company is in Mumbai. So I am a person, I am a trainer, I am a service provider. I am located at Hyderabad. Okay, so now I am going and providing a training service to their employees. Recipient is who? X Limited company. Company is a recipient. Company is a registered person. For this training and performance appraisal services, what will be the place of supply? Since the recipient is registered, the location of the recipient, that means Mumbai will be the place of supply. Able to understand? On the other hand, take for example, I am a motivational speaker. Okay, so one day I have conducted one workshop in Delhi. One day I have conducted the workshop in Delhi. So now, any people who wants motivation in their life, they can come and attend this workshop. For example, so many people have come, so many individuals have come and they have enrolled for this workshop. So all these persons are unregistered person. Sir, in this case, I am providing training and performance appraisal services and the recipients are unregistered. Now, what is the place of supply? Place of supply will be the place at which that services are performed. Where I am providing the training? In Delhi, I am providing the training. The place of supply will be Delhi. Able to understand? So this is how you need to determine place of supply in case of training and performance appraisal services. Clear everybody? Able to understand? Next one, 12 subsection 6. So 12 subsection 6 is going to talk about admission to events, amusement parks and other places. Like for example, Wonderlaw. What kind of services Wonderlaw is providing? It is providing you admission to some amusement park. They are also providing services. So, or some event is happening, some concert is happening. So this concert operator, he's providing services of admission to that event. Some event is happening, you are given admission to that event. That is also providing of service only. So in case of admission to events, amusement parks or any other places, what will be the place of supply? So let us see what they're telling. Services provided by way of admission to the following types of events like cultural, sporting, educational, scientific, entertainment, artistic, any kind of event is happening and someone is providing you services by way of admitting you to that event. Or services provided by way of admission to amusement park, like as I told, Wonderlaw, or any other services ancillary, any other supporting services for the above. For these cases, what will be the place of supply? Very simple. The place where the event is actually getting performed, or the place where such amusement park or other place is located. Simple. For example, any event is happening. Wherever that event is happening, that only will be the place of supply. Wherever that amusement park is located, that will be the place of supply. So this is what 12 subsection 6 is telling. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable? Now let us talk about 12 subsection 7. So what does 12 subsection 7 talk about? 12 subsection 7 is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of organization of events, event organizers, or sponsorship, assigning sponsorship to such events. For these kind of services, how to determine place of supply? In case of services relating to organization of events, I'm an event manager. So I'm organizing an event for some company. Some company wants to conduct a employee day. So I'm organizing the event for them. What will be the place of supply? So if anyone is providing services of organizing of events or assigning sponsorship, so I'm giving sponsorship to some company. So for these kind of services, what will be the place of supply? Here also one simple thing, you need to determine what is the status of the recipient. In case if you are organizing event for a registered person, or in case if you are providing sponsorship services to one registered person, then the place of supply will be location of recipient. In the place of supply will be location of recipient. However, if the recipient is unregistered person, then generally the place of supply will be location where the event is actually held. Wherever that event is getting conducted, that will be the place of supply. If the event is, however, they say one more thing here, in case if you are organizing an event and that event is to be held outside India, then the place of supply will be location of the recipient. The place of supply will be location of the recipient. So very simple thing. For example, I'm organizing an event. I'm organizing one event. Take for example, one person wants to get married. Some couple wants to get married. They are planning for a destination wedding. These couples are located in India only, but they want a destination wedding in Germany. So I'm an event manager. I'm supplying event organizing services. I'm providing event organizing services. Location of the supplier is in India. Location of the recipient is also in India. And recipient is generally unregistered person. If I'm providing organization of events or sponsorship to an unregistered person, generally place of supply should be location of the generally place of supply will be wherever that event is taking place. But they have specifically told in this case the event is happening outside of India, the place of supply will be location of recipient only. Wherever this recipient is located. Take for example, this couple is based out of Chennai. The place of supply will be Chennai. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable? So this is what they are trying to say here. And if you pay close attention here, this point was not there in the case of training. In the case of training, they did not say that location where the services are actually performed. There they have ended. They did not say in case if the event is, in case if you have to do the training outside of India, then the place of supply will be location of recipient. They did not say that. But they have specifically added that here in case of organization of events or assigning sponsorship to such events. Generally, if the recipient is registered, then location of that recipient will be the place of supply. If the recipient is unregistered, generally wherever event is happening. In case if the event is happening outside of India, then the place of supply will be location of recipient only. Clear? Sometimes what will happen is you will organize the event, but that event will happen in more than one state or union territory. Generally, sometimes you will organize the event, but that event has to take place in 2-3 states. For example, one company approached me to conduct some employee day, and this event has to take place in Delhi also. This event has to take place in Mumbai also. I only have to organize event at both the places. So in this case, what will happen? Generally, in the agreement, if it was clearly written for conducting, we will give you total 5 lakh rupees. For out of this 5 lakhs, 3 lakh rupees is for conducting event in Mumbai, 2 lakh rupees is for conducting event in Delhi. If in the agreement it was clearly written, we will follow the agreement. In the agreement, since they have told 3 lakhs is for Mumbai, for this 3 lakhs, the place of supply will be Mumbai. In the agreement, they told that 2 lakh rupees is for conducting event in Delhi. For this 2 lakh rupees, the place of supply will be Delhi. But in some cases, the agreement will not be there. They will just give 5 lakh rupees and they say, see, for conducting total event, the amount is 5 lakh rupees. Then how to determine place of supply? So in these cases, what they have told is, in the absence of agreement or contract between the supplier and the recipient of the services, the proportionate value of services made in different states or union territories is computed in accordance with Rule 5 of the IGST rules, which simply says that by applying, you will apply the generally accepted accounting principle. Whatever that says, by applying the generally accepted accounting principle, whatever value you get, that will be the place of supply. So this you need not worry about it. Why? Because in the question itself, they will tell you what will be the division as per generally accepted accounting principle. Let me show you one example here. For this, how they will ask you a question. Just I wanted to make you aware. Yes, see here. This one. So they say that an event management company, Moonlight Events Private Limited, has to organize some promotional events in state 1 and state 2 for a recipient, Mr. Atmaram, who is unregistered. So as I have told, if the recipient is unregistered, the place of supply will be the location at which that event is taking place. But this event is happening in 2 states. See, if the recipient is registered, no matter in how many states it will happen, it doesn't matter. Why? Because if the recipient is registered, the place of supply will always be location of recipient. The problem will come only when the recipient is unregistered. Then the place of supply will be the place wherever the event is taking place. But in case if the event is happening at more than one place, then the problem arises. So here also same thing is happening. Some event management company, they are organizing events for one registered person, but that event has to take place in 2 states. 3 events are to be organized in state 1 and state 1 and 2 in S2. Totally 5 events have to be conducted. Out of that, 3 are in state 1, 2 are in state 2. They charged a consolidated amount of 10 lakh rupees from Mr. Atmaram. So in this case, what they have told, in the section they have told, in these cases you have to divide the value as per generally accepted accounting principle. Sir, what is this generally accepted accounting principle? You need not worry about it. In the question they will clearly say, like here they will say the place of supply of this services both in states S1 and S2. Say the proportion arrived at by application of generally accepted accounting principle is 3:2. You need not worry about this. They will tell you what is the ratio as per generally accepted accounting principle. They will tell you in the question only that you have to divide. That's it. So in the question they will say as per generally accepted accounting principle the ratio is 3:2. So you have to divide in this ratio only. The service shall be deemed to have been provided in the ratio of 3:2 in state 1 and state 2. So this 10 lakh rupees I have to divide in the ratio of 3:2. You will get 6 lakh in state 1, 4 lakh in state 2. Accordingly you have to determine the place of supply. Understood? So this is what you have to do in case if the event is getting conducted in more than one state. Clear? Comfortable everybody till here? Now coming to the next subsection, 12 subsection 8, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of services which are relating to transportation of goods. So for example, if you want to transport your goods, for example, you go to courier office, you hand over the goods to the courier office, they are providing services. What service that courier office providing? That courier office is providing the services of transportation of goods. Sir, for these cases, how to determine place of supply? That is covered under 12 subsection 2. So what does 12 subsection 2 says? Here also 12 subsection 2 says, in case, for example, there is a DTDC courier agency. They are providing the services of transportation of goods. Sir, for these services, what will be place of supply? Supplier is DTDC. So here also we need to check for whom they are providing the transportation of goods services. If the recipient is a registered person, then the place of supply will be location of the recipient. Take for example, DTDC of Hyderabad. They are providing services to one registered person and the registered person is also located at Hyderabad. The place of supply will be Hyderabad. Why? Because recipient is registered. In case if the DTDC is providing services to an unregistered person, for example, you are a student, you want to send some of your books to your friend, whatever books are there, you want to send it to friend. So you are an unregistered person. You went to DTDC and told, sir, I am a person from Hyderabad. So I want these goods to be transported to Chennai. I want these goods to be transported, these books to be transported to Chennai. So now DTDC is providing services to an unregistered person. In this case, what will be the place of supply, sir? The place of supply will be the location at which such goods are handed over for their transportation. Wherever you are going and handing over that goods to the courier agency. So where I am going and handing over the goods, so I am an unregistered person, Hyderabad. I go to the Hyderabad branch of DTDC and there I am handing over the goods. Sir, I am handing over the goods to you. You please transport these goods to Chennai. So where the goods are handed over to that courier agency? At Hyderabad location. The place of supply will be Hyderabad. To understand. So in case of services relating to transportation of goods, here also we need to check what is the status of the recipient. If the recipient is a registered person, the place of supply will be location of the recipient. In case if the recipient is unregistered person, wherever the goods are handed over for transportation, that place will be the place of supply. And here also they said one more specific thing. In case where the transportation of goods is to a place outside India, then the place of supply shall be that place of destination of such goods, generally outside India. So what they are trying to say here is this also will arise in the case of unregistered person only. Or unregistered or registered doesn't matter. So here what they are telling is, take for example, there is a DTDC. Now one person went to DTDC and told, Sir, there are certain goods of mine. Now these goods I want you to transport it to US. I want you to transport it to US. So DTDC has agreed to provide the transportation of goods to a recipient, be it registered or unregistered. And these goods are required to be transported outside India. For these cases, what will be the place of supply? The place of supply will be destination. What is the destination? US is a destination. The place of supply will be US. Now you will say, sir, what if it is a US? Sir, DTDC is in Hyderabad, but place of supply is in US. What will be the GST, sir? It will be treated as export of services. Generally, IGST should come on these transactions, but there are certain exemptions and all, which will be discussed later at the CFN level. Not relevant now. Sir, which tax will be imposed and all? Ignore it for the time being now. But just only remember, in case if the transportation of goods is happening to a place outside India, generally the place of supply will be the destination of the goods. Generally outside India, the place of supply will be outside of India. Whatever is the destination of the goods, that will be the place of supply. Clear? So this is what 12 subsection 8 says. Once again, I'm revising. Number 1, if the recipient is registered, location of the recipient. If the recipient is unregistered, location where the goods are handed over for transportation. However, if the goods have to go outside of India, the place of supply will be destination. Clear? Next one. Similarly, transportation of passengers. Sir, for transportation of passengers, how do you determine place of supply? Here also what it says is you have to see the status of the registered person. If the transportation of passenger services are provided to a recipient who is a registered person, then the place of supply will be location of the recipient. Same like the previous case. Sir, what if it is an unregistered person? In case if it is an unregistered person, the place where the passenger embarks on the conveyance for a continuous journey. Wherever you are embarking on the conveyance for a continuous journey, that will be treated as place of supply. Take for example, I want to travel from, I'm an unregistered person. For example, Air India is there. What services they are providing? Transportation of passengers. So I want to travel in Air India. I'm an unregistered person. I boarded my flight. I'm traveling from Hyderabad to Goa. Take for example, I'm traveling from Hyderabad to Goa. I'm an unregistered person. I boarded my flight at Hyderabad and I'm going to Goa. For this, what will be the place of supply? Where you have embarked on the plane, you have embarked. That means where you have boarded the plane. I boarded the plane at Hyderabad. The place of supply will be Hyderabad. Able to understand? In case if it is a registered person, in case if the service is getting provided to registered person, doesn't matter where you are embarking, the place of supply will be location of the recipient. Sorry, location of that recipient, yes. In case if the transportation of passenger services are getting provided to unregistered person, in case if the transportation of passenger services are provided to unregistered person, then the place of supply will be where the passenger embarks on the conveyance for a continuous journey. Nothing but wherever you are boarding that conveyance, that will be the place of supply. Not your destination where you have to go, where you are embarking, where you are boarding that conveyance, that will be the place of supply. Able to understand? But here there is one important thing here. I wanted to bring it to your attention. So the important thing which I want to bring it to your attention here is here. This one. For the purpose of this subsection, the return journey shall be treated as a separate journey. Sometimes you will book a round trip. For example, you have to go from Hyderabad to Bangalore. Once again, you have to come after your work. You have to come back from Bangalore to Hyderabad. Generally, if you in these cases we book a round trip. When you book the round trip, discount will come. But for the purpose of GST, even though you book one single ticket for this entire journey, but it will be treated as separate journeys. For Hyderabad to Bangalore, separate journey. For Bangalore to Hyderabad, separate journey, and accordingly the place of supply will be determined. Even though single ticket has been given, but still it will be treated as separate journeys, and accordingly place of supply will be decided. So I have one example here. So if I read it, Mr. Sham, an unregistered person based in Gurugram, Haryana, books a two-way air journey ticket from New Delhi to Mumbai on 5th of December. He leaves New Delhi on 10th December in a late night flight and lands in Mumbai the next day. He leaves Mumbai on 14th of December in a morning flight and lands in New Delhi. That means he is going from on 10th of December, he will go from Delhi to Mumbai. He will complete the work, and later on 14th of December, he will once again board the flight from Mumbai and he will reach back to New Delhi. One single round trip he has booked, but still it will be treated as two separate journeys, and accordingly the place of supply will be decided. Understood? So this is what 12 subsection 9 says. Now let us talk about 12 subsection 10. Sir, what is 12 subsection 10? What if the 12 subsection 10 talks about how to determine place of supply in case of services supplied on board day conveyance? Sir, what do you mean by services supplied on board day conveyance? For example, let me give you this scenario. Yes. So you are a person, okay? You are traveling from Hyderabad to Goa in a flight. So there is a flight going. So in this flight you have boarded, okay? So on this flight you are going. So you are going on the way. So this flight journey is going to take some 3 hours of time. In between you are getting bored. So in the flight, what you have done is you want to watch a movie. They asked you some money. For example, you have paid some 200 rupees of money and you are watching a movie. So here this airline company is providing services of watching, services of you giving access to a movie. They're providing the services of providing you with the movie by collecting 200 rupees. So this is nothing but what? Services provided on board day conveyance. That means you are traveling, you are on a conveyance, and during that conveyance a service is provided to you. For these cases, what will be the place of supply? See, similar kind of thing we have seen in case of supply of goods on board day conveyance. There what I have told, in case of supply of goods which are provided on board day conveyance, the place where such goods are boarded on a conveyance, wherever you are taking that goods into that conveyance, that will be the place of supply. More or less similar thing they will try to say here in case of supply of services on board a conveyance. Sir, for this, for example, you are traveling from Hyderabad, you are traveling to Goa. So in between you wanted to watch a movie. Airline company collected some money from you and they gave you permission to watch the movie. They have provided services on board a conveyance. What will be the place of supply? Will it be Hyderabad? Will it be Goa? What will be the place of supply? So that is covered under 12 subsection 10. And 12 subsection 10 says that the place of supply of services on board a conveyance, including a vessel, an aircraft, a train, or a motor vehicle, shall be the location of the first scheduled point of departure of that conveyance. Very important thing, first scheduled point. They are not telling wherever you are boarding a conveyance, they are telling first scheduled point. For example, for this flight is actually starting from, let us take for example, this flight is actually starting from Chennai. This flight is actually starting from Chennai. From Chennai it will start. In the Hyderabad there is a stop. Then it will ultimately go to Goa. Now you are a person, you have boarded the flight at Hyderabad location, and on the way you want to watch a movie. So on this board day conveyance, service is provided. Sir, what will be the place of supply? Not the place where you have embarked on the flight, the first scheduled point where the flight is first starting from Chennai. The place of supply will be Chennai, not the place where you have boarded the plane. In case if the services are provided on board a conveyance, the place of supply is going to be the first scheduled point of departure, not the place where you have boarded. See, might be you have boarded on Hyderabad, but for this flight journey, what is the first scheduled point of departure? Chennai. The place of supply will be Chennai, not the place where you have boarded, the first scheduled point. Clear? So very, very important point. This is what given in 12 subsection 10, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of services on board a conveyance. Now 12 subsection 11, it is talking about telecommunication services. Sir, in the case of telecommunication services, how to determine the place of supply? Very simple. Let us see. In the telecommunication services also different categories are there. They have given place of supply for each category of service. In case if the supply is getting provided in the form of fixed telecommunication line, landline phone, or leased circuits, or internet leased circuits, or cable or dish antenna, if these kind of telecommunication services are getting provided, the place of supply will be location where the telecommunication line or leased circuit or cable connection or dish antenna is installed. Nothing but, for example, if you want a landline connection, so some telecommunication company gave you landline connection, what will be the place of supply? Wherever that landline connection has been given, that will be the place of supply. You needed some leased circuit. Leased circuit means wired internet connection. You need some leased circuit. So you have availed from some telecommunication company this leased circuit services. What will be the place of supply? The place where that leased circuit is installed for receipt, wherever that installation has happened, that will be the place of supply. But when it comes to these leased circuits and internet leased circuits, sometimes what will happen is the leased circuit points will be there in more than one state. Leased circuit will be installed in more than one state. For example, there is a leased circuit which is going from, for example, I have a head office in Delhi. Okay. I have a branch office in Mumbai. Now one company is providing me leased circuit, and they're having one point from my head office, which is from my server, which is there in head office. The connection will go from my server to the Mumbai branch office. That means there is one leased circuit point in Delhi and there is one leased circuit point in Mumbai. And for this entire providing of the leased circuit connection, they are collecting from me 1 lakh rupees. Sir, what will be the place of supply? So in this case, what is happening is leased circuit is getting installed in more than one state. If it is installed in a single state, then for the entire value, the place of supply will be that respective state. But here, the leased circuit is getting installed in more than one state. Then what will be the place of supply? Then they say you have to divide this on the basis of points, number of points in each state. So in Delhi, I have 1 point. In Mumbai, I have 1 point. So this 1 lakh rupees will be divided in the ratio of 1:1. So for this 50,000 of value, the place of supply is going to be Delhi. For another 50,000, the place of supply is going to be Mumbai. Able to understand? Now, sometimes what will happen is, take for example, let me give you one more scenario. Take for example, my head office, one leased circuit point is there in Delhi. Okay. So now in Mumbai, I have 2 offices. In Maharashtra, I have 2 offices. In Mumbai, another point is there and the leased circuit point is there. And this leased circuit point is going through Pune location also. In Pune also I have one more branch. There also they have kept one leased circuit point. And for this entire value, they are collecting some 90,000 rupees. For providing this entire circuit, they are providing this, they are collecting 90,000 rupees for me. Now how I have to divide? Here also number of points in each state. Here if you pay close attention, in Delhi I have 1 point. Pune also belongs to Maharashtra. Mumbai also belongs to Maharashtra. So in Pune and Mumbai, that is Maharashtra put together, I have total 2 points. So I have to divide this entire 90,000 ratio in the 90,000 in the ratio of 1:2. If I divide it, that for 30,000 value, the place of supply is going to be Delhi. For 60,000 rupees, the place of supply is going to be Maharashtra. Able to understand? So in case if the leased circuit is getting installed in more than one state or union territory, then we have to determine what is the starting point and end point, and accordingly we have to divide the value of supply. But sometimes what will happen is any intermediate point also will be there, that has to be also counted. Like for example, starting point is Delhi, ending point is Mumbai, but in between I have one intermediate point which is Pune also. So this also should be counted. If I count it, in Maharashtra there will be 2 points, in Delhi 1 point. In the ratio of 1:2, I have to divide and accordingly determine the value of supply. Clear? So this is how you need to determine the place of supply in case of fixed telecommunication line, leased circuit, internet leased circuit, cable or dish antenna. Now coming to the next one, postpaid mobile connection and internet services. Postpaid, like for example, you have a Airtel SIM, you use it for the entire month. After the end of the month, bill will be generated, you will pay the bill. Same thing is happening for internet also. So in case of the services of telecommunication, the nature of postpaid mobile connection or internet services, what will be the place of supply? They say that location of billing address of the recipient of the services in the records of the supplier. So in the supplier's records, that recipient's billing address will be there, no? That will be the place of supply. Sir, what if in the supplier's records, the address of the recipient is not there? In those cases, location of the supplier of services. So if the address of the recipient is available, location of the recipient. If address is not available in the records of the telecommunication company, sir, location of supplier will be the place of supply. Next. So second point, I've spoke about postpaid connection. Now, sir, what about prepaid mobile connection? So in the prepaid also they say 2 things: prepaid mobile connection, internet services and DTH services, like in the form of recharge coupons, vouchers, net packs, etc. provided through an agent, like selling agent, reseller, distributor or subscriber identity module card or recharge voucher. Nothing but, for example, Airtel company is there. Now earlier we used to have this recharge coupons. Airtel company will sell recharge coupons to some selling agent. See, we used to have earlier at our locations, there used to be voucher sellers used to be there. If you go to them and wanted 20 rupees of recharge, they will give you one voucher. You have to scratch that voucher, number will be there. If you enter that number, you will get the recharge. So like for example, here Airtel company is selling the vouchers to the selling agents, not to the final subscriber, to the selling agent. They are providing that. So in this case, in this transaction, what will be the place of supply, sir? The place of supply will be address of this selling agent, reseller or distributor at the time of supply. So in this part, they are talking about the transaction happening between telecommunication company and agent. Now this selling agent will go and sell these vouchers to ultimate final subscriber. No, if I'm a final subscriber, I have to go to the selling agent and buy that voucher and I have to scratch it. Then I will get the number. So for the transaction between, sorry, for the transaction between selling agent and final subscriber, what will be the place of supply? that they have given in the next part. Services provided by any person to final subscriber. In this case, location where such prepayment is received or such vouchers are sold. The place at which that sale is happening or the place at which that prepayment will be received from the customer and recharge will be done. Nothing but the shop of that selling agent will be the place of supply. So if you pay close attention, the transaction happening between telecommunication company and agent, there also they are telling address of the selling agent. And the transaction happening between selling agent and final subscriber, wherever the tickets are sold, wherever the prepayment is received, generally at the selling agent's office only, that only will be the place of supply. So if you pay close attention, for both the transactions they are telling the place of supply as same, address of the reseller or agent. But instead of using that phrase, they told wherever prepayment is received or vouchers are actually sold. Generally where it will be sold, wherever that selling agent's shop is there, then only it will be sold. But as you know, today these kind of transactions are not there. Today everything is happening by way of online recharge. Today are we going to the shop and buying the vouchers and scratching and getting the recharge done? No, we are not doing it. Today we are all doing it by online payments. So then how to determine place of supply? You need not worry. For this they have given separate point. Prepaid services, the payment for which is made through internet banking or other electronic mode of payment. Sir, in this case, how to determine place of supply? They told location of the recipient of services in the records of the supplier of services. Generally, all these prepaid connections, wherever internet recharges and all are happening, all our addresses will be there. At the time of giving the telecommunication SIM only, they are collecting the Aadhaar card from us. No, nothing but when they are collecting Aadhaar card, our address is getting captured in their records. No. So in case of all these prepaid services where the payment is happening through electronic system, internet banking, etc., there all the suppliers will have our information. Why? Because they will give the SIM only after collecting our addresses. So whatever address that is there available in the suppliers records, that will be the place of supply. Sir, apart from the above, if any other telecommunication services are there, in that case, how to determine place of supply? In all other cases, if address of the recipient is available, then that location of the recipient. If address is not available, location of the supplier. As simple as that. So if telecommunication services falls under any of this category, well and good, we determine the place of supply as per this rule. If the telecommunication services does not fall under any of the above category, then we will simply see, is the address of the recipient available? Yes, available. Location of the recipient. Sir, address is not available. Then location of the supplier. As simple as that. So this is what regarding 12 subsection 11. Now let us try to have a look at 12 subsection 12, financial and stock broking services. So what about the place of supply for financial and stock broking services? Here also we need to check, is the location of the recipient of the services available in the supplier's records? Is the location of the recipient and all is the supplier maintaining a database in which location of the recipient is all maintained? If yes, then the location of the recipient of service will be the place of supply. Sir, in the supplier's records there is no location of the recipient available, sir, then location of the supplier of services. This is very simple thing. Able to understand? So for financial and stock broking services, we need to check, is that address in the location, what is the address of the recipient and all, is it available in that supplier's records? If it is available, location of the recipient. If it is not available, location of the supplier. Then finally, sir, what about insurance services? For insurance services also they have given one clause. Here also we need to check, in case if the insurance services are provided to registered person, if the recipient is registered, then the location of the recipient of services. If the recipient is registered, location of the recipient. Sir, if he is other than registered person, then what will happen? Then once again same thing we have to see, is the recipient address available? Yes, then the location of the recipient. If the recipient address is not available, location of the supplier. So same clause like this only, but here they have added one more point, is it provided to registered person? See, if the recipient is registered person, address will be known automatically. The recipient is registered person, location of the recipient will always be available. Why? Because if the recipient is registered, he will have GSTN number. If you go to the portal and enter the GSTN number, his address will be automatically updated. So that's why you need not get confused. If the recipient is registered, no need to ask whether you have details or not. Even if you don't have details, GST department will have. Clear? You can simply search it by entering his GSTN number. Automatically you will get to know about his location. So this is what regarding insurance services. So we have seen from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 13 we have seen, which is talking about special services. Now we also have 12 subsection 14, which is talking about determining place of supply in case of advertisement services which are provided to government. They're also talking about advertisement services which are provided to government. I think something typed it wrongly. Yeah. So they're also talking about 12 subsection 14 is talking about if advertisement services are provided to the government. How to determine place of supply? You have to be very careful. 12 subsection 14 is talking about only advertisement services provided to government. If advertisement services are provided to anybody else, then it will not get covered under 12 subsection 14. And if you pay close attention, from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 13 also, we did not see anywhere advertisement services. So only advertisement services will get covered under 12 subsection 14. If advertisement services are provided to anybody else, it will not get covered anywhere from 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14. Then it will be covered under general clause of or residuary clause of 12 subsection 2. Very, very important. This is where most of the students will get often confused. So only advertisement services provided to government will get covered under 12 subsection 14. Apart from that, if advertisement services are provided to anybody else, it will not get covered anywhere from 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14. It will be covered by 12 subsection 2. Very, very important. From this, a question you might expect. So for this, there is no summary as such. Why? Because in the material itself only we have summarized form. So from there only we will cover 12 subsection 14. So let us try to cover it from here. So advertisement services provided to government. So in this, they say different cases. Number one, advertisement in newspapers and publications. For example, if someone is providing services to the government for doing advertisement. So like for example, government is coming up with some new scheme. Government has recently introduced some new scheme. Just wait a minute. I will move it here. Just give me a moment. Okay, yeah. So take for example, recently government has introduced some new scheme. For example, Swachh Bharat scheme they want to advertise. So there is some advertisement company. So government has asked them, please do the advertisement for Swachh Bharat Abhiyan in newspapers. In different states, you have to publish that newspaper. So now this advertising agency, they have started publishing newspapers in Gujarat also. They have started publishing advertisement in Telangana also. They have started publishing advertisement. They have started publishing the advertisement in the newspapers of Andhra Pradesh also. Now for this, they have collected some money. For example, for publishing in the newspapers of Gujarat, they have collected 10,000. For publishing in the newspapers of Telangana state, they have collected 20,000. For publishing in the states of Andhra Pradesh, they have collected 30,000. So now what will be place of supply? Totally 60,000 they have collected. What will be the place of supply? Nothing but for this 10,000, whatever is for this 10,000 value, the place of supply will be Gujarat. For this 20,000, the place of supply is going to be Telangana. For this 30,000, the place of supply is going to be Andhra Pradesh. The same thing they say there. So if we read it from the material here, advertisement in newspapers and publications. In these cases, amount payable for publishing an advertisement in all the editions of a newspaper or publication which are published in each state or union territory. Nothing but whatever amount you are paying for all the editions in that particular state. For example, if this advertising company is publishing this advertisement in 3 newspapers of the same state. So for all these 3 newspapers, whatever total amount is there, for that total amount, the place of supply is going to be that respective state. Simply value, on the basis of value, whatever value you are spending in each state. For that value, the place of supply will be that respective state. Nothing else. Next one. If advertisement is happening through printed material like pamphlets, leaflets, diaries, calendars. For example, one advertising company is there. They are doing advertisement for the government, and that advertisement in the form of pamphlets. These pamphlets are required to be distributed in Tamil Nadu also. These pamphlets are required to be distributed in Karnataka also. And they are collecting some total 1 lakh rupees for doing this advertisement. How to divide it, sir? On the basis of specific number of such material. For example, in Telangana state, some 2 lakh pamphlets are distributed. In Karnataka, 3 lakh pamphlets are distributed. So the number of pamphlets which are distributed are in the ratio of 2:3. So this entire 1 lakh rupees has to be divided in the ratio of 2:3. So if you divide it, how much will be the value? So here it will be 4 lakh rupees. For this 4 lakh, the place of supply will be Tamil Nadu. For the balance 6 lakh rupees, the place of supply is going to be Karnataka. So on the basis of number of such material, in case of pamphlets, leaflets, diaries, calendars, t-shirts, on the basis of number of such material which is distributed, on that basis you have to divide it. Sir, advertisement in hoardings. Advertisement in hoardings. It will be on the basis of simply amount payable. For example, advertisement company is doing advertisement by way of hoardings in Telangana also, in Andhra Pradesh also, in Tamil Nadu also. Now, how to determine place of supply, sir? You have to determine how much total value is paid for all the hoardings in the Tamil Nadu location. For example, for all the hoardings in Telangana. So for all the hoardings, at various hoardings are there in Telangana state. Throughout Telangana state, for entire hoardings, the amount collected was 1 lakh rupees. For this 1 lakh rupees, the place of supply will be Telangana. Similarly, what is the total amount which is paid for display of advertisements on hoardings in entire AP state? For that value, the place of supply will be AP. Same thing will happen in the case of Tamil Nadu as well. Next one, advertisement on trains. In case if the advertisement is getting run on a train, the train will go through various states, no? For example, if a train is there, the train is starting from Hyderabad, it is going to Delhi. On this train, some advertisement has been pasted. Now this train from Hyderabad to Delhi, when it goes in between different states, it will pass. For example, it is going in some states of Maharashtra, it is going in some states of Madhya Pradesh, it is going in some states of UP. So from starting till the ending, it is passing 5 states. That means advertisement is getting published, getting visible in 5 states. Sir, how to determine place of supply? You have to divide the entire value on the basis of length of the railway track. You have to determine in each state what is the length of the railway track, and on the basis of the length of the railway track, you have to divide the entire value. Sir, where I can get that length of the railway track in each state? You need not go and measure it. There is that data will be available in www.indianrail.gov.in. In this website, the length of railway track in each state will be available. In that ratio, you have to divide it. So for your example sake, there will be one illustration here. Please try to solve this. It is unnecessarily waste of time. If I do it in the marathon, this illustration itself will take some 10-15 minutes. I want to do it on your own. I gave you the logic, just apply it. Next one. Advertisement on the back of utility bills of oil and gas companies. On the back of the gas company bills also, gas bills also, advertisement of the government will happen. In that case, how to determine, how to divide, sir? You have to divide it on the basis of number of customers having billing address in each state. For example, on back of HPCL bills, government is doing advertisement. So now this HPCL is having the customers in different states. They have to determine how many number of customers are there in each state. On the basis of number of customers, you have to divide the value. Able to understand? Number of customers having billing address in each state. In each state, how many customers addresses are there? On the basis of number of customers, you have to divide the value. In case if the advertisement is happening on the back of utility bills of oil and gas companies. Sir, in case if advertisement is happening on railway tickets, then how to divide? Then you have to divide it on the basis of number of railway stations. In each state or union territory, you have to determine how many number of railway stations are there. In the ratio of railway stations, you have to divide the value. For that also, we have an example here. Please go through that example. Sir, what if advertisement is happening on radio stations? You have to divide it on the basis of amount. Simply on the basis of amount. Like the way we have done for newspapers, we have done for puddings and all. You have to determine for all the radio stations in one state, what is the total amount, and for that amount, the place of supply will be respective state. Next one, what if advertisement is happening on television channels? This is interesting thing. For example, one advertising company is running advertisement campaign of a government on a TV channel. Now this TV channel is having viewers in different states. That means people from different states will watch it. Take for example, this TV channel is having viewers from 3 states. For example, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala. In these 3 states, this advertisement is getting shown. Now how to divide the value, sir? You have to divide it on the basis of viewership data. How do you divide? You have to divide it on the basis of viewership data. Sir, where I can get this viewership data? Viewership data will be ascertained from viewership figures published by Broadcast Audience Research Council. BARC, like this, a council will be there. In that council, viewership data will be there. For example, in the council, viewership data is, for example, Karnataka is having 4 lakh viewers. Tamil Nadu is having some 10 lakh viewers. Kerala is having some 2 lakh viewers. In this ratio, entire value has to be divided, and accordingly, place of supply will be there. Sir, as on which date viewership data I have to take? They say that you have to take the viewership data of the last week of a given quarter for calculating viewership of the current quarter. For example, this advertisement service is getting run from January to March quarter. So for dividing the value, viewership data you have to get, no? Which periods viewership data you have to get? Previous quarter. What will be the previous quarter? September to December will be the previous quarter. In the previous quarter, last week, that means in the December's month, last week, viewership data you have to get, and that viewership data you have to use for this entire quarter for dividing the value. Able to understand? So 2 things I have told. In case if the advertisement is run on television channel, it will be divided on the basis of viewership data. Where you can get it? Viewership data, we can get it from BARC. And which figure we have to take? For the current quarter, I have to go to the previous quarter. In the previous quarter, last week viewership data, I have to use it for the entire current quarter. Next one. sometimes what will happen is this BARC, they might maintain combined viewership data for two states. For example, take this scenario. So BARC is maintaining viewership data. They have for Karnataka separate viewership data. They told that for Karnataka we have 10 lakh viewers. They are not maintaining separate viewership data for Tamil Nadu and Kerala. They are maintaining collective viewership data. So for Tamil Nadu and Kerala put together, they have 12 lakh viewership. For both the states put together, they are having collective viewership. So now what I have to do? Now what you have to do is, if you have collective viewership data, first you need to divide this viewership on the basis of population ratio. On the basis of population ratio, you have to divide it. Sir, if the population ratio is 2:1, in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, the population ratio is 2:1. This viewership data, first you have to divide it in the ratio of 2:1. So if I divide it, it will be 8 lakh rupees and 8 lakh viewers and 4 lakh viewers. Now the entire value I have to divide it in the ratio of 10:8:4. In this ratio, I have to divide it. Clear, everybody? So if the viewership data is maintained collectively, then first we have to divide the viewership on the basis of population data, and accordingly we'll get the viewership. Then we have to divide it on the basis of entire viewership data. Clear, everybody? That's what they try to say here in the C point. So three things in case of advertisement run on television channels. Number one, viewership. On the basis of viewership, you have to divide. Viewership where you can get BRC. Which viewership data we have to use? For the current quarter, we have to go to the previous quarter, last week. That figures we have to use for the entire current quarter. In some cases, what will happen is viewership data will be collectively maintained for states. Then we have to divide that on the basis of population ratio, and then we have to use that viewership data for division. So here also we will have one illustration that you can solve it. We solved it in the regular class. You can solve it once again from here. Sir, what if advertisement is happening in cinema halls, sir? In that case, you have to divide it on the basis of amount payable to cinema hall, all screens in each state, total amount. In case if the advertisement is getting run on a cinema hall, in one state, you have to determine how many cinema halls are there. For all the cinema halls, how much amount is paid, and that for that much amount, the place of supply will be that respective state. Next one. Sir, what if advertisement is happening on internet? If the advertisement is happening on internet, in that case, we have to divide the value on the basis of internet subscribers. For television viewership, no. For internet, we have to divide it on the basis of internet subscribers. Sir, where can I get that internet subscribers data? From TRAI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. From TRAI, you can get the internet subscribers data. Sir, which subscribers data, which internet subscribers data I have to use? For television, they told last week of the previous quarter. But here they say something else. Here they say that figures for the last quarter should be used for current quarter. For example, if I take the same scenario, January to March, this is the current quarter. Now I want to, for this current quarter, which internet subscribers data I have to take? I have to go to the previous quarter, that is September to December. For this entire previous quarter, you have to get internet subscribers data, and that data you have to use it for the current quarter. For television, they told last week of the previous quarter, but here they are not telling last week of the previous quarter. They are telling take the previous entire quarter's internet subscribers data, that you use it for the current quarter. Here also same logic. In some cases, what will happen is TRAI will maintain collective internet subscriber data for more than one state. Then you have to divide that internet subscriber data on the ratio of population. Then you will get to know internet subscribers for each state. Accordingly, you have to divide the value. Same like television only. So here also you'll have examples, you can solve it. Next, advertisement through SMS. In case if the advertisement is happening through SMS, then we have to divide the value on the basis of telecom subscribers, which also you will get it from TRAI. Sir, which figures I have to use? Figures for a given quarter will be used for calculating the subscribers for succeeding quarter. Sorry. Here I think, here I have made one small mistake. Sorry. In case of internet, I told what? Figures for the last quarter will be used for the entire financial year. So sorry guys. Figures will be used for calculating the number of internet subscribers for the entire financial year. Small mistake here. Okay, so I will develop one summary. If I develop the summary, that you will get. So once again, we'll see this, then I will develop the summary. So in case of advertisement through SMS, the value has to be divided on the basis of telecom subscribers, and figures for the given quarter will be used for the succeeding quarter. Here also, if the subscribers data, if the telecom subscribers is given for more than one state, divide it in the population ratio. So the most important thing is I will give you summary here, which you have to note it down for easy understanding. Yes. So what they are trying to say here is three things. Number one, television, you have to divide it on the basis of viewership. Which data you have to use? last week of previous quarter. You have to use it for the current quarter. Okay. Next comes internet. You have to divide it on the basis of internet subscribers. Here they say that for the current financial year, you have to use last quarter's data. I think the same thing they say here, this one. So if we go to internet, we have to use internet subscribers here, this one. Subscribers for last quarter of a given financial year will be used for calculating the number of internet subscribers for the succeeding financial year. So here what they are telling is, for the current financial year, I have to use last quarters of the preceding financial year. Last quarter of previous financial year, I have to use for the entire financial year. Take for example, April 24 to March 25. For this entire financial year, I have to use last quarter of the previous financial year. What will be the last quarter of the previous financial year? January 24 to March 24. This will be the last quarter of the previous financial year. This internet subscribers data, I have to use it for the entire current financial year. Able to understand? But in the previous case, for the current quarter after quarter, the base will change. But here for the entire financial year, the base is going to remain same. So here in the television case, for the current quarter, you have to use the last week of the previous quarter. That means every quarter you have to revise it. Next, coming to the SMS. In case of SMS, you have to divide it from, you have to get it from telecom subscribers. And which data you have to use? Here they say for the current quarter, you have to use the previous quarter. For the current quarter, you have to use previous quarter. This is summary. Take a screenshot and high chances of getting tested in the MCQs. Able to understand? So once again, I'm revising. In case of television, viewership data for the current quarter, you have to use last week of the previous quarter's data. For internet subscribers, for the entire current financial year, you have to use last quarter of the previous financial year's data. In case of telecom subscribers, for the current quarter, you have to use the entire previous quarter's telecom subscribers data. So this is how you need to determine place of supply in case of advertisement services provided to the government through television, internet and SMS. Clear? Important from the examination perspective. So now with this we have covered all the special cases, 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14. Each subsection is talking about special case of service and how to determine place of supply. And as I've told, if any service is not falling under any of this category, if the service whatever you are providing, it doesn't fall under 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14. Then how to determine place of supply? Then you have to follow 12 subsection 2. As I have told, if I'm a chartered accountant, if I'm providing accounting services to my client, did we see accounting services anywhere from 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14? No. Then what we will do? We'll come to 12 subsection 2, which is a residuary clause. Let us see what 12 subsection 2 says. Very simple thing, no complications at all. They will try to simply wind up in one simple statement. In the material itself, I have given summary for that. Yes, see here. So in case of any other services, we have to see what is the status of the recipient. We have to see what is the status of the recipient. If the recipient is registered, location of the recipient will be the place of supply. Sir, what if recipient is unregistered? If the recipient is unregistered, then we have to see, is the address of that recipient available in the supplier's records? Yes, sir, available. Then the location of that recipient, location of that unregistered person. Sir, the address of the recipient is not available, then location of the supplier. As simple as that. This we have already seen in previous cases. The same thing they try to say it in 12 subsection 2. So that is actually a residuary clause. In case if the service is not getting covered anywhere else, then we have to follow 12 subsection 2, which simply says, is the recipient registered? Yes, location of the recipient. Recipient is unregistered, then we have to check in the supplier's records, recipient's address is available. Yes, it is available. Location of the recipient. Address is not available. Location of the supplier. For this we have examples also. So if you see here, Mr. Aryabhat, a chartered accountant registered in New Delhi, makes a supply of service to his client Champak Private Limited of Noida, Uttar Pradesh, registered in UP. So I am providing services of chartered accountancy to recipient who is registered. If the recipient is registered, location of the recipient. What is the location of the recipient? He is registered in Uttar Pradesh. So the place of supply is going to be Uttar Pradesh. Next one, Mr. Hiralal, a chartered accountant in Gurugram, Haryana, who is also registered in Haryana, provides consultancy services to his client, Mr. Pannalal, who is a resident of New Delhi, but is not registered. He's unregistered, but they're clearly telling he's resident of Delhi. That means in the chartered accountant's records, this person's address is available. What is the address? Resident of New Delhi. So what will be the place of supply? New Delhi. If this address is not available, location of the supplier. What is location of the supplier? Haryana. So if the address of Mr. Panalal is available in the records of Mr. Hiralal, location of Mr. Panalal, that is New Delhi, will be the place of supply. If the address is not available, then the location of the supplier, that will be Haryana. Able to understand? So this is what residuary clause 12 subsection 2 says. So with this, we have successfully completed how to determine place of supply in case of services, which is covered under section number 12. So this is what a quick revision regarding place of supply. It's not actually a quick revision, guys. I think we have spent close to 1 hour 45 minutes of time we have spent on revising the place of supply. Very important from the examination perspective. Hope you guys have found value addition from this revision. Clear? Now we will start revising the chapter accounts and records. So previously we are done with revising the chapter place of supply. So now we are going to take up the next chapter for revision, which is going to be about accounts and records. So like the way place of supply is a chapter which has been added under new scheme, even this particular chapter accounts and records is also has been there under new scheme only. This chapter you will not be able to find it under old scheme. So since this is a topic which has been added under the new scheme, so there is a high chances of getting good number of questions from this particular chapter. So without any delay further, let us try to understand, let us try to revise quickly the contents of the chapter accounts and records. But before I actually start revising this particular chapter, I want to give you one caution here. The caution is, in this chapter, you will not be able to find much of the concept. The concept is very limited. Conceptual discussion is very limited. So in this chapter, you have to focus more on memorizing the content. In this chapter, you have to focus more on memorizing. The concept will not be there. Concept will be nothing. So most of the contents, 90% of the chapter, you have to memorize only. Apart from that, there is no conceptual understanding which is going to be there here. Sir, why there is no concept here? What exactly this chapter is going to talk about? This chapter is going to talk about if you are a registered person, if you are getting covered under the GST laws and regulation, what kind of accounts you have to maintain, what kind of records you have to maintain, what kind of documents you have to maintain. The list of documents, the list of accounts, the list of records, they are going to tell you. If you are a manufacturer, if you are a registered person and a manufacturer, what records as a manufacturer you have to maintain. If you are a service provider, what records you have to maintain. If you are an agent, what records you have to maintain. If you are a works contractor, what documents you have to maintain, what accounts you have to maintain. So like that, if you are a registered person, depending upon the activity, whatever you are doing, what records you have to maintain, what documents you have to maintain, what accounts you have to maintain, that is what this chapter is going to talk about. So mostly no concept, only memorizing you have to do. But you need not worry, the chapter is very small here. In fact, we are only going to discuss two sections, section number 35 of the CGST Act and section number 36 of the CGST Act. So if we complete these two sections, this chapter will be over. So even though this chapter involves memorizing, content wise it is very limited. You can happily memorize it, will not take much of a time. And once again, I am telling you, this is chapter which has been added under new scheme, high chances of getting the questions from this particular chapter. So without any delay further, let us try to begin my discussion with section number 35. So section number 35 is going to talk about what accounts, documents and records are required to be maintained by registered persons. And this section number 35 is containing 4 subsections. 35 subsection 1 is going to talk about certain persons. Section number 35 subsection 2 is there. 35 subsection 3 is there. 35 subsection 4 is there. So first I will begin my discussion with section number 35 subsection 1, which is talking about what kind of accounts, what kind of records, what kind of documents are required to be maintained by registered person. Let us see what the section number 35 subsection 1 says. It says that every registered person, it is referring to all the registered persons. Every registered person shall keep and maintain where at his principal place of business. Whatever his principal place of business is there, at that principal place of business, every registered person shall maintain certain records. Which records? The records relating to production or manufacturing of the goods. If you are a manufacturing entity, at your principal place of business, you have to maintain records relating to production or manufacturing of the goods. Inward and outward supply of goods or services or both. What inward goods you have, what inward services you have, what outward supply of goods you have made, what outward supply of services you have made. Regarding that also you have to maintain records. And records relating to stock of the goods, what stock of the goods you are holding, even for that stock of the goods also you have to maintain the records. Input tax credit availed, how much ITC you have availed, for that also you have to maintain detailed records and accounts. And what is the output tax payable and what output tax has actually been paid. In addition to that, any other particulars as may be prescribed, and in fact rule number 56 is there which has prescribed additional records you have to maintain in addition to these 5 things. Under 35 subsection 1, they told these 5 basic things you have to maintain: production or manufacturing of the goods, import and outward supply of goods or services, stock of goods, ITC availed, output tax payable and paid. In addition to these 5 records, even any other records as may be prescribed. In fact, rule number 56 is there, which has prescribed in addition to the above what additional records you have to maintain. So let us try to have a quick look at rule number 56, which is talking about maintenance of accounts by registered person. So in this rule number 56, we have various sub rules. Let us try to revise quickly each and every sub rule in a detailed manner. So sub rule 1 is talking about what additional records are required to be maintained by registered person. When I say additional records, they are in addition to these things mentioned in 35 subsection 1. In addition to these 5 things, what additional records are required to be maintained by registered person? So goods or services which you have imported or exported, if you have imported some goods or services, or if you have exported goods and services, regarding that also you have to maintain the records. And supplies attracting payment of tax on reverse charge. If you have any supplies on which RCM is getting attracted, regarding that also you have to maintain proper accounts, along with all relevant documents including invoices, bills of supply, delivery challans, credit notes, debit notes, receipt vouchers, payment vouchers and refund vouchers. All this we have seen in the tax invoice, credit and debit notes chapter. So whatever documents you are issuing, be it invoices, be it bill of supply, be it credit note, be it debit note, be it refund vouchers, payment vouchers, so all these relevant documents which you have issued, they should also be stored. They should not be thrown out, they should be stored. So in addition to records given under 35 subsection 1, these records are also required to be maintained. Who says that? Sub rule 1 of rule number 56 says it. Similarly, sub rule 2 is talking about what specifically you have to maintain regarding stock records. See, in 35 subsection 1, they told you have to maintain records relating to stock of goods. But what exact details should be there in that stock records? That is given under sub rule 2. And sub rule 2 specifically says that every registered person other than, very important, other than composition dealer. That means composition dealer need not maintain the stock records. Every registered person other than composition dealer has to maintain the stock records, which shows the following details. That means a composition dealer may not maintain the stock records. He has been given relaxation. So every registered person other than composition dealer shall maintain the accounts of stock in respect of goods received and supplied by him, and that account should show, that stock records should show opening balance. And what is the opening balance? How much stock you have received, how much you have supplied. Out of your stock, any goods are stolen or lost or destroyed, any goods you have written off or disposed of by way of gift or free sample, and what is the final closing balance. So you have to maintain stock records in such a way that it will show opening balance, what receipts you had, what issues you had, and what is the closing balance. That details should be shown in that stock records. But however, these stock records are not required to be maintained by composition dealer. Then sub rule 3 says that similarly, sometimes you might be receiving advances from your customers. Sometimes you might be paying advances to your suppliers, and out of these advances, adjustments will happen. Even you have to maintain accounts relating to, separate accounts relating to advances received, paid and adjustments made from these advances. For that also you have to maintain separate accounts. Then not just that, even you have to maintain separate accounts for tax related details also. So how much tax, how much ITC you have availed, how much ITC you have claimed, how much ITC you have availed, how much output tax you are supposed to pay, how much tax you have paid by utilizing input tax credit, how much tax you have paid by depositing cash. So even you have to maintain every registered person. But here also if you see, sub rule 4 says every registered person other than composition dealer. Composition dealer also need not maintain tax related accounts. Why? Because composition dealer is not having any option to adjust his output tax liability against the input tax credit. Obviously no. So that's why they told every registered person other than composition dealer need not maintain tax related accounts. Only who is required to maintain? Every registered person other than composition dealer shall keep and maintain an account containing the details of what is the tax payable, how much tax you have collected, how much you have paid, what is input tax credit, how much you have claimed, along with the register of tax invoices, credit notes, debit notes, delivery challans. Even tax related details also you have to maintain. However, composition dealer need not maintain it. Not just that, sub rule 5 of rule number 56 says if you are a registered person, in addition to your supplies and all, even you need to maintain certain addresses also. Sir, which addresses I have to maintain? They say every registered person shall keep the particulars of names and complete addresses of suppliers. What are your suppliers' names along with their addresses, your customers' names and your customers' addresses. Along with that, the complete address of the premises where goods are stored by him, including goods stored during transit, along with the particulars of the stock stored there. Even you have to maintain one register. In that register you have to give the details of addresses of all the premises wherever you are keeping the stock. For example, you have a principal place of business, you have various warehouses, you have various godowns, and in some, when you are making the movement of the goods at the transporter's office, you will keep the stock for certain days. So wherever you are keeping your stock, you have to maintain one register at your principal place of business. In that register you have to include, you have to mention a list of the addresses of all the premises wherever you are storing your goods. Able to understand? So that address related details of the premises where the goods are stored, even that register is also required to be maintained. So that is what sub rule 5 of rule number 56 is saying. Now sub rule 6 says that if any taxable goods are found at a place or are found to be stored at any place other than those declared under sub rule 5. See, in the sub rule 5 they are asking you to declare the complete addresses of all the premises wherever you are keeping the stock. In case if it is found that you are keeping the stock at a place other than those mentioned in that register, you are storing the goods at a place other than which is mentioned in that register, then what will happen is, without any cover of valid documents, then the proper officer shall determine the amount of tax payable on such goods as if you have supplied that goods. Take for example, at my principal place of business, I maintain one register. In that register, I have given 5 addresses where I am keeping my stock. I have given that addresses, I have maintained one register. In that I have updated 5 addresses. But I am storing my goods at a place other than these 5 addresses. There is some additional place where whose address I did not update in that register. There I kept the stock. In case if on verification, if the proper officer finds that the stock is here at this place and address of this place is not there in the register, then what the proper officer will do, all this stock he will deem as if you have supplied this stock. He will determine what will be the tax payable on that. You have to pay that amount. You have to pay that much amount of tax. So that's why it is better wherever you are storing your goods, all that addresses you have to be updated in the register. In case if the PO finds the goods at any other place other than that mentioned in the register, he will treat as if you have supplied all that goods and he will impose a tax on you. Next one, sub rule 7. Sub rule 7 says, in sub rule 7 I will try to simplify. What it says is, see, in 35 subsection 1 they told that generally books of accounts are required to be maintained at principal place of business. But through this sub rule 7 they have given relaxation that in case if you have additional place of business, the books related to additional place of business can be maintained at that additional place of business. See, in the registration certificate you have declared that there is one principal place of business and there is one more additional place of business is there. So section 35 is 35 told generally you have to maintain all books at principal place of business, but this sub rule 7 has given relaxation. Whatever accounts relating to additional place of business are there, they can be kept at that additional place of business. No need to bring it to the principal place of business. You can keep them at the additional place of business. Which accounts related only to that additional place of business can be maintained at that additional place of business. Clear? So that relaxation is given under sub rule 7. Now coming to sub rule 8, which says that whatever entries that you have updated in those accounts, no entry should be erased. You should not erase any entry from that records. You should not overwrite. What do you mean by overwriting? This we do know. When we write a mistake, we try to correct on that only. So that overwriting also you should not do. And if at all any incorrect entry is there, that can be scored out. That means if you find any wrong entry, you can score it out like this. That means this is what scoring out means. So like this you can score out, but that scoring out should be done only under attestation. Proper approval, proper authorization you should get from the business owners. Then only that entry could be scored out. Able to understand? So that's what they say. No entry can be erased, overwritten. If at all any incorrect entry is there other than that of clerical nature, if incorrect entry is because of clerical nature, you can score it out without attestation. Other than clerical nature, if any wrong entry is there and if you want to score it out, that you can do it only under attestation. Next, whatever books of accounts you are maintaining, all that books of accounts should be serially numbered. There should be proper serial numbering of the books of accounts should be there. Then sub rule 10 says, unless provided otherwise, if any documents, registers or any books or accounts belonging to a registered person are found at any premises other than those mentioned in the certificate of registration, they shall be presumed to be maintained by the said registered person only. Which means, take for example, you are maintaining, you have a registration certificate. In that registration certificate, you have one principal place of business, you have one additional place of business. Generally records you have to maintain at these places, but our registered person, what he's doing is some accounts he kept it at his home. some accounts he has kept it at his home. It will be deemed that whatever records which are found at the home, it will be deemed as if you have only maintained it. Generally these things will come in case of scrutinies and all. So when they came for scrutiny, if you find any record at your home, you can't deny, no, I did not keep it, I don't know from where they have come. You can't say that. In case if any records are found at a place other than those places of business mentioned in the registration certificate, it will be deemed as if you have only maintained that records. You can't deny, I don't know how they have come here. So this is what sub rule number 10 says. Now sub rule number 11 talks about in case if you are acting as an agent, in case if you are supplying goods or receiving the goods on behalf of your principal, if you are an agent, what exact records you have to maintain in the case of agent, that is covered under sub rule number 11 of rule number 56. So list of accounts they are telling, list of records they are telling which are required to be maintained by an agent. Number 1, particulars of authorization received by him from each principal to receive or supply the goods. If you are acting as an agent, that means your principal should have given approval to you either to receive the goods or supply the goods on behalf of your principal. Principal will give you approval. No, that approval, that authorization copies, you have to store it. And particulars including description, value and quantity of goods or services received on behalf of every principal. What goods you have received on behalf of your principal, that details you have to maintain. Similarly, what goods or services you have supplied on behalf of your principal, that also you have to maintain. Nothing but goods or services received on behalf of your principal, goods and services supplied on behalf of your principal, for both you have to maintain proper records. And details of accounts furnished to every principal. Periodically you will submit the account. No, sir, on your behalf these many sales I have made, on your behalf these many purchases I have made, you have to make me this much amount of payment. You will submit periodical account, right? That also you have to store it. And in addition to that, what tax you have paid on receipts or on supply of goods or services affected on behalf of every principal. On behalf of your principal, what taxes you have paid, that register, that record also you are supposed to maintain. So these are the accounts which are required to be maintained in case of an agent. Then sub rule number 13 says every registered person supplying services. If you are a person who is exclusively engaged in supplying services, sorry, sub rule 12 we did not cover. Sub rule 12 talks about if you are a person engaged in the manufacturing. If you are a person not in trading, guys, you are engaged in manufacturing of the goods, then you need to maintain some extra records. What are they? So every registered person who is manufacturing goods shall maintain monthly production accounts. Monthly production accounts you have to maintain. In that, what I should show? Quantitative details of raw materials or services which are used in the manufacture. How much quantity of raw material you have used for that production. And quantitative details of goods so manufactured, nothing but inputs, outputs. How much quantity of raw materials, how much quantity of services you have used, how much quantity of goods you have produced. That records are required to be maintained in the case of manufacturing registered person. Similarly, in case if you are a registered person, but you are not into manufacturing, you are into supplying of services, then you have to maintain some records showing what details? Quantitative details of goods used in the provision of service. For providing your services, what quantity of goods you have purchased. For example, if I'm a chartered accountant, I'm providing services. For providing the services, I need stationery. So how much quantity of stationery I have bought, that record I have to maintain. And details of input services utilized. For providing my output services, I might have received some input services, record of that input services, and what output services you have supplied. This you have to maintain in case if you are a registered person who is engaged in supplying of services. Similarly, if you are executing works contract. So what do you mean by works contract? So work in relation to immobile property which involves a supply of goods as well as supply of services, that we call it as works contract. No. So in case if you are a person who is executing works contract, you need to maintain certain accounts showing what? So you have to maintain separate accounts for works contract showing name and address of the persons on whose behalf the works contract is executed, on whose behalf you are doing that works contract, that you have to maintain one list. Description, value and quantity of goods or services received for the execution of works contract. For executing this works contract, how much quantity, what goods you have received. Similarly, description, value and quantity of goods or services utilized. How much you have received, how much you have utilized. The details of payment received in respect of each works contract. What is the payment or what payments you have received in respect of that works contract. And also the names and addresses of the suppliers from whom he received the goods and services, from whom you purchase goods, from whom you purchase services. Even that records also you are supposed to maintain. So if you are a registered person who is into business of executing works contract, these services, these records you are required to maintain. And And sub rule number 15 says the records under the provisions of this chapter even may be maintained in electronic form also. You need not maintain the records in the physical form, even you can maintain the records in the electronic form as well. And if you maintain the records in the electronic format, those records are required to be authenticated by way of a digital signature. Have to authorize that electronic records by way of digital signature. And finally, whatever accounts I have maintained, see, I have shown you just now what and all accounts you are required to maintain. See, whatever accounts I am maintaining, can I throw that away after 1 year? After 2 years, can I throw that away? No. You have to preserve that accounts for the period as provided in section number 36. Whatever accounts you are maintaining, whatever records you are maintaining, just a minute. Yeah. So whatever accounts you are maintaining, whatever records you are maintaining, whatever documents you are maintaining, you should not throw that away. You have to preserve it. Sir, how long I have to preserve it? For lifelong should I preserve? No. For how long you have to preserve it, that time limit has been prescribed in section number 36. So now let us go to section number 36 and try to understand how long I need to preserve that accounts, records and documents. So they are telling under sub rule number 16 of rule number 56, whatever accounts you are maintaining, they should be preserved for the period as mentioned in section number 36. Let us see what is the time period given under section number 36. So section number 36 says that until the expiry of 72 months from the due date of furnishing of the annual return for the year pertaining to such accounts and records. Nothing but, for example, if you are maintaining accounting, if you are maintained records for the year 22-23, for this year, there will be due date of furnishing the annual return. From the due date of furnishing of annual return up to 72 months, that means 6 years from the due date of furnishing of annual return of the relevant financial year, you have to preserve that records. Able to understand? So that's what they are telling. You have to maintain, you have to preserve that accounts, records and documents until the expiry of 72 months or 6 years. But don't write 6 years in the exam, write 72 months only. For a period of 72 months from the due date of furnishing of annual return. For the financial year, there will be due date for furnishing of annual return. From that due date of furnishing of annual return up to 12 months, not actual date of furnishing the annual return, guys. From the due date of furnishing of the annual return of the financial year till 72 months, you have to preserve that records. However, there is one more proviso for section number 36, which says that, see, general time period is this 72 months from the due date of furnishing of annual return. But in some special cases, in which special cases, if you are a registered person and you are a party to an appeal, revision or any other proceeding before any appellate authority, revisional authority or appellate tribunal or court, that means you are a registered person, but against you some cases going on, some appeal is going on, some proceedings are going on. Whether that proceedings may be filed by you or that proceedings may be initiated by commissioner or is under investigation for an offense, that means some legal issue is going on against this registered person. In those cases, the retention period will change. Preserving period will change. What is that is, in those cases, you have to retain the accounts for a period of 1 year after the final disposal of such appeal or revision or proceeding or investigation or the period specified above. What is the period specified above? 72 months from the due date of furnishing of the annual return. Whichever is later, till that point of time, you have to maintain the records. So if any investigation, if any appeal is going on, that appeal will get closed, from the closure of that appeal up to 1 year, you have to calculate. Or 72 months from the due date of the furnishing of the annual return for that respective financial year, whichever is later. For example, if 72 months from the date of furnishing of annual return, from the due date of furnishing of annual return, this is only later, till that point of time, you have to maintain books of accounts. Or take, for example, due date, 72 months from the due date of furnishing of annual return is getting ended here, whereas appeal got closed here. And till 1 year, whichever is later. That means here in this case, you have to maintain the records for 1 year after the closure of that appeal, etc. Clear, everybody? So in case if you are a party to an appeal, revision or any other proceeding before any court, tribunal, commissioner or any investigation is going on, in those cases retention period will change either 1 year after the final disposal of such appeal or that actual time period which we have seen above, 72 months from the due date of furnishing of annual return, whichever is later, till that point of time you have to preserve your records. Clear, everybody? If there is no appeal, nothing, simply one rule, until 72 months from the due date of furnishing of annual return of the relevant financial year. So this is what the time period for which you have to preserve your accounts, records and documents. Able to understand? So what we have covered till now, we have covered 35 subsection 1, and we have discussed rule number 56. Along with that, section number 36 also we have covered. Now coming to 35 subsection 2, 35 subsection 2 clearly talks about only what accounts are required to be maintained by owner or operator of a warehouse or godown or any other place used for storage of the goods, and every transporter, irrespective of whether he is a registered person or not. So 35 subsection 2 is telling, if you are running a warehouse, if you are running a cold storage, or you are running a godown where you will store the goods of others. For example, I am running a warehouse. So what thing I am doing? So I am having a warehouse. If someone wants to store their goods in my warehouse, I can accommodate that. I will charge some consideration, and I will let the other people to store their goods in my warehouses. Or if I'm a transporter, I'm in the business of transporting of goods. Like for example, I'm a GTA operator, goods transport agency. So 35 subsection 2 told that every owner or operator of a warehouse or godown or any other place where the goods are stored, and every operator, whether you are registered under GST law or not, doesn't matter. For example, if I'm a GTA, I'm not required to get registered, but still I have to maintain certain records under GST law. I'm a warehouse operator. I'm not a registered person. I'm not liable for registration. Still, even though I'm not liable for registration, still I have to maintain some records. So very, very important, 35 subsection 2 is asking the owners or operators of the warehouses, cold storages or transporters, whether they are registered or not, doesn't matter. They have to maintain compulsory some records. But if you pay close attention, 35 subsection 1 is asking only for the registered persons to maintain books of accounts, whereas 35 subsection 2 is asking every operator or owner of a warehouse, cold storage or every transporter, whether you are registered or not under GST law, doesn't matter. You have to maintain mandatory certain records. Which records, sir? You have to maintain records of the consignor. Who is the consignor? On whose behalf you are storing the goods or transporting the goods? Who is the consignee? To whom you are delivering the goods? Who is the consignee? Other relevant details of the goods in such manner as may be prescribed. So initially in 35 subsection 2, they told every warehouse operator or godown operator or transporter, they have to maintain two basic details: details of the consignor, details of the consignee. In addition to that, any other details as may be prescribed. And actually for this, they have given one more rule here. So we have this rule number 58, which is talking about what records, what additional details are required to be maintained by owner or operator or operator of godown or warehouse and transporters. In addition to the details of the consignor and consignee, what additional details are required to be maintained by this people? Let us see. So every owner or operator of a warehouse or godown or any other place used for storage of the goods in every transporter, irrespective of whether he is a registered person or not, shall maintain records of consignor, consignee and any other relevant details. Sir, what other relevant details? See here. If you are a transporter, any person engaged in the business of transporting of the goods shall maintain records of goods transported, how much quantity of goods you are transporting, how much goods you have delivered, how much goods are stored in transit by him, along with GSTIN of the registered consignor and consignee for each of his branches. So as a transporter, in addition to the consignor and consignee's details, you have to maintain the GSTIN numbers, what quantity of goods you are transporting, what quantity of goods were actually delivered, how many goods are in transit. So that records you have to maintain if you are a transporter. In case if you are a owner, operator of a warehouse or godown, then what you should do? Every owner or operator of a warehouse or godown shall maintain books of accounts with respect to the period for which particular goods remain in that warehouse. If you are a warehouse operator, you have to maintain how long those goods were there in your warehouse. The time also you have to mention, including the particulars relating to dispatch, movement, receipts and disposal. So how much, when it was dispatched, when it was moved, when it was received. So that time related details also you have to maintain if you are running a warehouse or cold storage. And the owner or the operator of the godown shall store the goods in such a manner that they can be identified item wise, owner wise. Nothing but for every owner, for every item, separately you have to store the goods. You should not mix the goods with others. For example, if to the warehouse some 10 people are coming and storing their goods, he should not mix all together. So for every owner, for every item wise, owner wise, separately he has to store the goods in the warehouse. Don't mix it, separately you should store them, so that if at all any verification has to happen, one should be able to identify which goods belong to which owner. And in addition to that, they say one more thing here. In case if you are a owner of a warehouse or operator of a warehouse, or if you are a transporter and if you are not registered under GST, then you have to submit an application in form number GST ENR 01 and you have to get one unique enrollment number. In case if you are a owner or operator of a place of storage of the goods, and if you are a transporter and you are not liable for getting yourself registered, then what you should do is you have to submit one application and get something called a unique enrollment number you will be given. And the person enrolled as aforesaid in any other state or union territory shall be deemed to be enrolled in every state and union territory. That means if you got that enrollment number with one state government, it will be deemed that you have got the enrollment number over entire India. The same enrollment number will be applicable all over India. And such person may also amend the details furnished in the prescribed form. At the time of getting the enrollment number, you will fill the application. If you want to amend the details of your amend your details in your enrollment form, you can amend that details also later. And once you become liable for registration, then you have to get the registration certificate. Then you will get GSTIN number and your enrollment number will be cancelled. So enrollment number will be obtained by those people who are not liable to be registered under GST. And who will get that enrollment number? Owners or operators of the warehouses and transporters. So they can get one unique enrollment number by submitting one application. And once you become liable for registration, you have to get the GSTIN, then your enrollment number will be cancelled. Clear? So this is what rules relating to records to be maintained by owner or operator of godown or warehouse and transporter. So you might have felt it. There is no concept here. I simply read out the contents of the material. So whatever contents of the material are there, that itself I have read out. So apart from that, I can't bring any concept here, because in this chapter there is no concept as such. So generally, practically what I wanted to do is I wanted to skip the revision of this chapter, because there is no concept as such for me to revise. But as I have told, since this chapter is something which is newly added in the new scheme and high chances of getting tested in the examination, so I thought, okay, let me once again make you recollect all the provisions so that you will be able to remember it easily in the examination. So that is the main reason why I have done the revision. But practically speaking, this chapter is not at all fit for revision. Clear? Everybody till here comfortable? So now we will be revising the next chapter, which is TDS and TCS. One more new chapter which has been added under new scheme, and also very important and interesting. Huge chances of testing the questions from this particular chapter. So we are going to discuss about the concept of TDS and TCS. In fact, we are discussing in this chapter only two sections. Section number 51 of the CGST Act, which is talking about TDS provisions. Section number 52 of the CGST Act, which is talking about TCS provisions. So let us try to understand what this concept of TDS and TCS is, when it will be applicable, when it will not be applicable. So I have tried to summarize entire chapter. See, if you see here, what is the entire TDS mechanism? I try to summarize everything in the form of one single chart here. Right? This you can use. This one single chart act as a revision of the entire TDS concept. Similarly, for TCS also, I have summarized all the content in one single page. So if you refer these pages, that itself will act as a complete revision of TDS and TCS. Okay, so pay attention. Please pay close attention. Will not take much of a time. We'll try to close it quickly. So first we will start our discussion with section number 21, which is talking about TDS, tax deducted at source. So what is this TDS? What exactly is this concept of TDS? Let me try to explain it. Till now, we will recollect what exactly happens in the GST transaction. So generally what will happen? There will be a supplier. So there is a supplier. He is a registered person. So what he has done is he has made a supply. 10 lakhs worth of taxable supply he has made. 10 lakhs worth of taxable supply he has made. He will give an invoice. So 10 lakh rupees is the value of supply. GST, 18% of GST. So 1,80,000 he will collect. 1,80,000 he will add. Total 11,80,000 rupees of invoice will be given to recipient. Okay. Now what this recipient should do, since he has got the goods, since he made an order from the supplier for supply, so supplier has supplied the goods, made a taxable supply, he gave an invoice. Now what recipient should do? Recipient should pay the consideration of 11,80,000 to the supplier. This is how the transaction will come to an end. And this supplier, whatever 11,80,000 rupees he has collected, can he keep that entire 11,80,000 in his pocket? No. He can keep only 10 lakh rupees in his pocket. The balance 1,80,000 rupees he has to pay to the GST department. So that will be his output tax liability. And as we know from his output tax liability, if he is having any input tax credit, that he will adjust. So balance whatever is there, that he can pay it in the cash. This is what a normal routine GST transaction. Making a supply, giving an invoice, collecting the consideration from the recipient, and the supplier keeping that value of the supply. Whatever GST component is there, that will be output tax liability. He will adjust the input tax credit. Whatever balance amount is there, that will be paid in cash. This is a general GST transaction. But section 51 is telling that there will be a concept of TDS. Sir, what is this TDS? So under TDS, what will happen is, so there is a supplier. There is a supplier. He has made some taxable supply. He has made some taxable supply to the recipient. He has made a taxable supply to the recipient. Take for example, he made 10 lakhs worth of supply. On this, GST is 18%. So 1,80,000 is a GST. Total amount which has to be paid by recipient is 11,80,000. So generally in normal transaction, what should happen? Recipient should pay 11,80,000 to the supplier, and with that the transaction between supplier and recipient will come to an end. But now the government is telling no. In some cases, here recipient is required to pay 11,80,000 to the supplier, but the government will ask the recipient, don't pay the full amount to the supplier. Don't pay full amount of consideration to the supplier. So the government is asking, in some cases, this recipient should deduct certain amount. He should not pay entire 11,80,000 to the supplier. He should deduct that tax. Sir, how much has to be deducted? If it is a 2%, effectively 2%. So if it is a, take for example, this is a interstate supply. So tax leviable is IGST. So in this case, what the government is asking the recipient to do is, in some special circumstances, don't pay 11,80,000. You deduct TDS at the rate of 2%. IGST TDS at the rate of 2% you have to deduct. On what value, sir? On this 10 lakh, not on the tax component. Excluding the tax component, whatever value of supply is there, from that you deduct 2%. If I calculate 2%, how much it will be? 20,000 rupees will be deducted. 20,000 rupees will be deducted. So out of 11,80,000, 20,000 is going to be deducted, and 11,60,000 only will be paid to the supplier. 11,60,000 will be paid to the supplier. This 20,000, whatever has been deducted by the recipient, we call it as TDS. Sir, now what the recipient will do with this TDS amount? Can he enjoy? No, he will deposit that 20,000 rupees of TDS of IGST with the government. He will deposit that 20,000 rupees of IGST against the GSTIN number of the supplier. He will mention the GSTIN number of the supplier, and he will deposit that 20,000 rupees of TDS component with the government. Now, when you come to the supplier side, now he will file GSTR1. When he files a GSTR1, in his GSTR1, he will show the outward supply as 10 lakh rupees. Now, GSTR3B will be generated. In the GSTR3B, his output tax liability on 10 lakhs, IGST output tax liability of 1,80,000 will be shown. Now, what he can do is, he need not pay this entire output tax liability of 1,80,000. What he can do is, whatever recipient has deducted and deposited with the government, that he can claim it as credit. TDS credit he can take. How much has been already deducted and paid to the government? 20,000. So that 20,000 rupees of credit he can take, and balance 1,60,000 only he will be required to pay. Against this also he can avail the input tax credit. If any excess is there, that balance amount will be paid in the cash. This is what the entire TDS mechanism. This is what entire TDS mechanism. Able to understand? Very simple, guys. Supplier will make supply of goods, and generally recipient has to pay the entire amount of consideration to the supplier. But in some special cases, recipient will not pay the full amount of consideration. 2% of TDS will be deducted. If it is IGST, complete IGST at the rate of 2% will be deducted. If it is a intra-state supply, then CGST at the rate of 1%, SGST at the rate of 1%. Effectively 2% of amount will be deducted, and that will be paid to the government. And the supplier, he can claim that TDS amount as credit from his output tax liability, and balance only he needs to pay. This entire mechanism, we call it as TDS mechanism. Now, sir, is TDS required to be deducted in all the cases? No, there are certain conditions. Sir, when this section 51 will become applicable, when TDS will be deducted, for what value TDS will be deducted, and what are all procedural matters relating to that TDS, everything has been covered under section number 51. Let us try to revise what that section number 51 is telling. So one thing is very much sure, TDS is not applicable for each and every transaction. For each and every person, TDS will not become applicable. There are certain conditions. Only when all that are satisfied, then only TDS provisions will be attracted. Sir, what are that? What does section number 51 say regarding that TDS provisions? Let us see. So section number 51 says that TDS will become applicable when any supplier is making a taxable supply of goods and services only to specified recipients. If the recipient falls under any of this category, then only TDS will become applicable. Supplier could be anyone. Supplier could be anyone. But if the supplier is making a taxable supply to any of the specified recipients, then only TDS mechanism will become applicable. Nothing but these recipients are the persons who are required to collect the TDS. Recipient, instead of making the payment, he will collect the TDS. So when the recipient falls under any of this category, then only TDS provisions will become applicable. Supplier could be any person. There is no condition with regard to supplier. So when the supplier is making a taxable supply to the specified recipients, then the TDS provisions will become applicable. Sir, who are that specified recipients? A department or establishment of the central government or state government, any department of central government or state government, or local authority, or government agency, or such persons or category of persons as may be notified by the government. Initially they told any other person as may be notified, and later they notified the following persons: an authority or a board or any other body set up by an act of parliament or state legislature, or which is established by the government, in with 51% or more participation by way of equity or control to carry any function. That means government has created either parliament or state legislature, or any government has created any authority or body, and in that authority 51% or more participation is 51% of more of equity or control is there by the government itself. Or a society which is established by the central government or the state government or a local authority under Securities Registration Act 1860, or any public sector undertaking like Indian Oil Corporation, ONGC. These are all coming under public sector undertakings. So if someone is making a taxable supply to these recipients, which recipients? Once again repeat: a department or establishment of central government or state government, local authority, government agency, or any other person as may be notified by the government. And who are actually notified? An authority or a board or any other body which is set up by an act of parliament or state legislature or established by any government, in which 51% or more participation is by way of equity or control to carry out the functions. And any society which is established by central government, state government, or a local authority under Societies Registration Act, and any other public sector undertaking. If the recipient falls under any of this category, then what will happen? Then these recipient, instead of paying the full amount of consideration to the supplier, he will deduct. In case of interstate supply, 2% IGST will be deducted. In case of intrastate supply, 1% CGST and 1% SGST will be deducted. And one more condition is also there. For TDS to become applicable, the recipient should fall under any of this category. In addition to that, supply of taxable goods and services and the value of supply should be greater than 2,50,000. TDS will become applicable only when the supply of goods, only when taxable supply of goods or services is happening. And also TDS will become applicable under the contract if the total value of supply is more than 2,50,000, then only TDS will be deducted. Sir, what is this? Let me try to give you some examples here. Take for example, there is a supplier. Okay, he made a taxable supply. To PSU falling under specified recipient. And this supplier is making a taxable supply of goods for a value of 1 lakh rupees. So now is will TDS be deducted? No, TDS will not be deducted. TDS will become applicable only when the value of supply of taxable goods or services is exceeding 2,50,000. Here value of supply is only 1 lakh rupees. TDS will not be deducted. Let me give you another scenario. Take there is a supplier. He is making taxable supply of goods and services. Value of supply 2,40,000. On this GST is added. Take for example 10% is the GST rate. Just I am taking it for example. 24,000 of GST he has added. 2,64,000 of total invoice has been given. This taxable supply is made to PSU. Now will TDS become applicable? So what is the condition for TDS to become applicable? Recipient should be specified recipient. Value of supply should be greater than 2,50,000. Now you tell me, in this case, will TDS become applicable or not applicable? The answer is TDS will not become applicable. So the point which I want to clarify here is, for the purpose of determining whether TDS is applicable or not, we have to take value of supply excluding the tax component. This you should not include. If the value of the supply excluding the tax component, excluding CGST, IGST, SGST, if the value of supply has exceeded 2,50,000, then only GST will become applicable. Here the value of the supply is 2,40,000 only. TDS will not become applicable. Sorry guys, I made a mistake. TDS will not become applicable. GST will be there, but TDS will not be deducted. And one more term they have used is when the value of supply under a contract. Take for example, there is one single contract. In the single contract, the supplier is making different supplies under same contract. In one case, he has made a taxable supply of 50,000 rupees to the PSU. Under the same contract, under one contract, he has made a supply of 50,000. Under the same contract, the supplier has made another taxable supply for 1 lakh rupees. Under the same contract, he made another taxable supply of 2 lakh rupees. Another supply of 2 lakh rupees to the PSU. So now you tell me, will the TDS become applicable? Yes. Why? Because individually the transaction might be less than 2,50,000, but under the entire contract, value of supply under a same contract has already exceeded 2,50,000. Now on this entire value of 3,50,000, TDS will be deducted. Able to understand? So TDS provisions will become applicable when supply of taxable goods or services is happening and value of supply under a contract. You have to see the value of supply for the complete contract. If it has exceeded 2,50,000, then TDS will be deducted. Able to understand? And for determining this value of supply, you should not include the tax component. And if TDS becomes applicable, how much TDS will be deducted? Deduct tax at the rate of 1% of CGST, 1% SGST when in case of intrastate supply. If it is an interstate supply, directly 2% IGST will be deducted from the payment made or credited to the supplier. And one more thing here, you have to calculate that 2% or 1% CGST and 1% SGST, that also on the value excluding of the GST only. Like I have given the example, if the value of supply is made for 10 lakh rupees, 1,80,000 is the GST, 11,80,000 is the total amount. But TDS is not calculated at the rate of 2% on this figure. No, TDS will be calculated at the rate of 2% on the value of supply excluding taxes. Clear everybody? Right. So this is what they have told it here. Okay. Recipient will deduct the TDS. Now what he will do to the TDS amount? So this recipient, once he has deducted the TDS, that TDS should be deposited. With whom? With the government. That TDS should be deposited. So TDS should be deposited within how many days? Within 10 days after the end of the month in which such a deduction is made. Which means, take for example, in the April month, I have made a supply. In the April month, the supplier has made a supply to the specified recipient. So for the month of April, TDS has been deducted. Now this TDS has to be paid to the government within 10 days after the end of the month. For which month the TDS has been deducted? For April month. So on or before 10th of May, this TDS amount has to be paid to the government. And how generally that TDS will be paid is, this recipient will file one return, GSTR 7 he will file on or before 10th of the month succeeding the calendar month in which a tax has been deducted. So generally what will happen is, whatever TDS he has deducted in the month of April, by 10th of May, he will file GSTR 7, and by filing that GSTR 7, whatever TDS amount is there, that will be deposited with the government. Sir, what will happen if the recipient is not paying the TDS within 10 days from the end of the month? Then what will happen is, if any deductor fails to pay the tax to the government within the time limit, then whenever he is paying, he has to pay along with interest. If you pay within 10 days from the end of the month, no interest, nothing. If you make any delay, you have to deposit that TDS amount along with interest. Clear everybody? So this recipient will file GSTR 7 and deposit that tax amount with the government. Now once he files the GSTR 7 and deposit the tax amount with the government, then supplier in his common portal, to this supplier one statement will be made available, GSTR 7A TDS certificate we call it. So once this recipient deposited the TDS with the government and files a GSTR 7 no, so that information will be reflected to the supplier in his common portal in the GSTR 7A. In the GSTR 7A's complete details will be there, like TDS certificate, GSTN of the deductor. Deductor means nothing but recipient. GSTN legal name of deductee. See, who is deducting TDS? Recipient. So this recipient will be deductor because he is deducting the TDS. From whom it is getting deducted? Supplier. So supplier will be called as deductee. So whatever deductor has filed the return GSTR 7, all that information will be made available to the supplier in form number GSTR 7A. In that all these details will be there, like a GSTN of the deductor, GSTN of the deductee, trade name, tax period, how much tax has been deducted, everything will be shown in the GSTR 7A. That amount which is shown in the GSTR 7A, that can be claimed by the supplier as a credit, where in his electronic cash ledger. Very important. The supplier can claim the credit of the TDS amount which is reflected in the GSTR 7A in his electronic cash ledger, not in the electronic credit ledger. General ITC you can claim it in the electronic credit ledger, but TDS you can claim it directly in your electronic cash ledger. Very important from the MCQ's perspective. Clear everybody? So this is what the GST mechanism. And there are few more things which we have to pay attention. In some cases, even though these conditions are satisfied, TDS will not be deducted. When? So this is one particular example. No deduction shall be made. That means even though the above conditions are satisfied, recipient is falling under specified recipient, value of supply under contract is also more than 2,50,000, but still in some cases TDS will not be deducted. One such case is no deduction shall be made if the location of the supplier and the place of supply is in one state or union territory, which is different from state or, as the case may be, union territory of registration of the recipient. In this case, TDS shall not be deducted. Why logic and all I will not go into detail because this is revision. I will try to revise it quickly. So what they are telling is location of the supplier, place of supply, both are in one state. Both are in one state. Whereas location of the recipient is in different state. In that case, even though the recipient is a specified recipient and even though the value of supply is more than 2,50,000 under the contract, still TDS will not be deducted. So you have to remember this very carefully, important from the examination perspective. Location of the supplier and place of supply both are falling in same state, which is different from location of the recipient. Wherever recipient is having the registration, that is altogether different state. In that cases, TDS will not be deducted. I will show you a few examples. We will try to follow few examples. In the material, you will be able to find one illustration. Just give me a moment. Yes, here. This one, see here, this table. So what I told, when TDS will not become applicable, when the location of the supplier, place of supply, both are in same state and location of the recipient is different. So both are falling in one state, which is different from the location of the recipient, then TDS will not become applicable. So if you see first case, location of the supplier is in state A, place of supply is in state A, both are in same state, location of the recipient is also state A. So the given condition did not get satisfied, so TDS will become applicable here. When TDS will not become applicable, location of the supplier, place of supply, both are falling in one state, which is different from the location of the recipient, then TDS will not become applicable. Here there is no difference, everything is same. For location of the supplier is also state A only, place of supply is also state A only, registration of the recipient is also in state A only. So in this case, TDS will become applicable. Take the second case. Location of the supplier and place of supply, both are falling in state A, whereas location of the recipient is state B. So the given condition is satisfied. Location of the supplier and place of supply both are falling in one state, which is different from location of the recipient. In this case, even though the recipient falls under a specified category, even though the value of supply is more than 2,50,000, still TDS will not become applicable. Let us take another case. State A, location of the supplier state A, place of supply state B, registration of recipient state B. Will TDS become applicable? Yes. Only one condition when TDS will not become applicable, where location of the supplier and place of supply both are falling in same state. That itself is not there. Everything is different here. This both is different. So location of the supplier and place of supply both are not falling in same state. So TDS will not become applicable only when location of supplier, place of supply both are in same state, which is different from location of the recipient. Then only TDS will not become applicable. But here, location of the supplier and place of supply in two different states, no issue here. Here also TDS will become applicable. What if it is union territory? Take this case. A location of the supplier is in union territory 1, place of supply is in union territory 1, registration of the recipient is also in union territory 1. Here also TDS will become applicable. Take second case. Location of the supplier, union territory 1, place of supply, union territory 2. However, this rule, what I said, location of the supplier and place of supply both should fall in same state or union territory. Here both are not falling in same state or union territory. No objection to TDS. TDS will become applicable. Let us look at the last case. Location of the supplier, place of supply, both are falling in same state, which is different from registration of the recipient. Yes, in this case, TDS will not become applicable. Clear everybody? So this is very, very important. You have to remember it. You have to buy hard it. There is a logic also for that, but that logic itself will take a lot of time for me to explain, that we can't afford in the marathon. So that's why I told you the thumb rule. What is the thumb rule? So even though the above conditions are satisfied, in one case TDS will not get deducted, which is no deduction shall be made if the location of the supplier and the place of supply both are falling in same state or union territory, which is different from state or, as the case may be, union territory of registration of the recipient. In that case, TDS will not be deducted. And also one more thing also, they say no TDS shall be made when supply of goods or services is happening within these entities. See, if the supply is happening between these entities only, then also TDS will not become applicable. Like for example, one PSU is providing services to another PSU. Supplier is a PSU, recipient is also PSU. Will TDS become applicable? No. Or take for example an entity. Take for example one department or establishment of a central government, state government or union territory. They are providing taxable supply to PSU. Then also TDS will not become applicable. So if the taxable supply is happening within these entities, between these entities only, if the supply is happening, then also TDS will not be deducted. Clear everyone? And one more important thing which I forgot to highlight here, see, TDS will become applicable only when you are making a taxable supply. If any exempt supply is happening, then TDS will not become applicable. TDS will become applicable only when the supply is a taxable supply of goods and services. Take for example, sometimes they might also ask you a question like this. There is one supplier, he made supply to PSU. Taxable supply, he made 2 lakh. He also made exempt supply 1 lakh. Will TDS become applicable? No. When I said value of supply under a contract should exceed 2 lakh rupees, we have to consider 2,50,000 rupees. We have to consider value of supply of taxable only. Exempt we should not consider. In this case, value of supply of taxable supply of goods and services is less than 2,50,000. TDS will not become applicable. Let me give you another case. Take for example, there is a supplier. He made some supply of goods, taxable supply to PSU. Taxable supply 3 lakh. Exempt supply 1 lakh. Will TDS become applicable? Yes. And on you have to deduct TDS at the rate of 2%. On which value will you deduct TDS? Will you deduct the TDS on the entire value of 4 lakh rupees, or will you deduct TDS on only taxable value? You have to deduct TDS only on taxable supply value. That is, on 3 lakh rupees only you have to deduct TDS, not on the exempt supply portion. Clear? Two things I have clarified. One thing, you should not consider exempt supply when you are calculating whether value of supply is more than 2,50,000 or not. Even at the time of calculating the amount of TDS also, you should consider only taxable supply. You should not consider exempt supply. Clear? And one more last thing here, those people who are required to deduct the TDS under section number 51, they are required to undergo mandatory registration. Those people who are required to deduct the TDS under section 51, they are required to undergo compulsory registration irrespective of the aggregate turnover. So that's what they have told. Persons required to deduct TDS shall undergo compulsory registration. Proper officer, once you have to submit an application. Once you have submitted the application, proper officer, after doing verification, he will grant registration within 3 working days. After you have got the registration, after a certain point of time, in case if you are no longer liable to deduct TDS, then you can cancel your registration. You can get your registration cancelled. So a person who is no longer liable to deduct tax at source under section 51, then the said officer may cancel the said registration. Clear everybody? So these are the provisions of section number 51. So with this we are successfully done with TDS concept. But this chapter is not over. In this chapter, there is one more concept which we have to discuss, which is TCS, collection of tax at source. Let us try to revise that collection of tax at source also. If we complete that TCS, entire chapter also will get over. Okay, so shall we have a look at the TCS provisions? Let us have a look at it. So TCS related provisions are contained in section number 52 of the CGST Act. See, first, like the way we understood what is the concept of the TDS, let us also try to understand what is the concept of this TCS. See, TCS provisions will come into picture whenever supply of goods and services are happening through e-commerce operator. In case if the supply of goods and services are happening through the e-commerce operator, then only TCS provisions will come into picture. Sir, who is e-commerce operator? Like if you take Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, so all these are nothing but e-commerce operators. So generally, how an e-commerce transaction will happen, there will be supplier. There will be a supplier. For example, you want to purchase a mobile phone. So you are a customer, you have installed Amazon, you are a recipient, ultimately you are the customer. So you are scrolling in the Amazon, you want to buy a mobile phone. So you wanted to buy a brand new iPhone. So you placed an order in the e-commerce platform. In the Amazon, you placed an order. Now, what the e-commerce platform, what Amazon will do is, this Amazon will transfer this order to the supplier. This Amazon will forward this order to the supplier. Now, what the supplier will do, this mobile phone, whatever is there, he will dispatch it. This mobile phone, whatever has been ordered, that will be dispatched to the recipient. Take for example, the mobile phone has costed totally 1 lakh rupees. Totally 1 lakh rupees has been total 1 lakh rupees. Along with that, GST also has been added. Total 1,18,000 rupees of invoice will be given to the recipient. So through the e-commerce platform, through the Amazon, you place the order. That order was forwarded to the supplier. Supplier has dispatched the goods. You got it. Now, generally, as a recipient, at the time of placing the order or after placing the order, you will make the payment. No. So as a recipient, you will make the consideration payment to 1,18,000. Here in this case, as a recipient, first you will pay the consideration to the e-commerce operator. Now, what e-commerce operator should do? E-commerce operator should transfer that payment to the supplier. This is what should happen. I'm ignoring all the commission part and all. So generally, this is how e-commerce transaction should happen. You place an order in the e-commerce platform. That order will be forwarded to the supplier. Supplier will dispatch the goods. Recipient will make the payment to the e-commerce platform. E-commerce platform will transfer that payment to the supplier. But here, what they have told is, this e-commerce operator, whenever he collected the payment from the recipient, he should not transfer the entire amount to the supplier. He should collect some TCS. Should collect TCS at the rate of 1%. He has to collect, and balance amount only he will transfer it to the supplier. Sir, what is this 1%, sir? Take for example, here value of supply is 1 lakh rupees. So if it is an interstate supply, he will collect to 1% of IGST. Take here, if I calculate 1%, so 1,000 rupees he is going to keep, and balance 1,17,000 only will be transferred to the supplier. If it is a intrastate supply, 0.5% of SGST, 0.5% of CGST will be collected. There is a difference here. TDS effective rate is 2%. TCS effective rate is 1% only. So the Act has told, section number 52 has told, if you are an e-commerce operator, if the goods and services are getting supplied through you, and if e-commerce operator is receiving the consideration on behalf of the supplier, then before transferring the amount to the supplier, e-commerce operator will not transfer the full amount. He will collect TCS at the rate of 1%, and balance amount only he will transfer it to the supplier. Sir, now what the e-commerce operator will do with that 1,000 rupees? In this given case, he has collected 1,000 rupees from the payment which has to be made to the supplier. What e-commerce operator will do to that TCS amount? This e-commerce operator will deposit that tax amount. They will deposit that TCS amount to the government. Now, what will happen? Now, the supplier, what he can do is, when he files his GSTR1, when he files his GSTR3B, he will have output tax liability. Against that output tax liability, he can take the credit of the TCS amount. On your behalf, e-commerce operator deposited TCS amount with the government, no? So that you can claim it as a credit, and balance amount you can pay. Clear, everybody? So this is what entire TCS provisions are. Able to understand, everybody? So one of the most important consideration for TCS to become applicable is, e-commerce operator should have received the consideration. If the payment is directly going from recipient to the supplier, then e-commerce operator involvement itself is not there in the consideration. Then TCS will not be collected. TCS will be collected only when consideration is received by the e-commerce operator and then given to the supplier. So out of that full consideration, the e-commerce operator will deduct effectively 1% of the TCS and transfer only the balance amount, and the supplier can take that credit of the TCS amount. Understood? Clear and comfortable, everybody? So regarding this, certain rules and regulations are there. Let us see what they are telling. So as I have told, e-commerce operator will be there, and this e-commerce operator will receive the consideration, and on that consideration, before he transfer that amount to the supplier, the e-commerce operator should collect TCS. If it is interstate supply, 1% IGST. If it is an intrastate supply, 0.5% CGST and 0.5% SGST of the net value of taxable supplies. Sir, what is this net value of taxable supply? Nothing but, for example, this supplier has made through this e-commerce platform some 10 lakh rupees of supply he has made. Some items will be returned also. For example, if you place an order on Amazon, if you don't like it, you will return it also, no? So the e-commerce, through the e-commerce operator, this supplier has made 10 lakhs worth of supply. Out of that, returns worth 1 lakh has happened. So on the net 9 lakhs only, this TCS amount will be collected. That is what the meaning of net value of taxable supplies. So the e-commerce operator will deduct TCS at the rate of 1% of IGST if it is an interstate supply. If it is an intrastate supply, 0.5% CGST and 0.5% SGST of net value of taxable supplies he will deduct. I will come to this part later. I will come to that part later. Now, what this e-commerce operator will do, whatever TCS he has collected, what he will do to that amount? Can he enjoy with that money? No, that TCS amount shall be paid to government by the e-commerce operator. So whatever amount he has collected, that has to be paid to the government within what time limit? Same like TDS, within 10 days after the end of the month in which the collection is made. So that amount has to be paid to the government. And e-commerce operators are required to furnish some returns. E-commerce operator is required to furnish one monthly statement in GSTR 8 within 10 days after the end of month. Each month he has to file the GSTR 1. Not GSTR 1, GSTR 8, sorry. Every e-commerce operator is required to compulsorily furnish one monthly statement GSTR 8 within 10 days from the end of the month. In addition to that, e-commerce operator is also required to furnish one annual statement in GSTR 9B before 31st day of December following the end of the financial year. Nothing but for the financial year 22-23, 31st day of the December following the end of the financial year. That means before 31st of December 2023, e-commerce operator is also required to furnish one annual statement GSTR 9B. So two documents are required to be furnished by e-commerce operator. One monthly statement GSTR 8, due date is 10th within 10 days from the end of the month, and one annual statement in GSTR 9B within 31st of December following the end of the financial year. These returns are required to be furnished by the e-commerce operator. And as I have told, whatever TCS amount that has been collected from you, supplier can be claiming that credit of TCS, where here also in the electronic cash ledger. Electronic cash ledger. Now here we have to understand one more important provision, 9 subsection 5 of the CGST Act. So what is this 9 subsection 5 of the CGST Act? So 9 subsection 5 of the CGST Act says that, see, generally in the e-commerce operator, what will happen is supplier will supply the goods or services to the recipient, and the supplier will receive the amount of GST from the recipient only, and this supplier is required to pay that GST amount to the government. Yes or no? Generally in normal e-commerce operator transaction, if I rephrase it once again, if I give you example, supplier is there, he supplied goods worth 1 lakh rupees through the e-commerce operator. So 1 lakh is the value of supply, 18,000 rupees is the GST. 1 lakh 18,000 rupees will be the total amount. Now the recipient will pay that amount. Okay, that is going through e-commerce operator. He will deduct the TCS and balance amount will be paid to the supplier. Now this supplier, whatever GST that he has collected from the recipient, he is responsible for filing the return and paying that GST amount to the government. Yes or no? So he will file GSTR 1. In that he will declare outward supply as 1 lakh rupees. He will file GSTR 3B. In that he will show his output tax liability as 18,000 rupees. And this amount he has to pay either by using his input tax credit or by cash. Generally, this is what should happen. But what 9 subsection 5 has told is, the government has retained certain power. The government has reserved certain power. They told under 9 subsection 5 that we are having power to notify certain services, and if those services are provided through the e-commerce operator, supplier will not have obligation to pay the GST to the government on those services. Directly e-commerce operator has to pay the GST amount to the government. What they have told in 9 subsection 5? In 9 subsection 5, government has reserved the power. Generally, if the goods and services are getting supplied through e-commerce operator, supplier only will collect the amount and pay it to the government. But under 9 subsection 5, government has reserved the power, and they told that we are having power. We can notify certain services. If those services are provided through e-commerce operator, supplier will not pay the GST to the government. E-commerce operator is only required to pay the GST amount directly to the government. That means e-commerce operator only will collect the GST from the recipient, and he will pay the amount directly to the government. Sir, which services are notified? Which services if supplied through e-commerce operator instead of supplier, e-commerce operator is only required to make the payment of taxes. Which, whether any such services are notified? You are telling under 9 subsection 5, government retained the power to specify certain services which if provided through e-commerce operator, supplier should not pay the GST. E-commerce operator only should collect the GST from the recipient and pay to the government. Government has reserved that power. Did the government use that power? Did the government specify any services which if provided through e-commerce operator, supplier will not have obligation to collect GST, e-commerce operator only should collect the GST and pay to the government? Any services are notified? Yes, notified. So which services are notified? See here. The government, see, let me read it here, very important from the examination perspective. So what they have told here is, the government may, on the recommendations of the GST Council, they may notify specific categories of services the tax on supplies of which shall be paid by e-commerce operator if such services are supplied through it. So as I have told, under 9 subsection 5, government reserved the power. They told we are having the power, we can notify certain services. If those services are supplied through e-commerce operator, supplier will not collect the GST and pay to the government. E-commerce operator only should directly pay the GST amount to the government. Sir, any services are notified? Yes, the following services are notified for that purposes. What kind of services are notified? Number 1, services by way of transportation of passengers by a radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle or any other vehicle except omnibus. If someone is providing transportation of passengers other than omnibus in the sense which is having a seating capacity of more than 6 or 8, I don't exactly remember. So just let me check the material. Yeah. Omnibus definition, I think where is it? Not here. In the supplementary material I have added here. Just give me a moment. Yes. See here. Yeah. Omnibus means any motor vehicle constructed or adopted to carry more than 6 passengers, excluding the driver. So in case if the transportation of passenger services are getting provided through the e-commerce operator, and that passenger transportation of services are provided by any vehicle like radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle or anything other than omnibus. If someone is providing if someone is providing services of transportation of passengers through the e-commerce operator, on that services e-commerce operator only will pay the GST. Take for example, you booked a Ola cab. There is a cab owner. So let me use this document here. So there is a cab owner. Okay, he is the person who is providing transportation of passengers. But this cab person, what he has done is he has registered on Ola. And through Ola, he is providing the services of transportation of passengers. So you are the recipient. You avail the services of transportation of passenger. And this cab owner is the person who is supplying the services. But these services are getting supplied through e-commerce operator. And this service has been notified under 9 subsection 5. Supply of transportation of passengers by way of any vehicle other than omnibus. So this is not a omnibus. This is normal cab only. So in this case, here he is a supplier. In normal cases, supplier should collect the GST and pay to the government. But since this service is notified under 9 subsection 5, here Ola only will collect the GST amount from the recipient and they only will pay the GST to the government. Able to understand? So first kind of service notified under 9 subsection 5, services by way of transportation of passengers by vehicles other than omnibus. Number 2, services by way of transportation of passengers by an omnibus except where the person supplying such service through e-commerce operator is a company. Very interesting thing here. So what one more thing they are telling is, if someone is providing transportation of passengers by way of a omnibus through the e-commerce operator, then also the service will be, then also on that services GST will be paid by e-commerce operator, provided the person whoever is providing that services is not a company. So what they are trying to say here, let me try to explain it with the help of example. Assume there is an individual person. He's having one bus. Through this bus, he wants to provide the services of transportation of passengers. What he has done is he has registered his bus in the red bus. So there is a recipient. So you want to travel from one place to another place. You opened the red bus. You booked a ticket in this bus. So he is a supplier. This bus owner is the supplier who is providing transportation of passengers by a omnibus through the e-commerce operator. And this passenger transportation services through omnibus services is getting provided by person other than company. Here the company is not providing the services. Here individual is only providing the services. Now in this case, the supplier will not collect the GST from the recipient. E-commerce operator only will collect the GST and pay it to the government. Here also this service will get covered under 9 subsection 5. Let me give you one more example. There is Intercity Private Limited. One company is there. They are having buses. Through these buses, they are providing transportation of passengers. And this Intercity, they have listed their bus in red bus, e-commerce operator. So you are a passenger, you want to travel, you are recipient. So what you have done is you have booked through the red bus app a ticket in Intercity. So here, who is providing this passenger transportation services? Supplier is Intercity Private Limited. Supplier is a company. So if passenger transportation services by way of omnibus is provided through e-commerce operator and the supplier is a company, then 9 subsection 5 will not become applicable. Then here supplier only should collect the GST and pay it to the government. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable, everybody? So very, very important point. This was actually an amendment. So first service in which is getting covered under 9 subsection 5, services by way of transportation of passengers provided by anybody by way of radio, taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle or any other vehicle except omnibus. But however, if it is a omnibus and a person is providing transportation of passengers through omnibus, and if that service provider is a company, then that service provider only will collect the GST and pay to the government. However, passenger transportation services through omnibus is provided by any person other than company, some individual, partnership firm, anybody. In that case, that service will get covered under 9 subsection 5. Then that e-commerce operator only will pay the GST amount to the government. Understood? Second, 2 services I have covered. Third one, services by way of providing accommodation in hotel, inns, guest house, clubs, campsites or other commercial places meant for residential or lodging purposes, except where the person supplying such services through electronic commerce operator is liable for registration under section 22. So what they are trying to say here, now they are talking about services relating to accommodation. Take for example OYO. So there is a hotel. Okay, so this hotel is providing the services of accommodation through e-commerce operator. You are a recipient. You have stayed in this hotel. You availed accommodation services from this hotel through this e-commerce operator OYO. Now, this hotel is not liable for registration. This hotel's turnover, aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed the applicable threshold limit. This hotel is not required to be liable to get registered. So if the services of providing of accommodation is getting provided through the e-commerce operator and the supplier of that service is not liable to get registered, in these cases, this hotel will not collect the GST from the recipient. This e-commerce operator only will collect the GST and pay it to the government. Able to understand? Let us take another case. There is another hotel. They are required to get registration. They are liable to get registered. I'm not telling whether they are registered or not, doesn't matter. But they are liable to get registered. Whether they obtain registration or not doesn't matter. If they are liable for registration, if their aggregate turnover has exceeded the applicable threshold limit. If this hotel is providing services through the e-commerce operator, through the recipient, in this case, this service will not get covered under 9 subsection 5. Since this hotel is already liable for registration, they should only collect the GST from the recipient and pay it to the government. Able to understand? So that is the third category of service. Similarly, fourth service, services by way of housekeeping such as plumbing, carpeting, etc., except where the person supplying that services through e-commerce operator is liable for registration. Same like the previous point only, in case if the services are getting, in case housekeeping services are getting provided through e-commerce operator. Take for example, one individual is there. This person is providing housekeeping services through the e-commerce platform Urban Clap. He is a supplier of services. He is providing housekeeping services to some recipient, some plumbing work he is providing to the recipient through the e-commerce operator Urban Clap. This individual, this supplier is not liable for registration. His aggregate turnover is within the applicable threshold limit. And these services are provided through the e-commerce operator. In this case, supplier will not collect the GST and pay it to the government. Urban Clap only will collect the GST from the recipient and pay it to the government. However, there is one person who is providing this housekeeping services, but he is already liable for registration. And if that person is providing the services through e-commerce operator to the recipient, then this will not get covered under 9 subsection 5. Here, supplier only should collect the GST and pay it to the government. Clear? And one more service is also specified under 9 subsection 5, which is supply of restaurant services other than services supplied by restaurant or eating joints located at specified premises. So what even they are telling is, if there is a restaurant, if that restaurant is providing services through Zomato, there is a recipient, so you are getting that services. Even if restaurant services are getting provided through e-commerce platform, then also restaurant will not collect GST and pay to the government. Zomato only will collect the GST and pay to the government directly, except when that restaurant is located at specified premise. Sir, what is specified premise? Premises providing hotel accommodation services having a declared tariff of accommodation above 7,500 per unit per day or equivalent. So what is this they are trying to say here is, once again, if I try to summarize this particular point, take for example, there is a restaurant. There is a restaurant which is located in Novotel Hotel, And in the Novotel hotel, the accommodation charges per unit per day is 8,000 rupees. If someone wants to stay in the Novotel hotel, the accommodation charges per day per unit is 8,000 rupees. So this restaurant, which is located in the Novotel hotel, that is making supply of food through Zomato. Now, one recipient has placed an order from this Zomato, and the supplier of that food is the restaurant which is located at this Novotel hotel, which is charging 8,000 rupees for accommodation purposes in their hotel. Now, generally, when restaurant services are getting provided through e-commerce operator, who is required to pay the GST? Zomato. Nothing but just now, as I've told, e-commerce operator. But that rule will not become applicable here. That rule will not become applicable here. In this case, 9 subsection 5 will not become applicable. Why? Because it is a eating joint or restaurant located at specified premises. What is specified premises? Specified premises refers to any hotel where accommodation per unit per day is more than 7,500. If restaurants are located at that place, and if that restaurant is providing services through the e-commerce operator, then e-commerce operator will not pay the GST. That will not get covered under 9 subsection 5. In that cases, restaurant only should collect the GST and pay it to the government. Able to understand? Clear and comfortable, everybody? So these are the 5 kinds of services which are given under 9 subsection 5, where if these services are getting provided through the e-commerce operator, supplier will not pay the GST to the government. E-commerce operator only is required to pay the GST amount to the government. So what are that 5 services? Number 1, transportation of passengers by radio cab, radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, or any other vehicle except omnibus. Number 2, services of transportation of passengers by a omnibus when provided by a person other than company. Number 3, services by way of providing accommodation in hotels, inns, guest house, except where the person supplying such services is liable to get registered. Similarly, supply of housekeeping services, except where the person providing that services is liable for registration. Number 5, supply of restaurant services, except those restaurants which are located at specified premises. Specified premises in the sense those hotels where accommodation for per unit per day is 7,000 is more than 7,500. Clear? So this is what 9 subsection 5. And one more thing they have told, if any of these services given under 9 subsection 5 is getting provided through e-commerce operator, then TCS provisions will not become applicable. If any of the services are getting provided, if any of the services given under 9 subsection 5 are getting provided through e-commerce operator, then TCS will not become applicable. Why TCS will not become applicable? Why? Because e-commerce operator only has to pay the tax directly to the government. No. Why they will deduct TCS once again and give unnecessary credit to the supplier? In those cases, supplier is not having obligation to pay the tax only. So that's why if any of these services given under 9 subsection 5 are getting provided through the e-commerce operator, in that case, e-commerce operator only required to pay the GST amount to the government. There is no logic in collecting the TCS in those cases. So that's what I have added here. No TCS for services notified under 9 subsection 5. If any of the services are getting supplied through e-commerce operator, on that TCS will not be deducted. Understood? And here also there is compulsory registration. They told that every e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS is required to take mandatory registration. They told every e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS, he should get compulsorily registered himself. And later they told that not just e-commerce operator, every person whoever is making the taxable supply, every person whoever is making the supply through this e-commerce operator, even those people are also required to take registration. What did they say? Every e-commerce operator is required to take mandatory registration. In addition to that, persons who are supplying goods or services through the e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS, even those suppliers who are making that supply through the e-commerce operator who is deducting TCS, even those suppliers are also required to get registered. Which means, take for example, I am a supplier, I am supplying some goods. I am supplying the goods through e-commerce operator, and this e-commerce operator is collecting TCS from me. So now this e-commerce operator is required to get mandatorily registered. They told that since I am a supplier making supply through that e-commerce operator who is collecting TCS, even I am also required to get registered. Initially they told this, but this created a lot of trouble for small business persons. See, today e-commerce operators have expanded a lot. If you take the platforms like Meesho and all, even small people are also supplying their goods and services through e-commerce operator. Now, if I say every person who is supplying the goods or services through the e-commerce operator who is collecting TCS also required to undergo mandatory registration, it is creating a lot of trouble, no? So later what they have told is they have given relaxation. what relaxation they have given is, if you are a supplier making supply of services through the e-commerce operator, you are not required to get registered unless your aggregate turnover is within that applicable threshold limit of 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees as applicable. So initially they gave exemption for services. If you are supplying services through the e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS, you are not required to take registration if your aggregate turnover is within the applicable threshold limit. Initially they gave exemption for supplier of services. Later supplier of goods also came and made a issue. Sir, you have given exemption for suppliers or supplier of services who are making supply of services through e-commerce platform. We are supplier of goods. What mistake we have done? Why don't you give the exemption? Then the government told, okay, we'll do one thing. If you are supplier of goods and you are making supply of goods through e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS, you are also not required to undergo mandatory registration if your aggregate turnover is within the applicable threshold limit of 40, 20 or 10, depending upon the place wherever you are making supply. So initially they told every e-commerce operator is required to undergo registration. Every supplier who is making supply of goods or services through e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS also required to undergo registration. But keeping in mind the difficulties, they give exemption. If you are supplying services through the e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS, no need to get yourself registered if your aggregate turnover is within the applicable threshold limit of 20 or 10. And then they have given even relaxation for supplier of goods also. If you are a supplier of goods and supplying the goods through e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS, even you are also not required to get registration mandatorily if your aggregate turnover is within the applicable threshold limit of 40, 20 or 10. Clear? So that's what I try to summarize it here in the requirement of registration table. So this is what completely TCS and TDS provisions are. So with this, successfully we are done with entire GST marathon. I have very comprehensively covered so many things in this marathon. Hope you guys have understood. Especially I have made a lot of focus in this last 3 chapters which have been newly added in the new scheme: place of supply, accounts and records, and even TDS and TCS. Hope you guys have learned a lot of things from this marathon. Hope this marathon would have been a definitely value addition in your preparation. So hoping that, so we will wind up this marathon series. All the very best guys. Prepare well, put your 100% of the efforts, show your dedication when it comes to preparation. Don't worry about the uncertain things, just to concentrate on your time, just concentrate on your energy, dedicate it properly. Obviously success is going to follow. All the very best. Thanks for your patient listening till now of all the chapters of the marathon. If you have found this marathon informative, and if you find this marathon will be helping you in your revision and your exam preparation, please do share with your friends as well and do a favor for them as well. Okay, so having said that, bye guys, see you and meet you again with further informative content.